about the shooting, walking in the residential neighborhood near the building, that engineering building on MIT's.
What does law enforcement think that person of interest was doing?
What
Do they know? Law enforcement think that person of interest was doing?
Wearing the black mask, dressed in dark clothing, walking quickly in one clip, and walking in and out of frame in another clip. In fact, there's one clip
as secure and didn't have as much surveillance? Or did he actually know exactly what this area was? And that's the reason why he did the shooting there.
Students were prepping for their final exam. The room where the shooting took place, there was not that really good.
Okay. Was he lucky and he just seemingly lucked into the one
Turn and leave. So they were having to piece together surveillance footage from outside, not just outside the building, outside the classroom, outside the building.
Why are you acting like Candace Owens? Wait, what do you mean? First of all, Candace Owens doesn't own conspiracy theories. That's number one. Number two, there are certain instances in the absence of like official confirmation on certain there are like, I'm working off of the information that they're giving us. And if the information that they're giving us as it stands currently is that these two shootings that happened in somewhat close proximity to one another, at least like a proximity that's close enough that you can travel by car, and that there was the same rental car in both of these locations. And then also on top of that, the official investigative body is confirming that there is a connection between the two. And they said that they actually have the suspect in the custody. Obviously, I'm going to, while I'm waiting for additional information, I'm just, telling you what what could potentially tie this tie these two things together. It's not me entertaining conspiracy theories. I'm just saying, like, what could it look like? What could a connection, which is confirmed, right? At least confirmed by official investigators. What could a connection between the two shootings be? One is seemingly a random act of violence. The other is seemingly a directed, targeted, deliberate assassination. We don't know yet if that is the case, but that's what it looks like, just judging by who the victims are. If he had gone into Brown University engineering building, okay, and then actually shot like another professor that was somehow involved in research for some kind of like nuclear project, and then did that, you'd be like, okay, this makes a lot of sense. As a matter of fact, this makes so much sense that it actually could be Iran even as retaliation, considering that America and Israel assassinated a bunch of Iranian nuclear scientists. But that's not, it doesn't seem to be the case, at least. The Brown University shooting seems like a random act of violence, whereas the Brookline shooting that took place with the MIT professor doesn't seem like a random act of violence, but instead seems like a targeted, deliberate assassination, and not even at his school, but directly outside of his home. Here's the timeline. Do your research. Timeline. Cameras capture potential shooter's route around Brown University. I mean, we already covered that stuff. I also don't know the area well enough to be able to give you an accurate assessment. But yeah, hours before the attack, security camera footage capture a person of interest, police say, may have been casing a quiet, affluent corner of College Hill, just out of reach of the busier streets that cross through the urban campus in Providence, Rhode Island. From 2 p.m. to 2:08, the earliest videos disclosed by police show a person of interest in dark clothing and a mask sauntering along Manning Street sidewalk before turning onto Cook Street and later onto George Street, passing stately mansions dating from the 19th and early 20th centuries. The person of interest will spend most of the next hour just about a block away from the much busier Hope Street, an unofficial eastern border of Brown's campus, and one of the better-known streets that traverses Providence's east side. From 2:08 to 2:13 p.m., the same person walks on Benevolent Street, but pauses and turns around in front of the Aldrich House, home to the Rhode Island Historical Society, which has cameras near its main entrance and side door. A spokesperson for the society later declined to comment, except say the organization is cooperating with investigators. The person is then seen along the side entrance of the Aldrich House, where there is a small outing, and then behind its gated lawn and a row of trees on George Street. From 2:16 to 2:18, more unusual activity happens around the Aldrich House. Notes on a video shared by the FBI on social media and later deleted say the person abruptly turns west down George Street. Second individual follows. That second person can be seen on Cook Street carrying a small light-colored bag. Shortly after turning the corner, if the footage is accurate, the second person appears to run in the same direction of the person of interest. The person of interest ran moments earlier. Police on Wednesday shared new images of people with light-colored bags they want to speak with because of their proximity to the person of interest. The main subject of the investigation later makes a short appearance on Hope Street by our big, beautiful president. Let's be real, okay? Let's be real.
The Wall Street Journal reached out to the White House with reporting that said those close to the president say he is showing signs of aging. This led the president to give the Journal an impromptu interview, an interview that was published today. Now, the president told the Wall Street Journal his excessive hand bruising is caused by the amount of aspirin he takes, saying it's more than his doctors recommend. He says he regrets getting advanced imaging because it generated so much scrutiny over his health. He also denies falling asleep during events like this one you see here, saying he's simply, quote, blinking. While at the same time, he admits he's, quote, never been a big sleeper at night. Now, we also learned the president will not be exercising as part of his New Year's resolution. He called it boring. CNN's Elena Treen starts us off today. And Elena, let's step back for a moment. What are some of the specific concerns the Journal outlines that people close to the president have had related to age?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One, I mean, the falling asleep.
Don't listen to the doctor, Trump. Don't do it. You know better.
The kidney has a very special place in the heart. It's an incredible thing.
You know better, Mr. Trump. Mr. President, you know the most. You have the best brain. You are big and beautiful. Do not listen to the silly, woke, gay doctors. And what is the gayest? Medical advice. Ugh, okay.
Dozing off. I know, I love that line. It's like I say that when I'm like, can stay up too, like
Yeah,
with my
I
friends.
hate
and I'm just
exercising
resting my
too.
eyes.
You're right.
And he's the president, very defensive when it comes to questions about his health. But that's also led a lot of people, particularly people in the press, but I think the American public too, wondering if he's being fully transparent and sufficiently transparent, really, with the medical information that he provides. So I thought this was a great look at it. And this one thing really quickly, I don't know if we have the quote, but I just need to read it because I think
aspirin on blood.
Yes, it's the
Okay,
aspirin
thank you.
on blood.
Yes.
I think this was an amazing quote that Trump gave them because he says his doctor said he takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day. Trump says it's because he wants to thin the blood. He said this to the Journal. He said, quote, they say aspirin is good for thinning the blood and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. He went on to say, I want nice thin blood pouring through my heart. Again, he also said that he's not taking or he's taking a higher dose of aspirin than his doctors want.
Dude, that's awesome. I love that our president is that kind of guy. That is so sick. No, come on. I mean, he's the perfect guy for the moment. He is the perfect president for this very moment. Respect. God damn it. That's amazing. Guy who believes his life is his like, there's a life force in him as a battery and he is depleting it when he does any physical activity. Guy who's like, oh, I want my blood to be thin. I don't want it to be thick. No thick blood for me. That motherfucker has the nuclear launch codes, bro. Hell yeah.
Also was told to wear compression socks because of the swelling in his legs. He said he tried that, doesn't like it, so he's not doing that either.
Can we pull up the full screen real quick of the quote? Because it's at the very end that I think is the best part where he's explaining his theory of the case and then asks the reporter,
it's also funny because like evil never dies, right? So he just kind of like, it doesn't really matter. He can do whatever he wants, eat all the junk food, as this article showed, as we already suspected, as we kind of knew. He just exclusively eats like McDonald's and dog shit.
Now, what's your favorite thing here, Mr. President?
I like it all. It's all good stuff.
Do you
Great American food.
Does not work out at all. Barely gets any activity. I mean, I guess he golfs a lot, so that's better than people his age, if we're being real, if we're being honest. He's got to smell so bad, dude. I just don't think he's going anywhere. It is pretty funny to me, a Turkish man, to watch Americans experience something that I think maybe even Russians and Turks and people in like other countries have felt, right? Like this is a classic thing that people who feel like it's not Hungarians, sure. People just go, oh, I hate that this motherfucker is still in charge. He's just dominating everything. F him. Why won't he die? And then they never do. Okay? They never do. Evil never dies. But it is funny. It is funny that Americans are now experiencing that very common feeling.
Does that make sense? Yeah. And you're like, well, I mean, I guess sort of the way you're explaining it, yes, but not according to the medical. Okay, we're just going to let this one go. This is his theory of the case. He believes it, and that's why he does what he does.
He also said, which is very true about
series of tests by the president's medical team. And when the results of those were released to the public, they used some basically euphemisms to describe what the president, the test the president went through. And the euphemism was advanced imaging. And they didn't describe whether it was a CT or an MR. And then later on, a few days later on Air Force One, the president basically said he had an MRI. He couldn't describe what body part, but he said he had an MRI, which prompted the president's physician again to release another statement, at which time he again did not describe the specific test the president underwent, and said that, again, everything looked fine. And now we learned that the president didn't have an MRI. He actually had a CT scan, which explains why the president's physician didn't describe the test after the president disclosed his MRI, because he didn't have an MRI. So as best we can tell, the president had a cardiac CT, or what looks like a CT angiogram, which is basically a non-invasive way to tell whether the president has any significant coronary artery disease. And in his statement to
Okay, is he gonna die or not, man? What does that mean?
Wall Street Journal, the president's physician, Dr. Sean Barbabella, basically said the test looked great. There was no abnormality, which actually doesn't correlate with what Dr. Ronnie Jackson told the public in 2018 when he disclosed that the president had a similar CT scan that showed the presence of coronary calcium, which is a marker of coronary artery disease. So I'm almost less concerned about the actual cause of the president's bruising. We can talk about that than I am about why the White House medical team has felt the need to study him in the last few months. What symptoms, what clinical concerns have prompted this? Because the president is right. When you test the president of the United States,
He heals himself with aspirin. True. It turns out he didn't want, it's not that he didn't want you to be autistic. He wanted all of it for himself. He wanted all of it. It's not even aspirin, it's Tylenol. He's taking all the Tylenol.
it creates a lot of concern, and rightfully so.
What the president said about aspirin, which has gotten a lot of attention, taking more aspirin than what his doctors are recommending, and his rationale for doing so, which is, he said, quote, "They say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart." Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so that makes no sense.
Shut up. What do you know? He's the president. Okay. What are you, a doctor? Yeah. Okay. Well, doctors, they read a lot and they learn, and reading and learning is gay. And fuck you. He's the president, has a higher place in American society, so he knows more. I trust him.
Makes nonsense. So first of all, when we use any kind of anticoagulant, medications to prevent clotting, those don't thin the blood. It's not like changing something from gumbo to chicken soup. It doesn't make.
Yeah, you know who else was a doctor? Dr. Fauci. Now he's in prison.
It doesn't make it thinner. It makes you less likely to clot. And it used to be that we would treat a lot of people with aspirin therapy to prevent heart attacks. But we've learned in recent years that particularly people over the age of 70, not only is there no benefit in terms of just primary prevention, trying to prevent a cardiac event by giving them aspirin, that there can be hazard, and the hazard can be bleeding, significant bleeding. So here's the interesting thing about this. The president apparently is taking 325 milligrams of aspirin per day, which is essentially one adult-size aspirin tablet. But the dosage that we use for patients, even with documented coronary artery disease, is a quarter of that, is 81 milligrams per day. So why is the president taking, an unorthodox dose of aspirin? And the media has published, many photos of his right hand and now maybe his left hand with this chronic bruise. The White House has said that this is related to, chronic aspirin therapy. So if you're bruising a lot and your doctor says you're on too much aspirin, why wouldn't you go down to the lower dose? It makes no sense to me.
Dr. Jonathan Reiner, that was actually a very helpful and nuanced explanation of a lot of things people have been talking about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, boring. Boo. 325 milligrams is what they give someone during a cardiac event to help. Yeah, well, what if Trump is having a cardiac event every day? Checkmate, atheist. My grandfather smoked, ate McDonald's all day, never exercised. both for the United States of America and for Israel as well. So like the notion that this was an anti-Semitic hate crime was far, far less likely than many other speculative leads that you could entertain. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because misinformation went wild. Okay, misinformation went wild, and it wasn't just right-wingers, even though it was mostly right-wingers. Like every MAGA account on this platform analyzed both of these different shootings from their own politically biased perspectives. Many of them tried to imply that initially the professor that normally lectures in the lecture hall is a Jewish professor, and this was a suspected anti-Semitic hate crime for that reason. And then they were like, okay, the professor actually wasn't there and didn't get shot, but it was actually the students that were killed. One of the students that was killed was the vice president of the college Republican club, and maybe it's a Democrat conspiracy for that reason. And then also everyone was like, oh, this is a pro-Palestine, free Palestine shooter, clearly, right? All this crazy entirely fabricated. Not a moment was wasted. Not a moment was wasted on this. And I cannot believe it. And it probably even played a role in up the leads that these guys needed, that the authorities needed to pursue the actual suspect. People were asking Grok. Yes, exactly. It's that stupid. People were asking Grok. There was deliberate misinformation being spread. I said, I cannot believe how much the Israeli media and virtually every single major MAGA account made up about both the Brown University and MIT nuclear scientist shooting. I know they lie a lot, but this fever pitch seemed new. Dylan Saba says, from now on, every single act of public violence will be interpreted or reinterpreted as a justification for why we need permanent genocide. NSEG mindset. And it's true. It's absolutely true. Like, what are we doing? How does this suit the benefit of justifying unlimited support to Israel should not be the first consideration for a lot of these people. Even like the notion that this is a byproduct of Islamic refugees coming to the country, like all this stuff, like heightened Islamophobia, all of this, it blows my mind. Did you see as soon as the guy's identity and background came out, Trump shut down the visa program that the guy benefited from, even though he benefited from it in 2017 under Trump? Yeah, I know. They're trying to do a anti-Portuguese slant now. They licked their wounds and they're back at it. Now the strangeness doesn't stop there, because there is a strangeness with the way things have unfolded. Make no mistake. It's just not in the direction that these charlatans were leaning into. So that's the other side of this story, because while, Jerusalem Post and all these other people were like running around and claiming that this was, an anti-Semitic hate crime potentially, or all this other right? And then, Laura Loomer was saying this is a byproduct of like Islamic migration into the country, and we need to put an end to it, all this stuff. These seemingly unconnected two different instances of violence was actually connected to one another, apparently, according to officials confirming that the Brown University shooting and the MIT professor being shot and killed was actually conducted by the same person. They revealed this information yesterday, inviting even more scrutiny, inviting even more suspicion. And then they found him. Last night, they found the guy who apparently had died in a New Hampshire storage facility where he, according to the officials, had killed himself. Now that smells weird. That is a very strange situation. It is crazy that these two seemingly unconnected shootings were actually connected to one another. And then also on top of that, it was the same guy that did it. And we can't even establish like a decent motive for why he did both, except for his background. It turns out that he wasn't, the shooter for both of these incidents wasn't actually an Islamic refugee, but seemingly a Portuguese former student of Brown University, a high achiever who was very resentful. That's the official narrative that they're giving right now. But let's take a look.
This morning, the man who authorities said killed 2 Brown University students and then an MIT professor is dead after killing himself inside a storage unit where he may have hunkered down for days.
Our Providence neighbors can finally breathe a little easier.
The body of 48-year-old Claudio Neves Valente was found Thursday night in a storage unit he rented in November. Officials say he was born in Portugal, became a lawful permanent resident of the United States living in Miami, and for a time studied physics at Brown.
He was admitted to Brown's graduate school to study in a Master's of Science PhD program in physics, beginning on September 1st, 2000. And he took a leave of absence effective April 2001 before formally withdrawing
is our target.
Yeah, a guy who took every precaution on the planet to destroy his trail and could have gotten away with it decides to kill himself in a storage facility. I don't know. Smells weird, man.
Paul, did it surprise you that we learned two things? First of all, a homeless man is the one who gave the tip to the cops to close this case, but he was standing in the building.
Don't tell that to Brian. Don't talk about homeless people around Brian. He's gonna start talking about Brian killed me. More like Brian killed a homeless.
That you're gonna be locked up in jail. That's the way it has to be now.
Or involuntary lethal injection or something. Just kill them.
Yeah, Brian, why did it have to get to this point?
Right. I would say this: we're not voting for the right people. In North Carolina, wake up.
He's twitching. Look at him, reshuffling in his seat, excited at the prospect of what must be done. Excited, fantasizing about licking his lips, fantasizing about what he wants to do to the homeless guy who was the hero in this story. He's tweaking.
Which talks about the security protocol.
Look, he's licking his lips. He's like, ah!
But, you know, he thought of himself, I'm sure, as some engineering genius, and so he did this methodical thing where he cased the place and all this other stuff. Well, not only was that how they also picked him up on video when they went out to the residential area, but that's where he encountered somebody who ultimately was his downfall. So he goes in, he's casing around in the place, and you know, Lawrence, it's an interesting thing. I'm actually not that surprised that it was a homeless person that stepped up. I'm going to tell you why. Homeless people know everything that's going on in the vicinity of where they've decided to squat, even if it's a cardboard box outside. You know, when I was on football.
Jesus Christ, dude, what incredible analysis. Yeah, you know, homeless people are. They got their ears to the ground. You know how they are. They're always getting into some when they're squatting. I hate these guys. But hey, you know, even in this situation where this guy's a hero, make no mistake, he was heroic in a suspicious manner. He was heroic in a way that still invites scrutiny to his existence over here. You know how it is. You know how these homeless are.
But it does show you just a sort of human dynamic here that he felt something was off. He followed this guy. He scared the guy. The guy ran. But then he came forward, as we know now, and he's the one who allowed the police to button the whole thing up.
I'm still trying to find out, did he rent that storage facility ahead of time? Did he plan on keeping things there? Was it a murder-suicide? Likely by his, we never know, but was that the plan all along, go to a storage facility and kill yourself?
You know, I would say no, and I'm not basing that on anything more than you guys know, but just the psychology, you know, this is similar to a whole bunch of terrorism cases I had and things like that.
Oh, my God. Dude, I'm sorry. One is a random happenstance school shooting, and then the other one is a targeted assassination. How the did this guy do both and also get away with it because he was like actually invested in covering his trail? Like he was successful in covering his trail. There is a lot here that does not add up. I'm sorry. You know, I like to do critical analysis. I'm not Mr. Conspiracy Theory. As a matter of fact, it gets quite boring around these parts whenever like this happens. The official narrative here just, it doesn't add up. Like here, I'll tell you like this. If he actually went to Brown University, to a specific building, to a specific room and opened fire, and then, you know, went to another college, or if he went to Brown University and he shot a bunch of students, right? And he killed 2 of the students, and then went to another university and then shot a bunch of students and killed a bunch of students. That is at least in line with what he did at Brown University. They both tie together. Oh, this guy hates, you know, Ivy League institutions. He has a deep resentment for Ivy League institutions because he felt like they never truly understood him, something along those lines, right? But one act of violence is very different than the other act of violence. If it was a targeted assassination in one school and then a targeted assassination down the street, then that still makes a little bit more sense. But the very fact that the level of sophistication involved in this, okay, the level of sophistication involved in the first shooting, even though the victims were seemingly random, okay, which doesn't make a lot of sense in and of itself, because a lot of these people that do pre-planning when they want to do like a school shooting, they oftentimes are not factoring in like getting away with it, right? It's a suicide by cop situation for many of these guys. They're like really up in the head. And the common profile in mass shootings like this is like there is a level of pre-planning involved, like getting the guns or maybe looking at the blueprints of the school or something like that. But in most circumstances, like you're not factoring in how you're going to get out. Even if you have a plan for it, you don't actually succeed. That's why it was kind of unique. The Brown University school shooting was unique because it's one of the, if not the only school. I want to reiterate something here that a lot of people do not understand. And I briefly talked about this with Mustafa the Poet when I was live with them as well. People see black people from the African continent ethnically and assume that they're migrants. Somali Americans, by and large, are American citizens. 90% of them are American citizens. 60% of them are American-born U.S. citizens. So when you see like a crowd of Somali people, if you're a racist piece of shit, or maybe even if you're not like a Republican, but I understand like why people look at the Somali population on U.S. soil and it just automatically assume that they're immigrants. Like, you're wrong. I'm just explaining this to you. They are no different. They are no different than like an Irish American or a German American. Like, they've been here, many of them second generation. Like I said, 60% of them are natural born U.S. citizens. So when a lot of Republicans look at this kind of stuff, they think, oh, this is unacceptable. You look at this, a bunch of criminal immigrants like surrounding a police officer. Like, that's not the case. This is no different than a crowd of white people doing this. And the reason why I consistently stress the importance of this is because if an ethnic group of people on U.S. soil are 90% American citizens, why the fuck is ICE there? Why is ICE there? I mean, why is ICE anywhere, really? It's the same reason. But this is one of those instances where you look at a group of minorities and automatically assume, because of the way that they look, that they are not American citizens at all, and therefore Department of Homeland Security apprehensions and ICE traffic stops are perfectly justifiable. It's not. It's ridiculous.
Bomb you, you're and if your wife is not bombing too, you guys are all bitches. You can't do shit. You can't do a thing. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid. Get the fuck out of here. You dumb. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward. You're a fucking... Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone to you. Get the fuck out of here. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you. Take that badge off. You're not gun and see what happens to you. You shut the fuck up, man. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out. You pussy. White boy. Spit on you. Get out of here.
We have power in numbers, okay? You just have to remind yourself of that. We have power in numbers. Border Patrol confronted by a crowd after questioning man at a Minneapolis gas station.
How do I know you're a citizen? If you go two ways, I can take you.
Like, what's going on here? Like, what do we think is happening here, guys? What the f do we think is happening here? Why is this good? Why is this normal? Why are we normalizing this? What the f is happening here, brother? Oh, you just have random dickheads roaming the streets, walking up to every black or brown person, being like, show me your papers. That's what we're about now? That's America now? That's what we're doing? And before people say, oh, this is what America's always been about. Yeah, not to this degree and never to this, like, there have been periods throughout history where it was there was an environment of repression, an environment of like racialized hatred, animosity. Oftentimes it was actually delegated to like the Klan or non-government entities in general. In modern day, in this day and age, in 2026, this kind of attitude is identical to the Nazi regime. And the very fact that there's still 20% of the population that doesn't realize what the fuck's going on is crazy. I mean, this is a 1-to-1. And it's ironic because this is what I said was going to happen over and over again. I kept repeating over and over again. Why is no one talking about this? Was the number one thing. If you were in here during the election cycle, one of the things that I kept repeating over and over again was, guys, they're going to do mass deportations. They're going to do Gestapo. They're going to do mass deportations. Imagine what that looks like. Anytime we see these sorts of incidents take place, anytime we see like mass protests and whatnot, I look at the crowd, and the very same liberals that wore pussy hats in 2016 are the liberals that are out there, man. It's not more often than not, it's not the youth. It's not the youth at all. It's the boomers. You have to recognize that. This is why I said the Karen Vanguard is here. This is why I said the Antifa is here. They are the people who are taking it to the streets. You cannot deny that. Yeah. Current day liberals are like, there's a freaking orange Cheeto in the White House and we're going to kill him. No, literally, the average liberal's position nowadays is basically like, we must water the trees of democracy with the blood of tyrants, that happen to be a dang Cheeto in the White House. People love to talk a big game about dark woke, but the dark woke is the fucking aunties out there, dude. Straight up. It's the radical wine moms. I don't think we realize like where this discontent is coming from. At least like who is willing to take it to the streets. DHS was forced to respond to this because they're growing more callous. This was literally a U.S. citizen. Huh? Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him.
I'm not doing all right.
What's that?
I'm not doing all right. I'm not doing all right. Back up. Yo. See that? Yo, they're recording. They're here. What y'all doing? Yo, back up.
You good? What's that? You good?
Greg Bovine Bovino in the streets.
Absolutely. Oh, back up. I'm walking here. Back up.
Bro, if our governments, our local governments, and our state governments can't protect us against this kind of like federal action, it's going to be complete chaos. I urge even the likes of Mayor Frey or Tim Walz to wake the fuck up, okay? Deploy the National Guard to protect the citizens. Order local law enforcement to protect Minnesotans. Because if you don't do that and people realize even local law enforcement and state and the government is not on their side, it's bedlam from that point on. People are going to start taking matters into their own hands in an act of self-defense. This is where we are barreling towards. What the would it be better to wait strategically until after we win the midterms? What midterms, man? What midterms? What are you talking about? What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm here to learn. Okay, brother, they're doming people on the streets. They're busting through their doors. It's Gestapo time, and you're talking about the midterms. There will be no midterms to be had if this keeps going. What do you think happens? They keep doing this over and over again until someone says enough is enough. And then they actually get into an armed conflict. Okay. An ICE agent gets shot in the process. Okay. Boom. Mass suppression. Like an ICE agent in every corner. Trump tries to federalize the National Guard and deploy it in against the population. Then people grow even more angry. There's more pushback because they realize that the state is not there to protect them. So they treat every member of the state as an as an enemy, because in some ways they are. Where do you think that goes? More suppression, more repression. There's no more midterms at that point. It's martial law, which is what the administration wants. They want martial law. The American government wants to implement martial law. That's why I keep saying over and over again, they're moving like there's not going to be any elections whatsoever. And I know a lot of people will say, Edinger Mentum and many others have said, well, if that was the case, then they wouldn't be trying to gerrymander, and they wouldn't be trying to engage in like new redistricting initiatives in an effort to at least like make up for the numbers that they're losing in the midterm elections due to their tremendous unpopularity and all this. I think both can work at the same time. I genuinely think it's both. They're trying to at least like create some kind of fake democratic process by engaging in these acts of like redistricting over and over again in an effort to be like, well, see, we still have control. But I think that's just hedging their bets. I don't think that is their game plan. I think their game plan is this: keep pressuring. There will be no legal pushback. There will be no like local government pushback whatsoever that will entertain some kind of like constitutional crisis, because Democrats always are too fearful to actively defend their own constituents. And eventually people recognize that reality. People recognize that there is no more defense. There is no local government that's coming to save you, and they take matters into their own hands. And in that process, when people take matters in their own hands, there's bedlam, there's chaos, there's violence, and there's even more violence in an effort to suppress said chaos and the violence for people who are engaging in an oftentimes legal act of self-defense.
for any means necessary is right now.
Yeah, he needs to be arrested and thrown in prison. The tree of liberty must be refreshed with the blood of patriots and tyrants from time to time, but you're not the patriots here, you're the tyrants. Yeah, you're right. The tyrant in this circumstance is the random guy who's fed up with the unconstitutional Gestapo force busting down people's doors and like murdering them at certain points. That's, you know, famously throughout history, those guys have been the real patriots. You know, the SS, the real patriots, and not the people who were resisting against the SS. Those were the tyrants. Yeah, the real tyrants were the Jewish people that were thrown in concentration camps, the socialists, the communists, the trade unionists. Those were the real tyrants. And the real patriots were the fucking Nazis. Is that the argument you're presenting here? Holy fuck. Anyway, let's watch Greg Bovine Bovino pull off this nonsensical bullshit again.
Like that. Good job.
Hey, that's not a nice guy. Good.
What is this?
You and all y'all. What you gonna do?
Hey, you guys American citizens?
Huh?
American citizens?
None of your business. That's what.
All right.
See that? You're blocking traffic. Look at that. Bunch of y'all right there. Every single one of y'all. Look at that.
Just gonna get a pic. Hold on.
Why are they taking pictures? To put it through the database. So a lot of it is, so here's one of the things that they're doing. So they're working with Palantir, right? So they already have like AI facial scanners, which are not exactly super useful, but I think like as long as you change the standards of what decides someone is definitely the person, as long as you can like tweak the algorithm, you can use that as a justification for detainment. Okay, that's the goal here. They're using facial recognition software to see if the person that they're apprehending or the person that they're encountering is apprehendable. And because it's AI, it's not supposed to work. It's not like a direct, 100% success rate. It's just supposed to give you probable cause. So they are starting to use this as a probable cause to say, oh, you're going to be detained. Okay, sorry. This is a 67% facial recognition match in our database for a criminal migrant. We had to beat the fuck out of you and we had to detain you in the process because that's what's going on here.
Go ahead, take a pic right there.
All right, let me get one of this guy here. Right here. Appreciate that.
Huh? Come on. Don't touch me. Touch me for what?
Hey, don't touch him. Don't touch him. What are you doing? Come on. Yo.
I work here, bro.
Yeah, he works. Look at that.
Yeah, he's got like the target shit on him too.
What?
Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him. Yo, let him go, let him go.
Border Patrol attacked the U.S. citizen teenager, beat him up, drove him away, and then dumped him. Why do they not care about getting caught in their lies? If he was arrested for assaulting law enforcement, why was he released and found battered in a Walmart parking lot?
This guy right here, they let him out of the vehicle, they tortured him. This guy right here, yeah. Tortured.
You okay, man? No, I'm not okay. Bro, it's crazy. My man's bleeding. Bleeding. They slammed me on the ground.
I can't say what must be done here, but you can't stop me from thinking it. The teenager, dude.
We got to be able to call somebody. This is ridiculous. You got family around? You got somebody here, man? Come on, we in here. Come on, man. You work here, don't you? No, I work at Target. You work, bro. Come on, bro. It's okay. That is so crazy. Man, slam this man up in the parking lot. Torture this guy.
I can't say how I feel right now, but goddamn, I'm thinking it. 1 hour ago, Neon Neck. ICE agents detained a U.S. citizen legal observer in Minneapolis, smashing his car window, dragging him out, and placing a knee on his neck. Conduct banned under Minnesota law after George Floyd. It's getting crazier and crazier. It's very obvious to me. The mandate from the Department of Homeland Security, specifically from the federal government, is to just increase the intensity. places them within immediate operational range for amphibious or precision strike missions, according to Newsweek yesterday. Everyone remember how Putin said he won't invade Ukraine? Low key, Donald Trump has said more about invading Venezuela than Putin did about invading Ukraine in the military buildup that took place before the invasion of Ukraine took place. You're right. You're not wrong. That's a perfect comparison. One that I, of course, also was duped by as well, famously. Something that people never let me live down. But it's like Donald Trump is straight up saying like, no, we're going to strike Venezuela. I want to do a land invasion of Venezuela. His words that have come out of his mouth.
Are you considering strikes on land?
Well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but we are certainly looking at land now because we've got the sea very well under control.
I don't think it's all that crazy for people to assume that he is going to do that. The anti-war candidate, by the way, 6-7 peace negotiations I've succeeded in putting together. I've done too much peace for far too long. The world has been too peaceful. We must actually end up doing more war so I can do another peace process. I can do another peace treaty. Yeah, and then Trump's like, I'm going to invade Venezuela. And then everyone's like, dude, you're going to invade Venezuela? He goes, me? Huh? Me? Talking about me? Ah, never. Why are there aircraft carriers on the coastline of Venezuela? Why are there so many goddamn naval vessels? Why did you say that you would do covert operations by the CIA, that you sanctioned covert operations on the CIA? At least what should do the side and Donbass stuff that we aren't even pretending to come up with a reason for this. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Like Russia had in the buildup, there was so much. There were military exercises that happened on the border. Russia had at least like a comprehensive messaging campaign as to why they had to intervene in Ukraine. We're not doing that at all. And even then, it was obviously still bullshit. Make no mistake. There is no justification for invading Ukraine, as I've said time and time again. But we're not even doing that. We didn't even try. We're just like, drugs, I think. They literally came out and were like, drugs or whatever. Who gives a shit? Yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of people. That's unironically what it has looked like so far. Look at all these boats we're blowing up. Isn't that awesome? And everyone's like, I don't know about this, actually. This doesn't seem like a good idea. And they're like, oh, well, Maduro's bad, I think. Come on. Come on. Incredible stuff. Yeah, not even the farce of Tonkin. Nope. We used to be a proud nation. We used to, at the very least, try to create like psyops and to get the people on board. Nowadays, democracy is not worth the price of the paper that it's written on, okay? It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're just doing vibes-based global war on terror initiatives now. It's crazy. Yet another glaringly obvious example of the deteriorating conditions, including the deterioration of democracy. You don't even have an investment or an interest in trying to get the people on board, knowing full well that you could just kind of get away with it and people are too busy focusing on the 17,000 different snap benefit rage bait AI videos that they're watching on the timeline or whatever the they're predisposed with. Awesome. Now we also know why Marco Rubio was playing the role of lapdog for the Trump administration, because this was his project all along. I mean, he's a major war hawk. He wants to do the failure of the dominoes theory here in the Caribbean, and he seemingly is going to get his wishes. Bolton must be fuming. No, Bolton wanted to do that with Iran. Yeah. Rubio wants to destroy Venezuela. He wants to destroy Cuba. He wants to have a significant foothold in Latin America. He wants to eviscerate the modest growth in the direction of social democracy that has kind of taken place in some South American countries. He's like, nope, can't have that. Time to go back and do a global war on terror style initiative in South America, which, unlike Iraq and unlike the MENA region, is actually connected by continent to the United States of America. Like there is a direct pathway to the United States of America. So the instability that will be born out of these initiatives will actually have tremendous reverberations that we can absolutely feel. But that, of course, will be another opportunity for the administration to lean greatly into the reactionary sentiment against brown people in ways that you previously thought were unimaginable. Regardless of your own imaginative capacity, I promise you it will be worse. Okay? I promise you it's gonna be worse. Just you wait. When you got mass migration taking place because all of the fertile land has been reduced to rubble and bombed into oblivion, and you got economic refugees that are then going to their neighboring nations and destabilizing said neighboring nations, and then people are migrating from neighboring nations as well as the You know, like the neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic, like Zog Zionist occupied government is POG. It's podcaster occupied government. Okay, it's not Zog, it's POG, and the opportunities for are endless under POG, podcaster occupied government.
And Shannon, you'll want to pay attention to next week on Capitol Hill because Republican Senator Rand Paul is apparently joining forces with two Democrats, Adam Schiff and Tim Kaine, to potentially force a vote on a bill, a resolution to stop the president from unilaterally declaring war on Venezuela. Shannon?
Okay, so Aisha, also a federal judge just blocked the president's efforts to tighten up voter registration. It's been an ongoing issue for this president. What do we know about it?
Another alarm bell was what was the military guy that just like quit? Like he resigned. The head of the U.S. military Southern Command is stepping down. Admiral Alvin Halsey is leaving less than a year into his tenure, and as Pentagon escalates attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea. The military commander overseeing the Pentagon's escalating attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea that the Trump administration says are smuggling drugs said on Thursday that he was stepping down. The officer, Admiral Alvin Halsey, is leaving his job as the head of the U.S. Southern Command, which oversees all operations in Central and South America, even as the Pentagon has rapidly built up 10,000 forces in the region in what it says is a major counter-drug and counterterrorism mission. It was unclear why Admiral Halsey is suddenly departing less than a year into what is typically a 3-year job and in the midst of the biggest operation in his 37-year career. But one current and one former U.S. official, both of whom spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personal matters, said that Admiral Halsey has raised concerns about the mission and the attacks on the alleged drug boats. In a statement on social media, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth made no mention of any friction with his 4-star commander. On behalf of the Department of War, said Mr. Hegseth, using the name of the department he now prefers, we extend our deepest gratitude to Admiral Alvin Halsey for his more than 37 years of distinguished service to our nation as he plans to retire at year's end. Nor did Admiral Halsey publicly voice any policy objections, urging his command's 1,200 military service members and civilians in a statement, keep charging. But the other officials of the Pentagon and on Capitol Hill said the praise masked real policy tensions concerning Venezuela that the admiral and his civilian boss were seeking to paper over. Prior to Trump, I can't think of a combatant commandeer who left his or her post early ever, said Representative Adam Smith of Washington, a senior Democrat on the House Armed Services Committee. Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, was even more poignant in his criticism. At a moment when the U.S. forces are building up across the Caribbean and tensions with Venezuela are at a boiling point, the departure of our top military commander in the region sends an alarming signal of instability within the chain of command. Since early September, U.S. Special Operations Forces have struck at least 5 boats, and since then the number has gone far higher than that. This was in October 17th, I believe, a couple weeks prior to this, and it's not a good sign when you have a career admiral who is overseeing the entirety of your operations resigns after 37 years of service right before you end up going to war, a war that he was supposed to oversee. Not great. Don't think it's great.
So this is a big win today for Democrats and civil rights groups. They sued over the president's executive order, which required voters.
Like in the past, that right there, paired up with like the boat strikes, would be a month-long media cycle. Okay, even like 10 years ago, this would be like there would be tremendous scrutiny. The media would be going to every single person that has worked with this guy and been like, what the is going on here? They would try to get him to whistleblow. I'm kind of dumb. Why is not good? Can you make it clear, please? Career admirals that have spent 37 years in the military don't just leave while there is tremendous buildup. Like, we're going to war with Venezuela. The guy who's supposed to oversee the Venezuelan war is not just going to leave unceremoniously unless there is some major friction between what he thinks is the appropriate thing to do versus what the administration is demanding of him. Yeah, they also fired the national intelligence guy for the Fent narrative. The Trump admin also fired the director of the National Intelligence Council, who produced the intelligence assessment disproving claims about Maduro being a narco-terrorist, instructed Grinnell to halt all diplomatic talks with Venezuela. They're not even doing a good enough job with this far-reaching narrative, supposedly, where the administration still have like some level of competence in these positions. So they're just like, what do you mean? This is my job. My job is to tell you what's going on. You didn't give me the prior reasoning for why I must lie in this report, I suspect. This kind of stuff happens all the time. It just happens less frequently. More competent administrations that have these plans mapped out years prior to initiating it. The difference in this administration is that it's haphazardly put together, and they don't even see a need to put together a coherent agenda as to why they must bomb Venezuela. Venezuela as to why they must actually destabilize Venezuela and invade Venezuela potentially. Famously, though, you don't see military guys quit like that, especially career military guys, right before the most consequential military operation of their career. This is why he was in the military for 37 years. Jesse Gabriel and Rick Spoor. This bill is coordinated for to stifle any criticism of Israel and censor Palestine within California public education under the guise of combating anti-Semitism. Last week, I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizations. This was in 2014, okay? This was in the month of February in 2014. So make no mistake, this was very deliberate. This was on purpose. He did this after Israel had, or am I saying 2014? 2024. God damn it, not 2014. I apologize. 2024. This is after October 7th. And during this devastating time of war and violence, we met with a variety of leaders, he says, and, you know, the variety of leaders includes the president of Israel. So he gets yelled at, understandably. Cries of free Palestine can be heard, people wearing keffiyehs. And I suspect that, you know, I'm glad, trigger warning, by the way, you know, a heinous act of anti-Semitism took place here, of course. This is, you know, trigger warning for everybody. Obviously, probably the most anti-Semitic thing that you've ever experienced, that you've ever seen, is taking place, unfolding right in front of your eyes, where you have someone who wants to be a representative refusing to recognize that Israel's committing a genocide, a foreign country is committing a genocide, and then people, of course, say free Palestine. I mean, basically, this is this is what happened in Nazi Germany, I think, you know. They say, answer the question, Scott. And then they say, shame on you, which once again, only doubling down on the unimaginable maximum anti-Semitism. Sorry that I had to put you guys through that. Obviously, you know, this is a heinous act. An act so heinous that the entirety of the New York Democratic Party should probably come out in unison and speak out against this heinous act of anti-Semitism, even though it's happening across the nation. I mean, I suspect that there will be a coordinated statement coming any moment now, because I can't. This is traumatic. Okay, but one thing that I think is good here is that after that experience, Scott Wiener literally turned around and was like, "Hey guys, just wanted to say, actually, genocide is happening. I'm now officially recognizing the genocide. I've had an epiphany." Now, do I believe this? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Okay, but bro switched up on Israel. No new friends. If I am the president of Israel, right, I'm thinking to myself, wow, I never believed in magic until all my dogs turn into snakes. I'm just saying, Scott, I thought you were a real one. I thought you were a real combator of anti-Semitism, and now you are disseminating anti-Semitism. It's really messed up. I love Israel, bruh. Me too. 2026 is the year where I pivot. I switch up on everybody. I'm pro-Israel now. AB 715 wasn't just bad because of his content, but it was rammed through the last day of the session where they gave notice of the Senate committee hearing at like 3 a.m., 6 hours before, giving no time for the opposition to organize against it. Talking to people at the Capitol, they said they'd never seen anything so flagrant. Yeah. I mean, the way I can't even think of anything more anti-Semitic. I guess like sometimes when I think of Miss Rachel, that's like, it makes me so mad. I think children learning. So Scott has this take. Let's take a look.
For those of you who saw the debate clip from last week, I want to clarify that I do believe Israel has committed genocide in Gaza, and I want to explain why I hesitated at the debate.
This motherfucker is 6'7", by the way. Don't even meme about that. It's not even on some meme shit. Literally 6'7". What the fuck are we doing? Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing in Congress? What are you doing in California Senate? You should be out there balling. You should be hooping. Ridiculous, okay? 6'7", don't know ball. What the fuck are we doing? Okay, what a waste. What a waste. Yeah, go grab a rebound.
For the past 2 years, I have harshly opposed Israel's escalations in Gaza, and I've used phrases like total destruction, and catastrophic levels of death, and moral stain. But I haven't used the word genocide, and I want to explain why. As a Jew, Holocaust, which was the industrial extermination of 6 million Jews. For many Jews, associating the word genocide with the Jewish state of Israel is deeply painful and frankly traumatic. But despite that pain,
like the gall, the audacity, you know what I mean? Like think about the like even this assessment, even this statement in and of itself betrays the severity, betrays the real death toll that Scott is supposed to recognize here, or rather the real violence that he is supposed to be taking ownership over in terms of his recognition, right? And in terms of his own actions that he is supposed to be saying, my bad, over, right? There is no other world where you can say, oh, well, like this would be akin to a German person saying like, well, you know, Germany suffered tremendous hardships in the wake of World War I. So I felt some type of way about taking ownership over the Holocaust because like we had been wronged, you know, like, so it's just it's very difficult for me to take ownership over this in some way, shape, or form. Like not even a German in Germany, by the way. I'm talking about like a German in America, right? If you were to say something like that, because of the severity of the crime itself, the Holocaust, people would look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? But here in the United States of America in 2026, because of our mutual understanding that like genocide is just a word, basically, you can kind of get away with saying something like this, where you're like, yeah, my personal feelings on this issue are far more important as a Jewish person. Like the importance of the word genocide for me and the severity of that word overrode my you know, clear and calm assessment of what Israel was doing. Like this is not a very good way to make up for all of the advocacy that you did for the last 2 years against those who had arrived at this position far before you did. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, I think this is the reason why I think this is already insincere. The good and the bad is this. It's bad because it's obviously fucking insincere. He has a lot more to do in terms of making up for it, and I don't even know if he would be able to make up for it in time for the actual election. But the good thing here, the silver lining here, is that he even feels the need to come out and say that this is, you know, a real recognition of genocide, because he understands that now, if you want to win an election, you have to say that. You have to say the truth. He has to do this. And to me, that actually is another clear indication of this massive sea change, this massive tide shift.
And that trauma, we all have eyes, and we see the absolute devastation and catastrophic death toll in Gaza inflicted by the Israeli government. And we all have ears, and we hear the genocidal statements by certain senior members of the Israeli government. And to me, the Israeli government has tried to destroy Gaza and to push Palestinians out, and that qualifies as genocide.
Performative male behavior. That's funny. True. Yeah, I mean, there's still obviously like the whole, oh, it's just like some members of the Israeli government are doing this, and it's not like being loudly fucking cheered on or anything like that. And this is the worst of both worlds for someone like Scott, because when he comes out and says this, he's not going to get any grace from the anti-Zionists, obviously, because we all know what he was up to for the last 2 years. He's also not going to get any grace from the Zionists, because they're going to be like, how dare you betray your own people? Like, this is what the how dare you recognize that there is a genocide at all? There is no genocide. That's blood libel. It's utterly preposterous. And basically, you know, you're cooked, I think. I don't know. I feel like this is totally ridiculous. Like, he should have fucking slammed the yes. If he wanted to, if I was his campaign manager, I would have told him to slam that yes ASAP, and then also do a follow-up video being like, hey guys, I know I've done a lot of fucked up, but I just wanted to clarify certain things. This, on the other hand, is the worst possible way to deal with this. Stop Anti-Semitism replied to him and said they still support him because he believes in Zionism.
are supposed to be operating to serve children. People should be able to check in their child there and their children into these daycares. It's literally impossible. Why can't a lady just give me a paper to enroll a child? This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children.
Well, I guess maybe I'm just trying to think from all perspectives and help you clear up some misconceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure like if you're going with a camera and like 3 or 4 dudes, some of whom were like larger security looking guys, some had face gaiters on, maybe there's a fear that there's like something weird going on or it just seems unfamiliar and they feel like they don't want to let you in.
Yeah, they might feel that fear, but if they're operating legally, why would they have anything to fear? And the neighbors around it said they have not seen a child.
Bro, I think he's legit too stupid to understand. But what's even a more damning situation for broader society is that we are too stupid broadly to recognize how stupid he is, because this guy is like a regular old idiot, right? He's slow. I mean, let's be real. He is a fucking slow person, right? So slow that it kind of comes across like I'm being ableist when I criticize him. But the problem is like he's very clearly responding to these questions like a stupid person would, like, oh, why isn't there people? Why wouldn't they open the door for me? It's like, yeah, dude, because you're a fucking random stranger. Like, what? Of course. Quick question. No, hey, can you explain why he's stupid instead of saying he is? Yes, 2 minutes and 42 seconds in, he literally is asked, well, don't you think it's reasonable to not see children if you go to a fucking daycare facility outside of regular business hours? And he goes, yeah, that's, I guess, is kind of true. And then he says, the what daycare facility is open from 2 to 10 p.m. That's illegal. That's not the case. You just made that up. Okay. You just lied. Clearly that's not the case. And he just doesn't understand it. Like, he's too dumb to comprehend why the windows would be blacked out in a daycare facility so that like prying eyes can't look inside, because children's safety is the primary concern. He is too stupid to recognize that, they're not going to open the fucking doors to him, whether they are criminally liable or not. They're not going to fucking open the doors to him. Like, what are we talking about? Why would they open the doors to a random person with like a bunch of masked thugs?
Out there for 8 years. And if you go on Google Maps right now, you can actually see the images of the daycare progress over the past few years. And starting in 2021, the door is boarded up from the image from Google Maps. So I think like if you show that, it's actually pretty crazy to see. And then they moved the building and they cut open a door on the backside of the building as well, where they had a quality learning center. One man's been living there since 2017, hasn't seen a single child. And when I go and post my video on X, a lot of people were saying, well, Nick, you went during winter break. Well, actually, I went December 16th. School was still in session, so kids should still be going to daycare. The following days after the video then goes viral and gets over 100 million views, they have a person come out and he says, no, we're open. I'm the manager. I'm the son of the owners. We're open. At that same time, simultaneously, the lady who's in charge, the Commissioner of Children of Minnesota, says the daycare closed a week ago.
Quality Learning Center, which Brown says permanently closed last week.
While we have questions about some of the methods that were used in the video, we do take the concerns that the video raises about fraud very seriously.
So I film my video, daycare is allegedly open. Then a few days later, the lady says that the daycare was closed while that guy is outside telling people that the daycare is open.
I mean, it seems like that learning center has had a serious history of violations.
Quality Learning Center, yes.
Yeah, going back to 2020.
Yeah, it's literally not a daycare.
But how could they have violations related to childcare if there was no kids there?
Yeah, the way they're operating inside of there, they had the violations. Those people are not able, they were operating fraudulently inside that daycare.
But fraud would mean there's no kids, but the violations relate to like poor safety conditions that put the kids in danger.
And so why would they be operating, and why would Minnesota continue?
Bro. This is a unique instance where someone is too dumb to get owned in a conversation. I'm not kidding when I say he's medically stupid. The questions Andrew's asking are all the same questions that I asked when I first watched the video, right? Where I was like, when we were looking through the Department of Human Services licensing reports, and we found that like every single one of these daycares had been audited as a part of the routine licensing process. And they actually had some instances of not fraud, but some issues, right? Like substandard conditions and things like that. But all of that actually proved that there were kids there. There were obviously children there, right? But I guess the very same people that looked at my commentary at the time, the very same people that were looking at my commentary at the time and saying, "Oh, you're dumb, you're wrong, actually, F you, you're biased, you're a commie." Genuinely a dumbass, right? Like, the Republican audiences were looking for a person who has the intellectual capacity of a sea cucumber. Like, it was, it's not even the Ben Shapiro's. I know from the Ben Shapiro's we pivoted to the Andrew Tates of the world, and clearly a lot of right wingers were like, "Oh, it's just too intellectual. I don't want it. It's woke and gay. I need someone who's even dumber than that and more entertaining." And then from the Andrew Tates of the world, people moved on to like the Asmongols of the world, right? Like a guy who just goes, "Yeah, based." But here we have an even dumber version, like not just like a "yeah, based" kind of guy who just confidently is wrong all the time, but at least in the direction of being pro Donald Trump, but a person who legitimately cannot drive a vehicle, is not legally allowed to operate a vehicle, probably should never boil water, probably should stay away from any sort of kitchen tools and cutlery. And they're like, "This is my guy. This is the fucking GOAT." Wow.
Do you want to have faith in that God's real? Yes. When we die, will we for certain know exactly where we're going? You kind of walk with faith in a way where you hope that the people that you elect are going to work for your best interest.
Hassan, kind of like what the doctors told my mom I was going to be, in parentheses, R-worded. The doctors told your mom that you were going to be like mentally, what's the proper way to say this, by the way. I don't know what it is. What do you say, like medically? Because I say medically stupid, but what's the actual mentally challenged? Bro, that still sounds crazy. Cognitively impaired. Okay, that sounds more woke.
Interest. Do you know for?
I would just say Republican since birth, honestly. Like if I was a doctor and I found out that there was like any sort of cognitive impairment, I'd be like, I'm sorry, ma'am. You're gonna have a wonderful son, but he's gonna be a lifelong Republican voter. Yeah. Yeah, it's a real bad case of RSB, Republican since birth syndrome. It's very fucked up. Many such cases kind of feels like you did not consume enough Tylenol during the pregnancy, and these are the results. This is why we kept telling you, you need more Tylenol in your system. But he will have a wonderful career as a YouTuber ahead of him.
Certainty that the best thing is happening inside the country? Every single time you pay taxes, it's going to go to the place that needs it? No. But on that case, do I feel certain that I know where I'm going to go when I die because of my faith? Yes. But does that mean that it's going to actually happen? Who knows until we pass the other side. So, and then another thing is, we as Americans, how should we feel comfortable knowing that there are daycares receiving millions of dollars while some families are paying upwards of $70,000 a year for their children to be going to daycare?
I mean, it is pretty impressive that his mommy at least tied his shoes for him so he doesn't have to wear the zipper shoes, you know? He doesn't have to wear the Velcro shoes today. So that's pretty chill. You know, he's a big boy. He's meeting up with his idol.
Ever hear about the Amy Bach case?
The white lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amy Bach acknowledged the government has proven fraud among meal sites and vendors that she sponsored under Feeding Our Future, but that it was others, not her.
If you look at the probe that began in 2023, as far as like COVID era, scamming and different types of fraud, there's been over like 60 convictions and millions seized from the fraudsters who took the money away.
Yeah.
But you feel like the state hasn't done enough.
Well, Tim Walz has said they've been stopping to fight fraud since 2019, 2020.
Please abandon the ad hominem on his stupidity. Just call his worldview and argument stupid. It's not a good joke to attack this man directly. It's going to alienate people in the margins. I could be wrong. No, it's pretty funny. Also, I'm not even joking when I say he's medically stupid. I think it's gotten to a point where because everyone is also just as stupid as this guy is, it kind of doesn't matter. Like, it's almost like a superpower. It's good that he's dumb, right? It helps him spread his propaganda further. If he was actually trying to make a convincing, like, intellectual argument, then he would probably alienate, like, 90% of the people that watch the video.
And they're still having millions of dollars being stolen. Billions of dollars.
Where does that $100 million figure come from specifically?
Yeah, so you had all the daycares. With the daycares alone, you had millions of dollars in fraud. And the man, David, who's in my video, he's the one who has the statistics and has the numbers on how much these businesses were operating.
How did you come into contact with David?
He just messaged me on Instagram.
So who is David's source?
David's source, he has somebody inside the Capitol.
And you don't know who it is?
And that's public information as well.
Who is it?
Who is the person's name?
Yeah.
Wait, it's public information, so you don't even need an inside source.
The lady's name, I did not work with her. However, the information that was provided, I can't tell you her name right now, but I could find it on X because but she's also inside the government there inside Minnesota.
But you like fact checked all that and you looked it all up.
Yeah, David.
Oh my God, it is that Republican. It's the Republican in the state government. So that lady was right. Remember when that lady was like, oh, I'm the one who gave this information and told him which daycare Dude, the first 48-hour media cycle of people receiving Nick Shirley's slopaganda was a mind-breaking moment for me. I was like, what am I looking at here? Like, this is a genuinely intellectually stunted individual who's not even making a convincing case. And you got who went to college being like, oh, there's really good journalism here. But I could not understand it. I was like, what am I seeing right now? Like, what has happened to society? Fuck! I could not believe it. I could not believe it. The fucking vice president was like, give this man a Pulitzer. What is going on? I felt like I was in fucking Idiocracy, dude. How is this possible? How did so many... It's not even how stupid he is personally, because that is hilarious to watch. Hilarious to unfold. I mean, he literally went into a medical plaza as like, looked at when I watched the video, the second half of it was like, that's when I was like, we're not surviving as a society. He went into a medical plaza and straight up said, why are there so many competing businesses in this one plaza? Like a guy who doesn't understand the concept of a mall. Like, think about that. Like, that's a new guy. That's a guy that has not existed yet. We're talking guy who straight up crawled out of his mother like yesterday, dude, was comatose for like 23, 24 years and just got out of a coma. Like, how is that possible? Guy who walks outside of PF Chang's and gets scared because he sees like the towering massive horse riders. Okay, he's like, whoa, why is nobody seeing this? Look at how big those guys are. I've never seen an animal that size before. It's gonna trample on me. Whoa, giant horse. Oh, yes, this is why homeschooling children should be illegal, 100%.
Her staff was the people that David had received the information from, because David...
Brother, people saying don't do the accent, he literally said, what the benevolent? Okay, what do you want me to do? I don't know how to do his voice. Like,
what do you mean by the word benevolent?
Like, that's just his voice, dude. Look.
Benevolent. Just... What do you mean by the word benevolent?
What do you mean by benevolent? Read a book! Fuck!
Yeah, it says that Harry Niska, a Republican representative who's a staffer for her, was the one who gave the intel to David.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right, but good on him.
What a comment saying, I have a deep-rooted fear that this is how I come across when I talk to people. This felt like interviewing a COD player. Straight up did not realize Shirley is borderline illiterate. Tracks, though. He's everyone's savior. He's my savior. He's your savior. Thank you, Lamau. You should have said something about Charlie Kirk. I did. No, you didn't. I did. It's in this video. Well, I didn't watch it. You should. I don't want to. Feels like a pretty succinct summation of how this guy sources info. Oh, my God. I just want to point out he's not wearing shoelaces. He's wearing those laces kids get. They can't tie their shoes, by the way. Wait, really?
Actually caring about
I think his mommy actually tied his shoes. I know he can't tie his shoes. Let's be real. But I know his ass can't tie his shoes. But I just assumed his mommy tied it for him. No, it's not Velcro.
Fraud. Fraud's been taking place for
that was the first thing I looked at, chat. Come on, let's be real.
Years.
And it's really affected the city on that big of a level.
Wait. Or the slopaganda that he put out that incited like the incident that ended up taking the life of Renee Good, he would not be found criminally liable in a court of law because of his genuine intellectual disability. I think a jury of his peers, well, not his peers, but you know what I mean, would not be able to find him criminally liable. There is no way. They would be like, no, he does not know what he's doing. If anything, the handlers around him are probably more liable for sending his ass around.
And you mentioned that the mainstream media has kind of been attacking you since this video did its rounds. What are some of the things they've said? Like, what's their main point of attack?
Yeah, if you listen every single time they bring up Nick Shirley on these news sites or the internet or on their TV, they'll say right-wing YouTuber, MAGA YouTuber, conservative. It's never journalist Nick Shirley. It's right-wing journalist.
I mean, yeah, I wonder why, dude. not all that relevant to me. What's a lot more relevant to me is that his stupidity has basically caused him to be incredibly successful in that one propaganda video. So when you get someone who's not even trying to present an argument, but simply just like doing the dumbest shit possible, get elevated by Elon Musk, you can actually change American legislation to a certain degree. Like the government took action after this video. Okay, right place at the right time. Certainly people wanted to distract away from the Epstein files, but it is kind of remarkable. I can't get over it. I just cannot get over the fact that this guy, like demonstrably stupid, medically stupid, was capable of commanding an impressive audience who watched that video and did not think, what the f am I doing getting information from this guy who can't even tie his own shoes? It's over. American society is over. I see the journal, the Nature Journal of Medicine, like the most robust research coming out of China. It's like the top 20 colleges are all Chinese now. This goes hand in hand with that. This goes hand in hand with that. We're cutting R&D. We're cutting research. We're gutting all of these other like institutions of higher learning for not demonstrating proper fealty to the nation state of Israel. It's over. America is committing suicide, a national suicide. And things like this are going to become more and more commonplace.
Riding your bike around.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No.
But I mean, I feel like if you drank and partied and stuff, you might not be able to make as many videos.
Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to show up to my job at McDonald's.
You'd probably be able to hold down a McDonald's job if you had some years.
But if you're referring to being on time and all that stuff, and
I'm talking about the sheer volume of content you've been able to produce over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you think of liberals who use instances such as this to demonstrate why leftists should have voted for Kamala Harris? I have no respect for them because in this moment, if they are not out in the streets protesting against the Trump administration and using this as an instance to left bash when the left was objectively correct, when their criticisms were on Kamala Harris dropping the ball because they knew that this would happen, or at least in my circumstance, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. I'm saying it, dude. I think Democrats don't hate Republicans as much as I do. Okay? They love saying, oh, I guess you want to vote for Trump then. But like, dude, you don't hate Republicans. You want them in your party. You desperately advocate for them to come to your party. You literally have them at your convention. You have them at your convention. You have them come and speak at your convention. You literally have their loyal soldiers come speak at your convention. The border guards, the cops. Like, you love them. You want to the Republicans. You want to hug the Republicans. You want to kiss the Republicans. You want to be Republican. You want to be Republican. You're just a fucking Republican. I hate Republicans. You don't. You want to and you want to suck them. Okay? So stop with this bullshit. Which is why I said Kamala Harris was needed to be better at actually advocating for how this was going to happen, and she never did. Instead, she took a pro-border control stance, a pro-lethal military stance for some reason, and ended up losing because she was dancing around with Cheney and Dick Cheney. This was my point. And liberals who just did not recognize this reality for some weird reason are now, instead of having a moment of self-reflection, having a moment of honesty and realizing that the far graver threat is the fascism that is coming down right now, that is happening right now, are still trying to left bash for some reason. They're trying to yell at the people that are getting arrested. Your ego doesn't matter. Stop trying to protect your goddamn ego. Lock in. This is the exact same reason why the left was also correct when we criticized a bunch of Democrats, 75 of them, I believe, that voted for the Laken Riley Act in the Congress, in both the Senate and the House of Representatives, or even a larger number, I believe. This is it. Democrats actually are basically funding the bullets that are being used on people like Renee Good when they don't stand in opposition to this. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and the 70-odd Democrats who went on the record to thank ICE for their service, like, what are we doing?
How do you think that happened? You're all fucking Nazis. You're fucking Nazis. You don't care? You're a fucking Nazi. Pussy. Pussy. Yeah.
Who are very frustrated with this. And not only are they very frustrated with this, but they're also waking up to the reality that the Democratic Party's representatives are not even representing their anger and frustration. That's precisely the reason why there is an unprecedented level of unpopularity for the opposition party at a time when there's an even higher level of unpopularity for the administration. That's the big difference. Dems right now are not even doing 2016 style resistance liberalism. I do not know where they go from here, but it's crazy to me that they're not even trying to get ahead of the momentum that is building. I said this earlier. Look, I said, I'm going to say it one more time. The liberals are waking up while the Dems are being weirdly timid here. No organizing, no party funds. It's the midterms too. I know I on the Dems a lot, but this is a totally new level of incompetence. Not even 2016 resistance liberalism. It's crazy. And I low key, I think AOC is also not doing enough. And the only people that are aesthetically doing things is like Gavin Newsom, for example. Gavin Newsom knows what time it is. He obviously is not going to be the change, right? He is going to be just as ridiculous, just as ineffective as like, you know, a Kamala Harris presidency would. He's basically just going to be the guy who siphons all of those voters who want some sort of change, right? He's going to siphon all of that angst and animosity that people feel towards the current administration. And his job is to just like mog people, right? That's basically all he's doing. He is not going to represent a serious change. He is not on board with any sort of significant change. He's not showing showing us that he's on board with any significant change. He's just simply doing like posts on Twitter. And what's really frustrating about this is that you either are going to get people who funnel into Gavin Newsom because at least he's the only one that's like, you know, seemingly fighting back through posts, or they're just not going to have anything at all. Like, that's the two options that we have in the Dem leadership and the future of the party right now, is the Bernie-crats not actually really stressing the importance of the moment, not actually coming out and swinging and saying like, hey, this is illegal. We will punish these people. You need to remember that you are not going to be in power forever. And when you are out of power, we will arrest you. We will prosecute you. That's what AOC should be saying right now. If she wants to be the new leader of the party, she should be out there organizing. She should be out there going to Minneapolis. There should be demonstrations. There should be protests. And yes, once again, don't let liberals try to do revisionism on Kamala Harris and the Democrat Party. This is how they campaign against Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Here's the thing, like, we need a Jean-Luc Mélenchon. That's it. We need a Mélenchon. If there was a Mélenchon-style Democrat right now, they would be cleaning the goddamn table. If there was a fighter who wasn't just like doing posts, okay, who wasn't just like aesthetically posturing against the administration like Gavin Newsom, but actually putting their body on the line. And the closest we have to that, unfortunately, to admit here is Ro Khanna, literally. Like the closest we have to that is Ro Khanna right now, which is crazy to say. You know, I've had plenty of criticisms for the guy, but he is doing something. We have Ro Khanna, we have Van Hollen, but as far as like ambitions for higher office, someone who has the capacity to do so, AOC would be that person. AOC could be that person, and she's not being that person right now. Like, you will bring up people like, you know, Dr. Abdul El Sayed or Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Like, yes, Summer Lee, but these are not people that have ambitions for higher office or the capacity to potentially win higher office right now, right? Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, they're doing their best in the positions that they're in. AOC, on the other hand, has like national prominence. That's why I keep stressing that. We're talking about someone with a national platform. Biden and Obama increased ICE funding, and Kamala Harris ran on being tougher on the border than Trump. If we're going to get change, we can't lie about the Democratic Party's complicity. It's true. Lol, you dickbags weren't even concerned about ICE under Biden. You R-worded is so funny to say to fucking Mike from PA. Abel the Jamaican says, I like you, Hassan, but not gonna lie, cringe every time you think the Dems are gonna do something or even care about Americans. It's genuinely so cringe. You're a lib. Brother, we have no other options right now. You understand that, right? I'm trying to do anything I can for self-preservation, you know? Okay? There's a goddamn hemorrhaging wound here, and I'm trying to apply medical gauze, and you're like, why are you doing it, dude? Just bleed out and die. You know that, right? You understand that. Like, I'm not saying the Democratic Party is going to be our savior or anything. Make no mistake. But what options do we have? We have no options. There's nothing else. Well, I'm trying to work with the things that we have at our disposal, or what we're supposed to. Anyway, let's talk about Iran. Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, the story that everyone has been waiting for. Obviously, this is something that took place in Los Angeles, where a U-Haul but I saw a post about like how people misunderstand how the Iranian society operates, how Iranian people operate. That basically said, you know, the Islamic Republic wants women to wear the hijab, but they want the hijabis to build the rockets. And I think that's a pretty solid way to summarize the situation, where they want female engineers. They just want the female engineers to be hijabi. And of course, there are a lot of people who don't want that. A lot of people in Iran that don't find that to be, that find that level of repression to be unacceptable. And as far as, oh yeah, this is it. People don't here. This was the take. People don't understand the mindset of the Islamic Republican in the slightest. They are not looking for personal enrichment, Assad. They are not a sponsored state like North Korea. They're not a foreign clan ruling over an occupied country. They are a homegrown ideological movement with a large base of support. Exactly. Approximately 1/4 of the country is firmly committed to this support. They're firmly committed to this ideological movement. This is why it's a little different. They are motivated by nationalism, anti-Westernism. These first two draw their leftist and secular supporters inside of Iran. This person is not talking about outside of Iran. He's talking about people inside of Iran that still find themselves in support of the current administration in Iran, and a desire to cultivate a society that is both modern and Islamic. This last part is where most people get lost. They can imagine that Iranians want true sovereignty, or that they hate the West like other global Southerners. It's hard for Westerners to understand that Iranians are not the Taliban. They don't want to deprive women of education. They want a hijabi to design the missiles. This is why Qasem Soleimani was to Ardeshir Zahedi a soldier of Iran nationalism, to third worldists and anti-imperialists, and to people in Iran fighting for values. This is the reality. Iran is an incredibly complex and incredibly diverse country. Okay, many different sects, different religions, and many different ethnic groups exist under one nation's boundaries. A nation that is built around thousands and thousands of years of shared history. No matter who, quote unquote, runs Iran, there is always going to be a tremendous amount of difficulties, especially considering that there is the Balochistan independence movement. You got the Kurds, you got the Turks, you got the Azeri Turks, you got the Persians, right? You have Iranian Jews, which are much tinier, obviously, in numbers. I believe around like 11,000. But ultimately, this is the reason why it's a very difficult country to, and Arabs, Uzbeks, yes. It has had a very, bro, that tweet is obviously pro IR. No, this person is not pro Islamic Republic, brother. Actually, that's the reason why I said he's not, he probably doesn't align with me on some of the things. Like, I mean, I'm not pro Islamic Republic either, but I am pro Iranian sovereignty. I'm sure you can get Sharkzadeh to clarify his take. He's a great content creator, but you're obviously misinterpreting it if I'm understanding you correctly. He's saying hijab is not repressive or incompatible with modernity. You're completely butchering his take. No, I personally think not that hijab is incompatible with modernity, but I personally think that for those who are devoid of choice does become repressive. His take there is simply stating that people see the hijab and they think, oh, this is just like the Taliban. Women can't read. Women are not allowed to read. That's not the case. That's the juxtaposition. That's what he's actually highlighting here. I'm saying that some of the reasons as to why the Islamic Republic is seen in a very negative light, despite the fact that initially in the revolution, it was seen as the most viable outcome and the most viable popular support receiving faction that would deliver Iranian sovereignty. Years since the Iranian Revolution has been met with tremendous scrutiny over time. Part of the reason why they have receive this scrutiny is because of the repressive elements of the state. There's also obviously some speculation surrounding corruption, but ultimately the major force here is the economy. And the reason why the economy is the way it is because of the United States of America. As a Muslim, this is just ridiculous. The talking point should not be about the hijab. It's not. For the youth that experience economic shocks and feel like and recognize a sense of crisis, that then on top of that, experience repression from a very powerful regional actor that is consistently at battle with America's vassal state, Israel, in the region, that is desperately trying to maintain sovereignty. They both derive their power. They both derive their legitimacy from being anti-Western. bias in terms of living under a rule where there's like, you're like what you could possibly experience as freedoms, you do not get. You're not recognizing how much that plays a role for especially a lot of young people. And simply discarding that as, or casting that aside as the silliness of youth is not correct. But to what end? Do you want them to become like France? No, that's not what I said at all. What I said simply was giving people it's already happened in bigger cities. Like the liberalization has already happened in bigger cities. Just do it across the board. It's that simple. That's it. And not only after like massive discontent and massive protests, but do it as a mechanism of survival. But I do think that because the Islamic Republic derives its legitimacy from being anti-West, and in that side of the world, the most effective way to showcase your anti-Western bona fides is by being Islamist. That is the most uncorruptible force. That's the way it's seen. Any sort of giving up on that mentality will be met with resistance from your base. And that's basically what I'm trying to explain, which is they're stuck between a rock and a hard place in many instances, where if they were to let up on that, they could potentially lose some of their own base, and then they couldn't justify their existence any longer. As a matter of fact, this is part of the problem right now, because the economic situation has gotten so bad that they're actually losing their own base of support. This is, I believe, the major reason as to why Trump and Israel didn't strike Iran this time around, because they entertained it, they talked about it, but I felt like if they were to actually strike Iran in the midst of these protests, it would have actually whipped up public support back in the direction of the administration, because that is what happened last time around. Because it's not like the Iranian people are oblivious to Western intervention. They're very aware of it. Maybe some don't remember a life before the Islamic Revolution, especially because the Iranian Revolution, especially because they were not around back then. But there was a reason for why the Iranian public, got together and deposed of the Shah. Yeah, also, for the record, another fact about Iran that a lot of people don't understand is that the Iranian nation has some of the highest density, highest share of college-educated populations. And on top of that, the female to male ratio at university is the highest in the world. That's why I always laugh when people are like, oh, the Iranian women are like, they're being kept behind. Like these, you just don't know anything. That's not the case at all. That is where we're at as far as this iteration of the Iranian protests. For me, if I was the Ayatollah, I would, number one, develop nukes instantly. And number two, work on, I mean, obviously this is stupid and everyone's going to say that's not going to happen, obviously. But like I would work on removing the parallel state that I have designed around reasserting my power, and make way for more socially conscious, more socially liberal forms of reform. Have a more laissez-faire attitude about certain things. Don't siege Leningrad, take it immediately. Yeah, I know. Well, develop nukes instantly, first and foremost. I think there is also a real issue with what the government has also consistently seen as like the number one ideological enemies, or at least the most threatening ideological enemies. And some might say, oh, it's because it's the socialists, but the socialists were, aligning with Iraq, and that's the reason, or MEK. But that's not the reason. There are plenty of very progressive, leftist, socialist, communist, Iranian writers, academics, organizers, and people that have existed throughout time. As a matter of fact, they played a formative role in the Iranian Revolution alongside the Ayatollah. And yet they were cast aside, persecuted, subjugated. And of course, from an anti-imperialist perspective, while that is, that was a spectacular failure with long-term consequences, such as the only alternatives or the only options being for the Iranians, like leaning into Israel or CIA or some shit, like the Shah, people who want to bring back the Shah, or people who want MEK to take over the Iranian government, which is neither of which are going to happen. The main ops have always been leftists. Bro, do you know anything what the fuck are you saying? If you were the Ayatollah, this is such pro-Islamic regime shit. Yes, you're right. Me saying that Iranian sovereignty is being threatened when there is internal instability born out of the repressive forces of the Islamic Republic is me being pro-Ayatollah, because you don't understand the English language. attacking Iran, but could change his mind depending on unfolding developments. Some officials said Trump may strike first and then seek serious talks with Tehran. We may have to act because of what is happening before the meeting, he said Sunday. Trump is also going to put a 25% tariff on any country that's doing business with Iran. This is why everything that you hear from Americans is inconsistent and fucked up. They do not care about Iranian sovereignty. Please, please, please do not fall for this bullshit. And if Iranians come in here and try to tell me like, no, you don't understand, we want these kinds of, we want our economy to collapse, you're basically begging for your own demise. There are plenty of Iranians who are protesting against the government, not because they are upset about the repression that they're experiencing, but more so because of the economy. And the economy is the way it is because of America. We are helping Iran by killing Iranians, either through direct military intervention in the form of bombings or through indirect intervention in the form of starving them, by starving out the Iranian economy. President Trump says he's slapping a 25% tariff on goods from China, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, India, Russia, Iraq, Pakistan, Oman, Malaysia, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, among other countries, because they're doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran. God, it's so devastating. It's just so Just the other day, an innocent young woman in the United States, an American citizen and mother of 3, was executed by ICE at point blank range. The U.S. administration labeled her a domestic terrorist, while President Trump called it a matter of self-defense. The Department of Homeland Security threatened Americans that if you lay a finger on a federal officer or agent, you will face the full extent of the law. Here in Iran, police officers are being executed by actual terrorists overseen by what Mr. Pompeo has openly called Mossad agents. And we have the receipts. Does this look like a protest for freedom, or the exact kind of scenes that the U.S. administration would never tolerate within its own borders? I'm not going to show you the video, but yes, that is, you know, they light it on fire. Yeah, sorry, Arakshi, that's a bit of a whataboutism. You're doing the same thing ICE did. Okay, that's not even a whataboutism, okay? It's worse in some ways because obviously they killed a lot more people. If a similar situation occurred in America, we would be nuking half of the nation. There is no world where like American protesters take up arms and start burning like churches and shit, and then the American government doesn't assassinate like tens of thousands of people. I mean, let's be real. Sure, the security forces and the police are an extension of the regime in the eyes of a lot of people, and it's understandable that they are frustrated, and it's understandable that their protest goes beyond and does turn violent. But make no mistake, the only time that shit ever works is January 6th, okay? Get a bunch of fucking socialists or liberals even to come together and stand in front of ICE agents with their weapons drawn and you know, kill a couple cops, and let's see how the American government reacts, okay? And that's really funny also because the very same, like I want a free and sovereign Iran. I want a free, democratic, sovereign Iran. I want what's best for the Iranian people, okay? And I totally understand why the Iranian population is saying enough is enough. Having said that, right-wingers do not have the same consistency. They are the ones who are going, free Iran, fuck the Ayatollah, kill them, kill the Ayatollah. And then they fucking turn around in America and they go, ICE should be able to fuck your mom. ICE should be able to come into your house, no warrant whatsoever, and basically rape and pillage your fucking cabinets and kill your family members. And sorry, you have to comply with all of that because otherwise you're not a good boy. You're a bad boy. So what the fuck are we doing? Comply or die. It's so ridiculous. All the while, we talk about like freeing Iran, and the reason why they're suffering is because of us. We are causing their suffering. The number one reason, even beyond the Islamic Republic or anything like that, is American sanctions. It's American intervention. It's specifically American sanctions. We're starving the Iranian population with this purpose. We're starving the Iranian population so they fucking rise up. And then when they end up rising up, we go, all right, here's our guy. Here's how you should run the country. Yeah, and obviously the Europeans are disgusting as well. EU's callous threatens tougher sanctions on Iran over brutal crackdown. I mean, they're disgusting. And I'm sorry, but Europe kind of deserves Donald Trump as their leader. They do. We've already seen this inconsistency in the way that they talked about Venezuela versus the way they talked about Greenland, and they kind of deserve being vassalized in this way and being routinely disrespected by our absolutely moronic administration in the most overt ways possible, where it's just like the ways in which Trump communicates with European leaders is kind of like insult to injury all the time. Yeah, they're worse because they still have decent education, no excuse for the evil. Yeah, no, they're doing it for the love of the game. At least we have incompetent morons running our country. These people are not incompetent morons. So bunch of libtards and body bags in an effort to get them to understand that you must never oppose the Trump regime. When Asman Mole was asked to clarify if dead Muslim Iranian child equals bad and liberal white American woman equals good, he said no comment. Yeah, based. Violence in Iran creates messy imagery, and Trump is more inclined to intervene militarily when he sees an easy, smooth, and quick path to victory. When things are messy and challenging, he keeps a distance. In Yemen, against better advice, he went after the Houthis, but quickly changed his mind after the quick victory he was promised never materialized. And the Houthis took down 2 U.S. fighter jets. Even if the protesters look like they're winning, Trump will likely wait till the last and safest moment before he intervenes so he can secure credit at minimum cost. The violent clampdown might also leave Trump with the impression that once the regime has his back completely against the wall, it is more likely to fight back than to capitulate. Its clampdown up until last night was, by its standards, very restrained. But then it dramatically turned more deadly once the regime believed it fought for its survival. Tehran is likely signaling the same message to Trump. Yes, it has only struck back symbolically against U.S. attacks since 2020, but now it'll be different since it sees no exit if the U.S. attacks. Also, a lot of people are not understanding that internally you have the government, you have the Ayatollah, and then you have the IRGC. So there's numerous different factions within the government, and the IRGC works in line with the Ayatollah, even if they might have differences in opinion every now and then. Sometimes they might be even more militant, as a matter of fact. But the IRGC is where the Ayatollah derives his power from, both with its interventions in the region, but also internally as well. So there is that separate reality as well. So even if you were to do like a Maduro, first of all, you can't do a Maduro style thing to the Ayatollah. That would literally cause Iran to lose its mind, and then you would see what a more muscular or more militant IRGC would look like, and not the much more restrained version of that directed by the Ayatollah. But ultimately, it's not like you can't do a decapitation, right? You just can't do a decapitation of the head of state in Iran and then it's over. You know what I mean? And then you install your puppet. You can't really do that anywhere. You need to have like certain aspects of the military on your side. And I don't think that they have that in Iran anyway, like for Western intervention. So at most, a lot of the conflict is led on the sectarian infighting side. You know, you got the Kurds, you got the Turks. The Azeris are actually kind of on board, and so many of the Turks are as well, on top of the Persians. But then you also have, you have people with different interests inside of the country that are not very fond of. Yeah, you have the Balochis as well. And yes, current Ayatollah is Azeri Turk. He might not be Turk, but I like to say that he is. The reformists perform well electorally among the Kurdish and Azeri areas. Yes, but the problem is the reformists don't actually end up bringing about reform. Trump's statement regarding the son of the previous Shah is instructive here. Trump said it wouldn't be appropriate for them to meet. Appropriateness is dependent on the circumstances, and as circumstances change, so does appropriateness. Trump is essentially saying that he's not ready to go all regime change yet, but he will not wait for Tehran forever either. Israel's a different matter, of course, as its interest is distinct from that of Trump's, as well as, Sina is right. Israel's interests are very different from Trump's interests with Iran. Trump will play ball with the Ayatollah. He doesn't give a fuck until Israel makes the boss call and says, no, no, no. This is not true in the 80s and 90s when Israel had less influence, yet Americans were extremely interventionist. Americans preferred Islamic Revolution to MEK taking power, but turned on them due to risks that the Shia in Saudi and elsewhere would weaken Saudi Arabia. The Gulf Arab states also are trying to play off America against Iran. True. That's also true. That's another major player here as well. Saudi Arabia in particular. But the reason why we don't talk about that is because that's just brownie points for America. The real player here is always going to be Israel. Israel must enjoy total security, and for that to be achieved, the rest of the region must be in a state of complete insecurity vis-a-vis Israel. Back in August 2025, I wrote in Foreign Policy that Israel was likely to restart the war in Iran before the end of 2025. Much indicates that Israel may do exactly this in the next few hours or days. Important to understand that it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons, freedom, or democracy, and everything to do with Israel's demands that no country in the region should be able to deter Israel. That is, Israel must enjoy total security, and for that to be achieved, the rest of the region must be in a state of complete insecurity vis-a-vis Israel. Israel cannot achieve or sustain this on its own. It needs the U.S. There is no universe in which signing up to indefinitely sustain and pay for Israel's dream of a greater Israel is America first. True. I think that ultimately we'll see what Big Daddy Israel wants here, considering that we have decided to offload all of our Middle Eastern interventionist policies to Israel, giving Israel a commanding position here. I suspect that that's going to happen here as well. Like if you're Iranian people over and over again, advocated for Israel to bomb Iran, okay, got Israel to successfully bomb Iran, celebrated it, got America to bomb Iran, celebrated that, turning around and being like, oh, free Iran, oh my God. It's like, bitch, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian people. Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. If you are pro-Israel, you are not pro-Iran, okay? Everybody knows the game is up. We know you are Israel first. You're not America first. You're Israel first. If you're pro-Israel and you're Israel first, you don't give a fuck about the Iranian population. Get the fuck out of here. If you're America first, once again, you end up still being Israel first. Let's be real. And you definitely still don't give a shit about the Iranian population. It's so crazy. And it's funny because, like, as I showed you with the Asmongold situation, the motherfucker's not even America first. He's like, oh, let's free the people of Iran. It's like, bitch, you advocated to kill Americans. You advocated for this regime to kill American protesters. Fuck you mean? Like, what are you talking about? What the fuck do you mean? Free Iran? Bitch, free America from Donald Trump, and free America from you. And we got Matthew Petty. Matthew Petty says the point of the U.S.-Israeli investment in Pahlavi satellite channels, etc., is not to make the Iranian opposition more effective, but to make them more dependent and therefore useful bargaining chips. It's similar to U.S. policy in Syria, where they backed rebel groups at first because they assumed Assad was going to fall no matter what, then later because they assumed the country would be stalemated and wanted leverage over the outcome either way. Yeah, it's the same reason why they quote-unquote back Kurds, both in Iran now as well, for the record, but also all around. They will back these groups specifically to get leverage over the Iranian government and try to get them to do their bidding. Let's look at this fucking demon too. To the Iranian people, your long nightmare is soon coming to a close. Your bravery and determination to end your oppression has been noticed by the POTUS and all who love freedom. Like, what are we talking about, dude? When President Trump makes Iran great again, Iran great again, it means the protesters in Iran must prevail over the Ayatollah. That is the clearest signal yet that, hey, President Trump understands Iran will never be great with the Ayatollah and his henchmen in charge. Those to all who are sacrificing in Iran, God bless, help is on the way. Incredible stuff. Thank you, Lindsey Graham. The Crown Prince's statement about the folly of negotiating with the Iranian regime and the need to act on behalf of the Iranian people is beyond reasonable criticism. They activated all the different groups. So you have people who are pro-Shah, and then you have people who are in the pocket of MEK. Bolton is an MEK advocate, an MEK acolyte, and so is Rudy Giuliani. And MEK has even less support than the Shah in Iran. And the Shah doesn't necessarily have a reasonable amount of support either. Because I need you to understand something, okay? These people have already successfully deposed of the Shah. These people, the Iranian population, already historically successfully deposed of the Shah. There is no way that they will entertain Western intervention, no matter how much they suffer. They are incredibly resilient, incredibly proud people. I just don't believe that there is any world where the Iranians will be like, oh, great, we're a Western puppet state now. It's fine. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I do not believe it. They do not want internal repression, and that's the most just and understandable position that people can hold, for sure, 100%. And there's a lot of internal conflict on sectarian boundaries, on sectarian lines, but the Iranian people must decide for themselves how they will be governed. That's it. There's communists in Iran. Yeah, they're all in prison, brother. What are you talking about? Yes, there are. They've been tortured, killed, and also imprisoned. So there are some communists in Iran for sure. I mean, they were fairly successful at a certain point, but you know, they were the #1 ops. I don't get it. Why is that funny? Because we like the Iranian communists. We like the Iranian socialists. And it would be a very different situation right now if the major forces that brought about the Iranian revolution that ended up winning in the power struggle were the actual Soviet aligned, or not even Soviet aligned necessarily, but like Soviet agnostic socialist movement, which played a major role alongside everybody else in the Iranian revolution. Mossadegh, was Mossadegh socialist? He was more of a social democrat, but even the modest amount of changes that he wanted to implement in terms of taking a new look at the oil contracts that were endlessly exploitative by British Petroleum was enough for the American government to come in and do a coup and get him out, and then put in charge the puppet, the Shah, which of course had no real legitimacy in the eyes of the Iranian population and therefore engaged in unlimited cruelty. secret police, like all of like if given the option, they would play ball. They would love to play ball with America. They just understandably hate Israel. America respects Erdogan's intelligent monetary policy and wants to keep him as great inspiration for the American century of prosperity. No, that's why. No, that's why he got Maduro. That's why he loves Erdogan, and also he arrested Maduro so that he could learn from Maduro's operations and how the central bank should be controlled by the executive. This is the brilliant mind of the United States of America leaning into the nation, the glorious century of prosperity for America. Yesterday, Asmongold mistook a massive pro-Iranian government rally for an anti-government protest. There are so many people, he says with amazement. This is absolutely insane. Iran is cooked. Then he moves on until a viewer tells him to go back and read the description. Right after, Asmongold marvels at an AI video of a fake protest. He's the perfect representation of how Americans mindlessly consume propaganda. Today, millions of Iranians protest against American intervention following threats from Trump. Like the rest of Western media, Asmongold will surely dismiss them like he did for the protests in Venezuela.
But you can see there are just so many people around here. This is absolutely insane.
Wait. This is Iran today. Absolutely massive crowds rising up against violence, U.S. Israeli-backed rioters and foreign interference, and not a peep from Western mainstream media, of course.
And so, yeah, exactly. Damn, exactly. So you're seeing a tremendous, like, as I said, guys, it's circling the drain. It's the beginning of the end. I mean, whenever you get confused between
I see. The Nick Shirley technique. I can't even shit on him because they did this in Cuba. And it was Fox News that did this in Cuba, if you remember, because this is a technique that foreign adversaries apply all the time, where they'll bring out the masses to the streets to protest against like American intervention. And I remember they literally did this during SOS Cuba, where they had like the pro-government protesters that had like the Cuban Revolution flag and stuff like that, and they straight up lied and said, look at all these Cubans that are taken to the streets. At least the Cuba opposition and government have the same flag. Wouldn't the giant Islamic Republic flag tip you off? No, he doesn't know what the Islamic Republic flag looks like. He doesn't understand what the difference is. What is the difference between this thing and a lion from where he's standing? Nothing.
Oh, that's really it. And wasn't that post-pro regime? I don't know if it was or not. Let me see what it says. Violent U.S.-Israeli backpackers. Oh, these are people. Oh, wait a minute. I see it. I didn't read it. I just assumed that it was one of the positive protests. But no, these are actually people that are supporting Iran. Well, these are all people. Look at this. Wow. And they're all in the, the robes and all of that. And they're all happy about it. So I did get it wrong. Okay. And so, yeah, it looks like there are a lot of people that do still support the regime, sincerely follow our leader. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. Look at this. This is crazy. Oh, my God. I don't know if this looks like it's an AI generated video. It does.
Oh, does it? Oh, that's funny.
I mean, this is incredible. And also, like, everything's all lit up. I thought they turned out the power. So
what? No, they turned off the internet, man. Also, even if they turned off the power, the phones could still be lit up. You know what I mean? The Ayatollah turned off the electricity in the entire country. Okay, people are dying in the hospitals. They turned off the electricity. They were like, enough. You've had enough. If there was a coordinated threat to like ICE, they'd 1000% shut off our internet. I mean, look, once again, Asmagov would be basting his face off if the American government behaved like the Iranian government. Okay, we know that. It's not even a hypothetical. He has literally demanded it. Apparently, the IRGC themselves are recording 12,000. Iran International Executive Director Mehdi Parpanchi says the figure of 12,000 Iranians killed in a protest based on an IRGC intelligence report submitted to the Iran's presidential. Okay, dude. No, this has got to be another instance of casualty versus killed. In the reporting, when people write casualties, this happens with Hamas as well. Hamas communiques will say casualties. Casualties imply people that have been maimed, people that have been shot, people that are in critical condition. And injuries in general, whereas killed is like a person whose life has been taken. I have not seen the 10,000 numbers. At most, this could probably be, if it's real, at most it's probably a casualty figure that they misreported on as killed. However, the numbers are staggering for sure. Because the first couple of days, I think it was like 500 or something. That's what the initial reporting was. Israeli foreign policy goals, alas. One point that I will always go back to is that, you know, my heart is with the people as always, no matter which country that we're talking about. Having said that, however, I will never trust someone who is pro-Israel when they're communicating freeing Iran. I'm sorry, you don't want to free Iran. You want Iran to turn into Syria. You want Iran to turn into Syria. You want to destroy it. You want to turn it into a failed state so it does not have the military prowess or the capabilities of striking back when you decide to finalize your greater Israel project. Suck my dick. I know you don't give a shit when Muslims are dying because you've defended Israel. Okay? You've defended Israel over and over again. Is CBS pro-Israel? Are you kidding me? That's why they purchased it. Yeah, 2,000 is enough for it to be insane. Why do these people always have to make it even higher? Well, it's the same as like October 7. You could have just looked at October 7 and been like, this is a catastrophe. How do we get here? But it didn't matter. They had to be like, they're decapitating babies while raping them, you know? Like, the truth is not enough. They have to literally they have to do atrocity propaganda. That's how it always is. They have to just be like, no, they killed, like, Israel kills hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza. That's nothing. That's just, you know, the cost of doing business. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about that. Iran, on the other hand, they've killed 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, you know, however many thousands. Like, it's like, just report on it accurately. Report on it accurately. It's already an unimaginably cruel form of state repression that took place anyway. The very fact that it got to this point is already proof that, you know, there is a lot that's going on with the Iranian government that is unsustainable. It should never get to that point. Someone highlight this, please. Iranians are not Muslim. We are Zoroastrian. Islam was imposed on us through Arabs' invasion. Oh, brother, please. Oh, my Lord, dude. Dude, this is fun because chatters are about to find out what some of the most insane versions of LARP actually look like. Yeah, dog, you're right. Iran is still maintaining Zoroastrianism, the world's oldest, like, monotheistic organized religion. I think a lot of people don't understand this, and as a Turkish person, I sympathize with it maybe a little too much, and that's the reason why a lot of people make it seem as though, yeah, these idiots act like Islam came to Iran in 1979. This is a little bit of this is my, like, Reddit atheism coming out a little bit, which is how I used to be when I was growing up in Turkey. I definitely understand why people would not be fond of a lot of the repressive attitudes demonstrated by the Iranian government. That's it. Like, I get it. I know it. I get it. Anyone that sits around and acts as though the Islamic forms of governance that is implemented in this massive, incredibly diverse country, entirely comprised of Muslims, by the way, but is not, you know, there's different strokes for different folks, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, not every Muslim. Turkey is a overwhelmingly majority Muslim country, and if you had morality police in any capacity in a Turkish street, people would revolt in the same way. A lot of people look at Islam as this, like, monolithic understanding of the world, not realizing that every Muslim country has very different ways of self-governance. My biggest fear in Iran is that, you know, this kind of, partially due to the incompetence of the government in terms of having to deal with the external forces, external pressures, and also having to increase its internal repression, is going to lead to a failed state, and then have a Syrianization of Iran, you know, and that's going to be even worse than Syria if we're being real. And what a lot of people, I think, fail to consider with Iran is that kind of destabilization actually gives infinitely more credence and credibility to the Islamic State. Like, the Iranian government gets all of its justification for repression from external these external factors. Because in the absence of any sort of unifying figure, in the absence of any sort of like connective tissue that holds this very diverse country together, it will collapse. 100% Turkey does the same, but to a lesser degree. I mean, what Turkey's done since Erdogan came to power is not even remotely similar to the way that the Islamic Republic has acted in terms of enforcing, like, religious mandates, and that's not even a comparison. It's weird because the mutual belief that they have in Islam, in Shia Islam. So there is no secularization taking place in that regard. But also at the same time, like, it needs to be top down, is what I'm saying. Like, either you need to, if the largest points of pressure is the government, is the state repression, is the economy, and external actors consistently trying to intervene in your affairs, you have to eradicate one of these three. You have to. One of these three things has to go, because if it doesn't, then you have this. If we're looking at the triangle of pressures that the Iranian people are experiencing, one of these things has to give. Oh no, bro, I'd rather support the side that provides Palestinians with sniper rifles, Yemenis with drones, and Lebanese with missiles. This side at this time happened to be the mullahs, so I'm from the survival of the mullahs. In 1929, Togliatti said that if Mussolini starts supporting Algerian guerrillas against France, Italian communists must not oppose this. It's the same with Iran and Hamas. No, I understand why so many people have this position as well. I get it. A destabilized Iran, a failed state in Iran, is not only going to be good for the Iranian people, but it will certainly not be good for any of the other countries that are being dominated, any of the other people that are being dominated by American imperialism and Western imperialism in general, and Israel first and foremost, which is an expression of American imperialism in the region. What should Iranians do? Just protest every day and die without internet? No country is not helping my people. No other country is not helping my people. No, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that something's got to give. So if those are the three major factors here at play, it's the economy, which is born out of Western sanctions, right? Like, Americans are actively starving the Iranian population. And if the other side of the pressures is internal repression, and if the last side of the triangle is consistent Western intervention, not even like from the economy side, but Western intervention in the form of like espionage and destabilization and things like that, you have to tackle one of these three issues. And I think the one that is the most tackleable is internal repression. The example I'll always use is, I mean, you look at the Gulf states, right? Infinitely less woke than the Iranian government really is. Let's be real, right? The Gulf states are way less woke, quote unquote woke, than the Iranian government is. And yet their people don't revolt. Why don't they revolt? Because they're not on the receiving end of unimaginable sanctions and have consistently been thwarted and destabilized. These are Gulf monarchies that are held together fairly stably with an entire like the civilians, the actual population they might have like their disagreements with the government, but they can't really do anything. They can't really say anything. It's a monarchy, right? But they don't feel the need to, because they're still prospering. They have stable economies, all things considered. We saw one example of a single resource economy that was unstable, with the people rising up and freaking out. Saudi Arabia, for the longest time, was also a singular resource economy, and it's the same singular resource, and yet they were allowed to exist. What could be the difference between Venezuela and Saudi Arabia in terms of internal repression, in terms of religious repression, for example, or persecution at the behest of like on religious grounds, exists in Gulf states in the same exact ways, if not worse ways, than it does in Iran. What could perhaps be the reason why it doesn't actually become a real problem in the Gulf states, but it becomes a real problem in Iran? There's one factor here, and that is playing ball with the West. Do you understand? That's it. And it's ironic because I know for a fact that the Iranians that are protesting on the streets also don't want Western intervention as well, no matter how hard some people try to make it seem as though they're like, they want the Shah to come in, or they want Israel to come in and protect Iranians or whatever. No, that's not how Iranians are. I'm sure there's some Iranians that are like saying all that dumb shit, but ultimately, no, Iranians just want sovereignty, okay? They want to live normal lives as everybody else does. Like, I promise you, if there's one country on this planet that has been unimaginably resilient to external forces and external pressures, it has been fucking Iran. They already had a successful revolution for this reason. You couldn't be more wrong saying the regime has a lot of support in Iran. If you're PR, the government in Iran, you are either benefiting financially or connected to the RGC in some way. I knew you grew up in Turkey, but from my firsthand experience, you don't realize how bad things are. No, I do. I mean, come on. This is the same thing that I tell my Turkish counterparts as well, who say like Erdogan doesn't have any support, and year over year we have deluded ourselves into thinking that Erdogan does not have a base of support. He does. 90 million people. There is a of the country. It doesn't work. There's no sanctions on Saudi Arabia in the same way that there is in Iran. This doesn't mean that like the people's demands are not just, for the record, in Iran. They are just. Do you think CIA and Mossad are involved, or is it a rebellion? It's both. There is very real anger and resentment in Iran. That doesn't mean that there isn't like CIA and Mossad involvement in it. Of course there is. That's why I said it's very difficult to have a real civil war at any point in this day and age. You cannot have like a real ass civil war. You cannot have like a real ass revolution at this point, because unless you have like overwhelming militancy in your organizing born out of a domestic population, it's going to be very difficult.
We have some horrific information coming in from Iran right now.
CBS 8 San Diego, over 12,000. ABC says over 2,000 casualties. CBS goes 12,000. Death toll has, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the actual death toll is. I don't know. But it is crazy to me that like the president is saying we don't know how many people have actually died, but apparently CBS knows. How the did they find out? I wonder.
Patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible.
Yeah, I'm going to be using this clip in a couple months when this is happening in America, okay? Just remember that. Just remember all the things that this administration is saying about the righteous protests of the Iranian people. They deserve to be free. All that. Patriots, rise up, okay? You have nothing to lose but your chains. When that shit is going down in America, then you'll see from the administration that brought you, if you don't obey, you die, comes patriots rise up and storm government buildings.
If the numbers are right, now I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But
oh, really? Because yesterday you said Renee Good was being really disrespectful, implying that she did deserve to die in the hands of ICE because of her disrespect. Oh, really? I mean, I agree. Even one death is too much. I agree. I think it's bullshit. What the Iranian government has done is bullshit. Having said that, very strange for the American regime to be saying these things in the process of mass apprehensions, door knocking operations, and dragnets taking place in Minneapolis. Very strange, Trump. What's going on here? It's odd. It's very odd. And I do see this inconsistency with all of the Republican commentariat. They all talk extensively. They talk extensively about how people deserve to die in America if they disobey commands from ICE. And then they turn around and talk about free Iran. As I said yesterday, bitch, what do you mean free Iran? Free us too. Me, free Iran. I'm hearing you say, don't free America from the American regime. Motherfucker be like, free Iran. Free you. Free you. Free you. Free me. You mean, dude? Free us. God damn. Yeah, I tweeted this yesterday. I said, nothing more insane than seeing the American right wingers on this website demand the government kill ICE protesters only to turn around and say free Iran. Bitch, you don't even want to free America. What do you mean free Iran? You're demanding the American regime kill your countrymen right now. Free us too, bro. What the fuck? Rise up, patriots. Take over the institutions. I say some shit like that in America. I got a squad car outside of my house in less than an hour.
I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers, but I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs.
Yeah, he's not even doing the classic in Iran. Like, he should be adding in Iran at the tail end of all of these statements, because if you just leave it hanging like that, people are going to get the wrong idea, because this is our Shah. This is our Pahlavi. This is the great Shah. He loves the gold. He loves the gold toilets and all this shit. He is our own version of the Shah. And this motherfucker's out here talking about like storming government facilities, you know? I'm just saying, it's a weird thing to be saying if you are also a ruthless autocrat actively trying to turn the United States of America into your own version of this like fascist economy, fascist government. Very repressive. Utilizing your own personal military force. Sure, it's not called Savak, okay? It's called ICE. Different name. to have this level of misinformation flying around. And not only that, but instead of like mainstream media basically picking up the slack and getting better at reporting accurately, they've decided to lean into Twitter-style misinformation with one of the major American news outlets, CBS, after the Ellison takeover. And I think that's really, really damaging. That is really, really devastating. And if you can't see why that's devastating, I don't know what to tell you. Like, are you kidding me?
At least 12,000 people have been killed in Iran amid these protests. Possibly as many as 20,000 people have been killed. So this is according to CBS News. That's where we get our information. Our network has a lot of sources there, looking through all the videos, talking to several people. And unfortunately, this is the
what the f is this?
Information we're getting. As you know, the internet has been cut off. Just recently this morning, phone calls have been back on, but only for people in Iran to call people outside of the country. People are not able to call into Iran from outside. And still the internet, it's shut off for so many. We've heard people having to go several hundreds of miles to just upload some of the videos that you're seeing from Iran. So a source inside Iran was able to call out to CBS News today, saying security forces were also visiting many of the private hospitals across Tehran, the capital, and they're threatening staff to hand over the names and addresses.
I don't think this is good. I think purely from an American perspective, selfish American here reporting, I think it's very bad that one of the major mainstream media resources is basically doing free press style coverage, like directly at the behest of Israel too. It is nutty. Like, we already have enough of it, but at least the New York Times and all these other outlets have the decency to just, if they're going to lie in the direction of Israel, they will try to make that lie look more reasonable. This is completely insane. And just as there is price leadership in all of the corporate consolidated sectors, there is going to be a slop leadership here. And the more CBS produces slop, I think it'll cause CNN and New York Times to also drop what remained of their fucking standards at a time when we need mainstream media to be as accurate as fucking possible. Oh my Lord, this is really fucked up. This is really bad when there is no reason to even lean into credibility so you can be more effective in doing propaganda at the behest of the State Department in times of need, when there's no need for that at all, when the media basically drops this shit completely and no longer needs to be reliable, no longer needs to be credible at all, and the audience is not responding to it in a negative fashion, we are fucked. It's only going to get worse. There will be no consensus reality, just different biases being demonstrated over and over again.
The White House is itching to take some sort of action, but we don't really know what sort of action they may be considering. There are a number of options, of course. The non-kinetic options, the peaceful options, include more sanctions, using tariffs to try to isolate the government in Tehran.
There is no tariffing to isolate the government in Tehran, okay? It's just not happening. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing that you can do, and that's not the point of sanctions anyway. It's not peaceful. Sanctions are collective punishment. Oh yeah, we'll do sanctions on Iran. We'll do sanctions. This is the most peaceful way to operate. It's just, God, I fucking hate Western chauvinism so much. It is so clearly hypocritical. Oh, we must liberate the Iranian people. And by that, I mean we must starve them even further so that they have no other option but to engage in violent rebellion. Okay, we must peacefully starve the children of Iran. This is the only way forward. I'm wearing a suit, you see. I'm very clearly enunciating the words. I'm pronouncing them in the way that I am. So you know that I actually have a much more sophisticated understanding of how we must starve the Iranian population. Yes, look at how dignified I am. Oh, very different than the monstrous Donald Trump. I'm a person in favor of liberating Iran. I want Iranians to no longer suffer, which is why my solution is starving them further. You see how stupid that is? These are not pawns in your fucking political game, okay? These are human beings with dreams. These are human beings that are worthy of dignity. And you're over here talking about starving them. Like, you're over here talking about starving them, because if they starve even further, then they'll actually engage in like a you aren't starving. It's that simple. You could say we all day, every day, but the reality of the matter is, the more there are crippling sanctions, the more anger people experience, the more repression comes. If your goal is to eradicate repression from the state, then you shouldn't be advocating for more sanctions. You shouldn't be advocating for Western intervention, because the more Western intervention comes in, the more the state becomes repressive in an effort to control and in an effort to maintain its sovereignty. I think speed analysis of this country is not fair to the people. I mean, I agree. The newly formed regime of Iran in 1988 executed 30,000 who were leftists, although these numbers may seem too high for you. I don't think you know the nature of this regime. No, I do. I do. Let's be real. The number one ops for the Ayatollah has always been the Iranian left, okay? They have been way more aggressive in stamping out any sort of any sort of socialist formation. Now, of course, part of the reason is because you got the MEK, which it's not dissimilar to how Erdogan used the real existing parallel state that Fethullah Gulen had cultivated in an effort to go after all of his liberal and left-wing enemies in the country. There is a good reason for why you engage in this kind of state repression when you have like a psychotic cult, for example, that presents itself as like a socialist formation that is directly propped up and backed by the American government. You know, it's a CIA operation in its entirety at this point, with no real base of support internally inside of Iran. I'm talking about the MEK right now, which is deeply unpopular inside of Iran. But beyond that, there are, Iranian communists, Iranian socialists, Iranian trade unionists, like plenty of academics that are very progressive, very leftist, that have been kept at bay over and over again, that have been on the receiving end of unlimited state repression, because those are the guys that could potentially build a real robust movement in the direction of secularization. Like, you have to understand, people who are in support of the Shah are not really seen as a major threat in the eyes of the Islamic Republic. They're not. They're not a real threat at all. People who are pro MEK are not a real threat at all. There's not really any fucking robust MEK movement internally inside of Iran anyway. It doesn't exist. And these guys are not a threat because they can always fucking point to that and say, hey, guess what? All of your allies are in America. All of the people that claim they want what's best for you are in America. They're in the West. And what has the West done to you? They've only delivered lead and economic despair and nothing else. As a very patriotic Iranian, I like to think so anyway, I'm completely against any Israel and US-backed intervention because no good can come of it in terms of long-term sovereignty. But I've also been exhausted as every attempt of internal reform has been shut down every time. It's a choice of two evils, independent but doomed, or a complete puppet state with some economic prosperity. Please respond if possible. Yes, this is, and it's going to get worse. No, I agree with you 100%. That's why I said, if there is a trifecta of pressure here that people are experiencing, economic pressure, Western intervention, and the last one being the internal repression and suppression from the Islamic State, then eventually one of these things has to be clawed back. If you don't do that, then eventually people are going to start saying, you know what? I don't mind Western intervention in the country, as a matter of fact. I don't mind Western intervention at all. I would rather, because in the eyes of especially young Iranians, they only see morality police. They see their friends getting thrown in prison by the mullahs. They don't think about like how Israel has so far not thrown them in prison, you know, or an Israeli puppet has not thrown them in prison. So they think, all right, fuck this guy. This is my number one op. This is the reason why I'm experiencing despair. This is the reason why the country is in the shitter. That's where I feel we are at the moment. The majority of us don't care anymore. We honestly seem to prefer Western intervention, sadly. This is unfortunately a byproduct of mismanagement from the Ayatollah in general. Yes, Iranians just want the regime gone and they don't care how. They're weirdly pro-US in my experience just because the enemy is my friend. No, some Iranians are. And the number of Iranians that are pro-Western intervention at this point are growing, especially amongst the youth in general, or different sects, different ethnic backgrounds internally inside of Iran that have gotten like aid and support from the United States of America and maybe even Israel as a way to foment discontent and destabilize the country. But the reality of the matter is that kind of intervention is only going to lead, by my assessment, in the absence of a real robust movement that is thinking about the next steps forward and maintaining sovereignty, that is only going to lead to a Syria style situation in Iran. And that like in the way that it is, you're going to have all the other groups that don't like it get more and more mad because you have no control over the sanctions. You can't fix the economy because the American government wants to keep punishing you and punishing your people. The Iranian government has to make way for some reform. You're talking about people who don't even have internet access. Otherwise, this chat wouldn't be empty of Iranians telling you that you're wrong and spreading lies. What have I said that you think is an abject lie here? What, like, are you, I can't tell if this is like the pro-Ayatollah or anti-Ayatollah and thinks I'm not being anti-Ayatollah enough or something like that. Like, what do you, oh, you said the protests are over? Is that what you're saying? That is what I'm saying that the protests have largely, they're not completely over. That's why I said we shall see what happens. But this round of the protests are over because they violently suppressed them. This is not incorrect at all. What do you mean? This is why I can't understand if it's like someone who is assuming a much more campus position than I am, or someone who is saying I'm not going hard enough. Speaking of dumbasses, let's get back to Joe Rogan. Let's see if today is the day where Joe Rogan finally pulls the ripcord. Joe Rogan reacts to the Minneapolis shooting and ICE riots. Now, first statement out of the gates is, let's see if it's complimentary to the administration still, or maybe he's finally pulling off the exit ramp.
It's complicated, obviously, but it's also
okay. Never mind.
Very ugly to watch someone shoot a U.S. citizen, especially a woman, in the face.
Right.
Where it's like, I'm not that guy. I don't know what he thought. And again, this is a guy who'd almost been run over, but it just looked horrific to me. I mean, when people say it's justifiable because the car hit him, it seemed like she was kind of turning the car away. It seemed like she was out of her fucking mind to begin with. That lady seemed crazy.
He is still in the cult, dude. 6 years ago, Joe Rogan, even 5 years ago, would look at the situation and be like, nah, this is completely up, straight up.
By the way, I'm not a Trump supporter in any way, shape, or form. I've had the opportunity to have him on my show more than once. I've said no every time. I don't want to help him. I'm not interested in helping him.
The night is still young. We'll see.
And didn't she move there specifically to get involved in all this?
Yeah, I don't know.
She didn't seem mentally healthy. But does that mean she should be shot in the head? Is there no other way to handle this? But and then you got these people that are showing.
Oh yeah, she was mentally unhealthy. Shut the up, you bald ass bitch. God
up
damn.
At these ICE people and they're blocking traffic, and she was one of them that was doing those kind of things where they think they're an activist and they're an agitator.
Right. But I get back to my initial sort of argument about having local police do it. They're not doing it, but in an ideal world, the way we fix this and have less ICE agents in cities where they're having a very difficult job is the local people do their job and they're not sanctuary cities.
Well, how could you stop sanctuary cities?
Well, I'm not sure I can. But what I'm saying is that some of the blame for ICE being there is the left and their policies of sanctuary cities.
Right.
So when they want to just say, oh, we hate ICE and we don't want to.
Dude, aren't you a libertarian? What the are you saying? I thought this motherfucker was a libertarian, like Mr. Freedom of Movement. What the hell? What kind of libertarian looks to justify police brutality and also gets annoyed at the fact that, you know, there is even a sanctuary city to begin with? Bro is bootlicking. He's only a libertarian when it comes to taxes and age of consent.
ICE in our city, maybe they should be reflecting that ICE is in your city because you're disobeying the law. And when someone is arrested and they're clearly not.
Come on, brother. Jesus Christ. Libertarians that argue on whether or not there needs to be a driver's license, going on the Joe Rogan Experience and talking about how, well, if the state punishes you with the oppressive force of militarized ICE units, then you were basically asking for it. What the God damn, dude. Mr. Don't Tread on Me over here talking about how, well, sometimes treading is fine. Tread on me a little bit. Maybe I was asking for it. Also, the state has a monopoly on violence, and that's why seatbelt laws should be unenforceable. Where you at, dude? Mr. Tread on Me Daddy.
Not a citizen, you're not reporting them to ICE. See, it's defiance, it's nullification. They have been nullifying our laws on deportation for years and years, and so now they have something they really dislike. But who brought it upon? My point is the left brought this. It's not an answer, but it's an explanation that the left is.
Rand Paul, as he's getting his ass beat by his neighbor that leads over a dispute over their lawn care, he goes, you're violating the non-aggression principle. Don't you know you are not supposed to be violating my non-aggression principle by slamming your fist into my chest? Please. I guess he was also asking for it in the same way that the good people
people because they were dressed up as a UPS driver. If you could pretend to be a UPS driver, for sure you could pretend to be an ICE agent, especially since they're completely anonymous. So think about how many people can get arrested or robbed or by criminals.
Wow. What? Wow, Joe, he's figuring it out. Now he's realizing why it's bad to have public servants that are in plain clothes going around asking people for their paperwork. Oh my God, wait till he finds out that this has already happened. There have been cases of people claiming to be ICE agents trying to rape people, as a matter of fact. You're a big boy, Joe. Next week, he's going to figure out that this is actually bad. He's showing signs of intelligence, guys. I mean, it took him a while to get here, but hey, he's getting here. Wow.
They're going to get doxxed, and people have actively doxxed them and threatened their
Shut
families.
up, you bitch. They're public servants. Suck my dick. They're public servants.
Defund the police. And boy, did they change their tune as soon as they started getting riots and their buildings burned down. They're like, where's the police? Well, you fucking defunded them, stupid. Most people believe that crime is awful and you can't have murderers and armed robbers roaming the street. You should arrest them. And you're going to need police officers to do that. But those same people that believe that might also believe that once someone...
I love that Joe Rogan literally admits, in defense of ICE, in the process of defending ICE in the stupidest way possible, he just admits that ICE actually doesn't serve the same law enforcement purpose that cops do. That's awesome. He literally realizes exactly why people are frustrated with ICE. Now, obviously, in the same process, he ends up saying a whole bunch of nonsense like, oh, the police were defunded, blah, 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 all this that's not real. But like, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's the point. Police have always been there, so no mask is so stupid. Why do you even pay attention to idiots like Joe Rogan and his ilk? I don't know, brother. Maybe because he got thanked personally by the president for winning the election.
And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe.
And unfortunately, have you seen this country? Have you seen the dumbasses in this goddamn nation? Who do you think those dumbasses go to get their takes? Watching Joe Rogan is no different than watching Fox News. I know it's stupid. In some ways, it's kind of like watching Asmongold. I know it's frustrating. It's stupid. He doesn't know what he's saying, but it doesn't matter. A lot of other dumbasses that are even dumber than the person that we're watching believe that these guys are actually smart. They get their talking points from people like this. So in order to address the talking points, you got to go to the root cause, where these talking points are coming from. Yeah, we used to do this all the time. It was called hogwatch.
When it's here, they should be able to stay in this country, and ICE is operating illegally, and we shouldn't have militarized groups of people roaming the streets, just showing up with masks on, snatching people up, some of them U.S. citizens, and shipping them to countries they didn't even come from. So that's why they have to wear a mask. If you want them to do that job, if you want them to be able to deport 500,000 people over a year, which is a lot of people, if that's the real number, you know, they're going to be, their life's going to be at stake. Yep. You're not going to be able to get people to do the job unless you allow them to be anonymous. And then again,
brother, what the so you're recognizing the cruelty and how insane it is, but then you're defending it like, oh, well, these Nazis have to literally hide their identity. Otherwise, you know, the Jewish partisans are going to kill them. Like, what is this? The pro-Holocaust position? What the He said, I'm evil and I like bad things. I am a fan of evil. I am an evildoer and I like when others are doing more evil. And sometimes you got to let the evildoers do the evil, even if I recognize it's bad and wrong. Awesome.
Allowing them to be anonymous creates a whole host of other problems, right, where you could have people pretend to be them. And how would you know who's who and who's not?
Yeah. Some people have offered sort of an in-between where they wear badges that have a number or a first name on them, such that when you're arrested, if I think you've abused my rights in arresting me, Steve, you know, and a number 324.
People are going to dox them instantaneously. Their face will be on the internet instantaneously. They'll make lists. They'll put it on social media.
Wow, if only there was an alternative here. They're doing the liberal compromise position, by the way. I guess this is woke 2 for these guys. Woke 2 is back, and these guys have found the liberal compromise position all on their own, you know? Hey, it's not the mass apprehensions that are the problem. It's just that they're not doing mass deportation the right way. Okay, how about no
District Attorney Larry Krasner, who say he...
We're going to have cops using ICE as a reputation builder for the rest of the admin, huh? I mean, low key, yes. Because as the situation worsens on one side, the other side is not as bad, comes across as better. You know what I mean? That's just how it works. ICE is so bad and so illegal in their conduct that unironically, they make cops look better in comparison. It's also entirely dependent on where or how police officers conduct themselves on the streets going forward. Like if the local Minneapolis Police Department actually stopped Jonathan Ross and arrested them, okay, I would have been thin blue line all the way, baby. Because that's what they should have done. That's their job. You can't let someone get away with murdering a citizen that you're supposed to be tasked with protecting and serving. That thin blue line would turn into a thick one, okay? Easiest dub of all time. You can't do that. What are you, crazy? Prime example of ICE not being able to do anything to a citizen because they have no jurisdiction. They just use bullying tactics with no real force and they know it. Yeah.
Plate number, driving erratically, very dangerous to the public.
How you doing?
Good, how about
You're
you?
interfering with your operations.
Not
You
at
could
all.
be arrested
Not at
under
all.
18
Not
USC
doing that.
111.
Nope.
That's not true. It's not. They can't do They're not real cops. And even a real cop is not technically supposed to be able to do anything in this situation. If you're just like on a sidewalk, you're not impeding an investigation. But cops at least do have the legal authority to just make it up. They have the legal grounds to make it up to try and detain you, even if you can argue in court whether or not that detainment is appropriate or not. ICE agents don't even have that, okay? Especially if you're an American citizen. It's just like you're just making it up. You do not have the right to arrest a random person on the sidewalk. The f are you talking about? A random American on the sidewalk? Suck my dick.
Not if
You have been interfering with our operations.
We're following us
Go process paperwork, little bro. Get the f out of here.
yesterday.
Numerous
Watch
times.
what you're doing, dude.
Numerous times you've
Not
been interfering with our operations.
Not interfering.
Yes, you are.
No, I am not.
If you
Never been in
continue,
front of you.
you will be in handcuffs. You will be arrested. You will be
18
prosecuted.
U.S. Code 111. Get that through your head, dude. That's a lot of numbers you just remember.
Yep.
Good job. I'm not breaking the law, and you fucking know it.
Yes, you are.
Not breaking the law, and you fucking know it. Never got in front of everyone. Never.
One more time, and I will put you in handcuffs.
I need you guys to understand something. Annoying a cop is not illegal. Annoying an ICE agent is not illegal. And anytime dumb, whether they be Asmongold or any number of different right-wingers, try to make it seem like it's actually not only illegal, but criminality that reaches the point of like state-sponsored execution, they're bootlicking and they're wrong and they're creating a permission structure for this administration to continue murking people, okay? There are rules. These guys are actually lying in this moment. Cops lie all the time, and so do ICE agents, okay? Your feelings getting hurt, sorry, sucks to suck, is not going to give you a opportunity to kill someone or arrest them. You can't do that.
One more time. Keep it up.
Get the f off, you piece
No,
of shit.
no, I'll
Yeah.
stand right here, pal. Right here all day.
If I touch you, then you're gonna go arrest me.
Right all day.
Yeah, fuck you.
You are worthless. Worthless.
Fuck you.
You are. You have no honor.
Hold your fucking dogs back. Hold your.
Making a trap believe that you can get away with erratic behavior in a war full of bad cops and ICE agents is not good advice. Brother, I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just saying what the law is, okay? You need to understand something. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend this, but just because bad cops or bad ICE agents are not following the letter of the law doesn't mean you can cause me to submit in this moment where I'm actually talking about who's at fault here in a murder case, okay? Shut the up. What a lot of you are doing is coping with the reality that there are a ton of people out there who are power tripping because you want to lick the boot and you want to defend it. And now you're using the illegal misconduct that sometimes even might escalate into a point of execution to justify cowering in fear in every single circumstance. Get the out of here. Another one. ICE threatens a citizen. Yeah, Minneapolis. Border Patrol agents warned 2 white women in separate SUVs to stop trailing them and not to impede. Don't make a bad decision today. And that's the whole point. This is the reason why the Trump administration is not backing away from this, because they do want to create an environment of fear when they do not have the law on their side. They are just telling their Gestapo agents to threaten people, okay? But that's all they can say. Don't make a bad decision. And that's precisely the reason why I'm saying we can't let this one get away. We cannot let Jonathan Ross get away with murder, because if they do get away with murder, then yes, the precedent, albeit not on legal grounds, but the precedent is set that they could just shoot and kill people and get away with it. situation taking place right now. You have militarized units that are illegally conducting operations that are specifically designed to strike fear in the minds and hearts of regular ass people, your neighbors. And you sit there and you justify it. It blows my mind, dude. You are not Mr. Freedom at all. Live, we're with Border Patrol as they're being trailed by at least 2 SUVs in Minneapolis. Yeah, Fox News is also live with Border Patrol. They're trying to do state propaganda.
This is a blue Rivian, an electric truck. It's been trailing us now for miles. What are you guys going to do?
Well, we're going to observe the situation, and if that individual does anything that would indicate that they're going to impede our federal law enforcement operation, we're going to stop. We're going to give them a warning, and then from there, they will be arrested for impeding.
Yeah, let's try to get this guy on the street somewhere and stop, and then we'll let him know.
That SUV is also trailing you and beeping at you right now.
That is correct. And as you can see, that individual just made an abrupt...
Oh no, they're hurting your feelings? They're hurting my feelings, which means they're impeding on an investigation. Sorry, we have to kill you now. They're honking at me, and they're filming me. Mike from PA mentioned recently that this same was a factor in the Civil War. Southern states would send in slave catchers to the northern states and purposely provoke people. Yeah, slave catchers would go up to the northern states for slave extraction, okay? And they wouldn't actually extract anyone at all, obviously, and that concept is such a disgusting one to begin with that it like feels weird even saying it out loud like that. But instead of doing like any sort of slave catching, they were there specifically, which wouldn't be appropriate even if they were doing that, for the record. I just want to repeat that over and over again. But they were there to, you know, cause commotion and create an environment of instability.
You turn because you realize he crossed the line with us, and if we encounter him again, we're going to stop him, issue him a warning, and let him know you keep doing this, you're going to jail.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Jonathan Ross was holding his iPhone in one hand and the gun in the other, one possibility is from Drew Harwell's reporting. ICE is under pressure from the White House to create as much content as possible. Isn't that nuts? Like they are trying to make like Department of Homeland Security Twitter videos, dude. That's what it is. They're trying to do like libtard own compilations, and then they ended up doing murder. Oh, they arrested someone for hitting a Border Patrol car. Yeah. Intense video. Minneapolis anti-ICE protest. Woman appeared to hit a Border Patrol SUV as it drove by with an agent inside. Another person appeared to spit on the SUV as well. This video shows the woman being apprehended by agents. This just happened.
Step back. She hit a vehicle.
Yeah, hit with her hand or body, not car, by the way. They're now saying she hit a Border Patrol vehicle with her hand or body. Bro, if you cannot see how much this is turning into Israel and you are Hamas, you are the Palestinians in this equation, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that is where we're at. This is exactly how Israel occupies the West Bank. This is exactly what the Israeli occupational forces do in the West Bank. And the difference is your goddamn neighbors are now treated as you know, a force that must be occupied. Our own government is doing this to us, and people are falling asleep at the wheel. United States of Israel, man. This is what's going on.
On Sunday, officers forced entry to this home, arresting a man. His wife showed journalists at the scene paperwork relating to his removal. A warrant signed by an immigration officer, a document that does not authorize agents to enter a private residence.
Okay, so that was illegal. That was illegal. Who's going to stop them? Like, that was illegal. We talked about the distinction between an ICE administrative warrant that is signed by an ICE agent or an ICE manager or whatever, an ICE administrator, versus an actual judicial warrant. You cannot break the door of an American or anyone really on U.S. soil like that with an ICE administrative warrant. It's ridiculous, dude. They're dressed like they're in Desert Storm while in a mundane suburbia, a sort of end result of decades of tactical LAR being done by the absolute lowest common denominator that washed out of normal police hiring. ICE agents stormed a Minneapolis home full of kids, pointing rifles and ignoring pleas to lower them. The warrant shown appeared incomplete. The man arrested had just checked in for a routine appointment.
Where's the warrant? Where's the warrant?
I'm sorry, but every single person that is engaging in this, especially at the administrative level, has to go to prison. Say like, oh, well, we have a warrant here, right? And then there's a judicial warrant signed by a judge. If you don't have a judicial warrant signed by a judge under the Constitution, you have no reason to allow ICE agents or any cops to come into your house. Who signs the administrative warrant? An ICE agent, like an administrator at ICE. So it's a real, like, make work bullshit piece of paper that you use. I've described it before, obviously, when we were talking about the DoorDash woman who ordered DoorDash and then had the dasher run into her house, and then ICE agents were like surrounding her home, and they were lying and saying they had a warrant. I don't know why this is not showing, but here, this is the difference between a judicial warrant and an immigration warrant, okay? A judicial warrant will say United States District Court. An immigration warrant, an administrative warrant, okay, will say Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, warrant of removal and deportation. A judicial warrant also has to be signed by an actual judge. Aren't there different levels of judicial warrants even, like an arrest warrant versus a search warrant? Yes. I don't know if this is a judicial warrant at all. And no, the key doesn't work. This is the only thing. Oh, wait, hold on. This may be a little bit clearer. Let's take a look. What does it say up here? Oh, it says Homeland Security. Yeah, it's an administrative warrant, right? That's Homeland Security, right? Yeah, if up top, it says Homeland Security in any part of the piece of paper, then it is actually an administrative warrant and not a judicial warrant. So it's not a real warrant at all. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. U.S. Department of Homeland Security. This is the sample. This is a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant. It's not a real warrant. This is bullshit. This is exactly what they're showing here. Yep. Look, it says a U.S. Department of Homeland Security warrant for arrest of alien. Any immigration officer authorized pursuant to sections 236 and 287 of the Immigration and Nationality Act of Part 287 of Title 8 Code of Federal Regulations to serve warrants for the arrest of immigration violations. This is not signed by an actual judge. Know your rights. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your home. This piece of paper does not give ICE the authority to enter your car. It's nothing. It is utterly irrelevant. And the fact that they have like little holes on the top means that they just have like a bunch of these papers that they sign off in their car and they just like rip it off to be like, see? It's irrelevant. This is bullshit. You need something that says at the top, the United States District Court. You need to make sure that the address is the correct address. Okay? You need to make sure that when you look at a judicial warrant, before they enter your home, you need to make sure that the address is the correct address. You need to make sure that the date is the current date to make sure that the warrant is not expired. You need to see if only the person and property in areas specified may be searched. Sometimes it could be the whole house. You need to actually see if it's signed by a judge, and you need to see what the actual, who the actual judge is. If the answer to all of these is yes, then it is likely a valid judicial warrant. Okay, how do you fight this warrant? You just tell them, "F off. You don't have the right to get into my house." That's it. Except these dipshits didn't even do that. They busted through the door, which was illegal. They don't have the right to do this. They can't do this. This is unconstitutional. Now, before people go, "Oh, laws," if we're getting to a point where a permission slip from the fatter guy in the car is enough for you to do this, then there might not be any rules at all at that point. Genuinely, at that point, when we're already inside, will it stop them? They have guns pointed at them and there's like 20 of them. What should anyone do in that situation? I mean, in this situation, you can't do anything. That's my point. You have to just hope that their law actually kicks in at some point. Ask yourself, if ICE is going door to door, what's next? Armed federal agents took a man away in handcuffs. A woman came out of the house and said the man was her husband. It also appears ICE used an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. That matters. An administrative warrant is signed by ICE, not a judge. Without a signed judicial warrant, agents do not have the right to enter your home. It's true. Anyone who thinks this is appropriate and good and just, and that person in there could be the biggest criminal of all time, and it doesn't matter. You have to abide by the laws that were created. It doesn't matter. The reason why you have to abide by that standard is the same reason as to why we defend due process. Because if we decide this is appropriate, no matter how severe the crime is, and there's no indication that this person was a severe criminal anyway, but it doesn't matter, even if they were, even if that was Adolf Hitler in that goddamn house, you have to abide by the rules that were set, because the next time they do this is not going to be Adolf Hitler. It's going to be you. It's going to be your parents. It's going to be your loved ones. And there will be no one that will defend you. Do you understand? That's the reason why we defend due process. That's the reason why we defend certain aspects of the Constitution around these parts, including the Fourth Amendment. No unlawful search and seizure. There's a reason for it, because an administration that
Get your hands off of me. Oh, you're real big and bad. Where is the warrant? So you can't answer, but you can flash a light? Where's the warrant? Where? Where is the warrant? Back up. Back up, because he's asking me to do something, so now you back up. Can you tell him to back up with this taser? She's in her room, sis.
Why you bending my hand like a boxer? I'll put this over. Look right on it.
Big and bad. That's what they are. 49th and Russell. 49th and Russell.
This is the worst warrant execution I've ever seen because there is no warrant to be executed. It's an administrative warrant, so they're illegally entering someone else's domicile. They're not supposed to be inside. They broke the door illegally, and then they entered the home illegally with guns blazing, and they're terrorizing the person that lives there and their children that live there because they're terrorists. They are Nazi terrorists. This is Nazi shit. I don't know how else to explain it to you. And anyone that looks at this and goes, this must be justified, is a servile little worm, a cattle, okay? Yeah, sure. Explain to me how this is in any way, shape, or form legal or constitutional without saying, well, those people scare me, so I'm glad they're being terrified and terrorized. That's it. All of this stems from, as Matt Christman calls, the dual sadisms of American politics. Oh, well, my enemies have harmed me. I have decided that my enemies have wronged me. They've harmed me. It's liberal women with blue hair. It's black people that have, it's black teenagers that bullied me in high school. And all of these are the real villains in society. And it's the liberal elite that prop them up and never give me what I am supposed to get from society. So at the very least, I can vote for a guy who's not going to improve my material circumstances in any way, shape, or form, but will actually destroy my enemies, will harm them, will terrorize them, will hurt them. That's it. That's it. That's all this is, because you have nothing going on in your life. So you just have to imagine enemies that are at your doorstep and an administration that will punish them, because it's not like they're going to give you free health care. They're not going to make sure that you can actually own a home at any point in your life. They're not going to make your work conditions better. So you just have to sit there like the servile little cuck that you are and imagine that at least there's someone else in the crosshairs, so that makes my life better in comparison. That's it. You're cattle. You are dumb cattle. You have no self-preservation skills. And if the police were really there to protect the community that pays them, they would protect them from illegal actions like that. Exactly. Exactly. The fuck are we doing? Look. Look. Do you see that?
Get your hands off of me. Y'all the ones who need to keep your distance. Y'all so big and bad, but let's see what type of citizens you are on the street without this bush.
23 years old, you go and find out for yourself. You're not waiting on ABC, CNN, CBS, any of these guys. You go ask questions. After asking questions yesterday, I believe was it HHS, Rob, that came out yesterday? If I'm not mistaken, they came out yesterday and they stopped $185 million of funding to Minneapolis.
Yeah, big W's all around, dude. Big W's all around. Also, it's pretty funny that this guy is talking about, I mean, his entire operation, his entire business is comprised around conducting a multi-level marketing operation. So
allegedly, was it today that CNN came after you, or was it yesterday?
Yeah, today they put a hit piece out on me.
And when did they interview? When did CNN come and interview?
Yesterday.
Yesterday they did.
Yesterday I showed up at Quality Leering Center.
Is this the one?
Yes.
So this is you. You show up. You're in Minnesota yesterday.
Yes.
At the Quality Leering Center. We got to say it correctly. By the way, his sweater he's got on. If you guys want to purchase the sweater, we're going to put the link below as well.
Yeah, he immediately made a funded by, get this, your property taxes. Why are we giving property taxes to this public school where they won't let me ogle the kids? We shouldn't even be joking about this. I just realized that's probably the next meta. Like once they unironically destroy the welfare structure, they will inevitably also continue demanding to remove any sort of funding initiative from the public schools anyway. And then they're just going to do that. They're going to be like, actually, public schools are fake too. They're fake and gay. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. You would have loved dehumanizing Somali Americans.
Shirley, back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. Over here.
Bro, I'm sorry. Like 2017, 2018, when this kind of story would happen, most people were like, yeah, that's a little gross. Like the entirety of the right-wing ecosystem didn't automatically jump on the Pizzagate QAnon okay? They kind of were a little ashamed of it. They would just like kind of sidestep it. They would just like push them aside. And it is so different now. The media landscape is so different now. Now everyone is doing their own Pizzagate. It's crazy. Do you think it will backfire? No, I think it's going to get worse. I don't think it's going to backfire at all because the reception to this like bottom of the barrel QAnon style conspiratorial, supposed quote unquote investigative reporting getting highlighted by the vice president and getting tremendous amounts of praise all the way from, like I said, the vice president down to Atriok, who was apparently giving it damning with faint praise, shows me that in the media landscape that we're in, it's only going to get worse, especially because for things to get better, there needs to be an investment in redeveloping consensus reality. And I don't think we have that investment. I don't think anybody is even remotely interested in developing consensus reality nowadays. I think we're just done. I think the insane people are running the asylum, especially with like AI. I think a lot of people are going to be less interested in politics. They're just going to say like, oh, this sucks. Like, I don't want to see it. Like intelligent people that should be invested in this and should try to put us on a better trajectory will probably increasingly tap out of it. They'll quit, especially privileged people will do that. Those who don't have the same privilege will obviously be invested in it, and it'll be, you know, insert whichever minority group, right? Today it's Somalis, tomorrow it'll be someone else. But I do think that we are moving in the direction of permanent mass slopification, unless somehow Elon Musk's entire net worth craters and he can no longer own Twitter or something, and then people demand their initial investments back, or they demand to pull out, like other people who aided in the purchase of Twitter, which is Saudi Arabia, so that's not very likely. And then because like Twitter is a big part of where this is coming from, you know what I mean? It does obviously still have the capacity to change discourse, change the trajectory of discourse. It's nowhere near as powerful or as influential as it once was. Dude, nobody I know uses Twitter. That's fine. But like $180 million in grants from the federal government was just revoked from the entire state of Minnesota. And that happened partially because Elon Musk base boosted the out of this dumbass YouTube video. So that is a Twitter intervening in real life affairs almost single-handedly in the direction of like one psychotic billionaire racist and his own personal desires. So yeah, you don't have a lot of friends that are on Twitter. That makes sense. I think it's like what, 20% or something like that, maybe even lower than that now. Out of all the social media platforms, it's not the most popular, but it's still a large enough social media platform. It's still a large enough social media platform that it actually, and especially because it's one that is interconnected with all the other social media platforms, that like discourse that pops off on Twitter ends up making its way to Reddit, ends up making its way to TikTok, ends up making its way to your friends that don't use Twitter. Reddit is another one of these websites that's also obviously heavily botted and heavily influenced by people who can brigade and like that. But this is yet another great indication that Twitter does have the capacity to intervene in real life affairs. Trump administration is freezing federal child care funds to all states now. Yesterday it was just Minnesota. Now it's all states. Ugh.
And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video released over the weekend in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community was retweeted by Elon.
Like, what do you think is going to happen here? Affordability is a major problem. Now the government is shutting down one of the elements of affordability in childcare for all of these like new parents and that are working class. On top of that, healthcare premiums are going to a intellectual disability, but like he does, right? You, on the other hand, Patrick, are a adult. You've done your own schemes growing up. Yeah, medically stupid. That's what I'm going to keep saying.
You went back to Minnesota because you just told me that you're working on a part 2 yourself.
Yeah, because there's a lot more fraud.
How much more did you find?
Oh, we found a lot more businesses that don't exist. There's millions of dollars. We found a lot. We found daycares with more $1 million daycares. I mean, there's literally hundreds of daycares receiving millions of dollars in Minnesota at this moment as we speak.
So from the first one, you guys were over $100 million of fraud that you found, right?
This guy's a
With the
daycare
second
annihilator,
one, now
bro. He's like, this is like when a content creator hits like a really good bit, like a TikToker or something, and then they just keep pressing that button over and over, and then the bit runs stale, but they still do it. But this time it's like racialized agitprop. He's just like, he's gonna be the guy, the daycare annihilator, it seems.
On the other side, while you're doing this, what caused you, and we see this man named David, right? We keep seeing this man named David, who I think yesterday, he said, if you want to, I'll put $100,000 for anybody that can prove any of this wrong, because this is government document. How did you and David, Rob, is this the clip where he says that?
Yep.
Do you want to play this clip of David?
No, don't call any parents.
Yo, who the is David? Why is nobody asking the question, who's this David guy, by the way? Who's this old ass man who is now apparently wearing your merch that you made?
Anybody want to take me up? You $100,000 if you can.
$100,000.
You can disprove my information.
Okay, so give me a copy of what you have, and I can.
If you can disprove my information.
100,000. 100,000.
Page by page.
Keep going page by page. Keep going. Come on, girl. Just keep your video on it.
Okay.
And just.
Except they did disprove it. They did. There's children in that daycare facility right now. Give him $100,000 then.
I just opened David's, and he had all the proof, because I've known about the fraud happening for so long in Minnesota. Since back in June, I've known about the fraud, but it's hard for me to go out and get all the information because they make it very hard to get the information. Luckily, David had somebody inside the Capitol who's been leaking him all the numbers, leaking him all the information.
Somebody from the Capitol?
Yes.
In Minnesota?
Yes. So all the numbers that David has are 100% correct, and also they're on the state. Also, they're from the government, from the.
Brother, that's just the total amount of subsidies that they've gotten from the state. That's not evidence that there's no recipients of said subsidies at these daycares. What is going on? The argument isn't that these places are getting state subsidies. The argument is on helping parents, low-income parents, put their kids in childcare facilities. That there are no children at all at these facilities is all fake. That's the argument that you made. How are you forgetting your own argument?
Here in the state of Minnesota, especially in Minneapolis, explain to me what's going on with the daycares.
So one of the things that I've noticed is there's an exceptional number of child care centers that are set up mostly in Minneapolis, but also in St. Paul. And I said, wow, how many kids are there in the Twin Cities? Some of them are by my office, and I would watch, and I said, well, there aren't any kids there. And I go to another one, there aren't any kids there, and I'd see just some Somali guys outside smoking cigarettes. So I stopped at one of them, and I said, hey, I'm just wondering, I've got a grandson who's looking for childcare, and I wonder if this might be a good facility. And they said, no, we're all full. And they had the door open, and I looked, and there were no kids. There was like a couch and a table with a couple chairs. And I said, well, are the kids out back playing, or what kind of place is this? And the guy said, you go, and he almost pushed me out the door, and then he followed me down the street to my car.
David was like, I must see the kids. I must see Somali children. I need to see it. And then that's it. That's what sparked his interest, his curiosity. He's like, where are the children? Why can't I see any children? This is the guy.
Is that true? The genetics is, that's genetics right there? Is that mom?
Yes, that's my
good.
mom.
So now, good for you. You got great genes. She's very comfortable doing this as well. Very cool. So the largest fraud in the world.
Patrick's gonna your mom, Nick. Watch out, Nick. He said, unbelievable.
Bottom of this. So you and David get linked up, and then you just said, why don't we just go interview? That's kind of how it started.
Yeah, I thought when we go, like, we'll walk these daycares, we'll talk to them. But the first daycare we go to, all the windows are blacked out. And I try to open the door.
Brother, because of people like you, they do not want peeping Toms. What the is this? I think the other part of this is that, like, this dude has never seen like a low income
But none of that is documented.
No, not that I know of. Because why, it doesn't make sense why there's so many people on welfare if they're making millions of dollars.
If you have any questions and you want to...
Does this guy think all the funds that are coming to the daycare are going directly to staffing? And does he think that every single Somali person just works in a daycare? What the is this argument? Also, if every Somali is staying at home and is on welfare, why the do they need to put their children in the daycare? Oh, wait, they're not.
Don Jr. had you on, I think, last night. You were on a show last night with him. People simply want to see if anyone's going to be held accountable or not going into 2026. Do you think with the work you're doing, you're almost forcing them to have to make a decision of people getting arrested? And if that, have you started seeing people getting arrested? Like when you went to Minnesota, did you see the government there as well?
Yes.
Going knocking on doors?
Yeah, and that was directly because of my YouTube video. And because of the video that went viral on X. So when have you ever seen a piece from a journalist, from a YouTuber, that's created such a change where literally within hours...
I want to die, bro. Once again, there is an active investigation for the last 3 years. There is an active investigation.
What do they
do? I love the federal government. Whenever they have to shoot these videos, it's always so funny because they look so incompetent. Everything reminds me of them kicking the snow, looking for the Brown University shooter. This video is hilarious. They're just like walking into random business and being like, are you guys doing fraud here? And the guy's like, no. And they're like, okay, have a nice day.
What would you say to Nick Shirley, the YouTuber, if he was standing in front of you
I have
right
nothing
now?
against him himself, but I do have something against the rhetoric. It's if you're gonna be a journalist, just have a moral compass. Like do what you do correctly. If you catch business that are fraud, no one here is with that, or like we don't support that as a community. I don't support that myself. I was born and raised here. I'm not for fraud. Like the notion that hey, a certain batch of somebody got caught, so all of them support it. It's like no one. If in any community, any mishaps that happen, the rest of the community obviously doesn't want that to happen. It's a stain on all of our names, as you guys can see. We don't want that to happen. We don't take part in that. We don't like that. We don't want that in our communities. But just to say, hey, a certain company got caught, so they must all do it, and I feel like that's what he's doing.
89%, buddy.
I'm not a fan.
2 to 10 p.m. may not be your typical daycare.
What do you mean 89%? What is he saying? Is he saying 89% of Somalis are doing fraud? They're 1350ing Somalians? They're not. They're 1389ing Somalis. 89% of Somalis are on welfare? I don't even know if that number is correct, if that percentage is correct. But what doesn't make any sense here is that even if it was, which I don't think it is, what the does that have to do with fraud? Yeah, 89% of Somalis are on welfare and the remaining 11% are running fraudulent child care centers.
Earliest dismissal would be 2:15 to 2:30ish, and the latest dismissal would be up to like 4:30ish.
You said you were there 11 and 5.
Our kids come to us.
That's what you said.
Yeah,
You visited this guy.
I went at 11 in the morning, and then I went back the next day at a later time. And
the later time was 1 p.m., by the way. But he knows it was at 1 p.m., which was before they started their business. And that's precisely the reason why he doesn't want to say it. So, yeah, even though he is a idiot, at least he's smart enough to not say the time. But Patrick Bet-David probably won't ask him what time it was the next day.
And by the way, isn't this the same location that in the first 42-minute show that you did, a neighbor's like, I've never seen kids here.
Yes, a man who's been living there for 8 years. Can you find that
clip? It's very important because, and you can tell that guy's just being...
I think the reason why Patrick Bet-David keeps relying on clips from the YouTube video instead of just like interviewing the guy is because he very quickly realizes that Nick Shirley is incapable of crafting entire sentences. So he's like, come on, find that clip. I can't listen to you anymore.
Straight up, he's like, no, I've never seen anybody here before. I'll find a time for you, Rob, if you want to look for it.
It's timestamped on my YouTube.
Okay.
Just go to...
On your YouTube.
Yeah, go to his YouTube channel. So...
It's about at... what do you guys that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Go to 1630.
I don't think any.
Okay.
And but basically, this guy's been living there for 8 years. He's never seen a single child.
Press skip, Rob. To the right. Okay. If you go...
I wonder how Patrick Bet-David has been able to avoid the scrutiny from all the like anti-Brown right-wingers. I wonder if it's because he mogs. Maybe he's got the halo effect because he's so sexy. So that's the reason why like all the people that like hate Vivek and like Dinesh D'Souza and all the other brown conservatives, they don't really on him that much because he's anti-Iranian. Yeah, but these guys don't think Iran. Especially, I've never seen anything like this. Look at this. Look at that. That's not manipulated footage. Like, that's just what it looked like. It's not thunder and lightning, dude. It is literally a missile that they're using. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe what's his face? What's the guy that looks like a wizard that Putin, Dugan. Maybe Dugan is a wizard. Maybe he doesn't just look like a wizard. Maybe he unironically is a wizard and he's figured out how to summon lightning or something. I don't know. A Jew here, that's our space laser. Let's be real. If it was a Jewish space laser, it wouldn't shock me if Vladimir Putin was able to utilize it. Okay. Before people get on me and say like, no, he's a based anti-imperialist or whatever, and he's like the #1 ally of Iran. Vladimir Putin is a Mr. Both Sides on every conflict, okay? Remember that. Wait, why do you not support Russia? Brother, why do you think? I mean, what are you talking? If any of these countries were just, if any of these countries were legitimately invested in anti-imperialism, for example, they wouldn't be doing this in Ukraine. Okay, or at least if you want to deal with Ukraine not being a country that is in your ass cheeks, being in the sphere of influence in the West, there are probably a million different methods before you invade the country militarily and overtake it by killing, hundreds of thousands of people, both your own citizens and the citizens of Ukraine either. I'm not going to get into it though. Like I understand why the third world is positioned here is, America and therefore, therefore you're on board with like whoever is like at least crazy enough to like attack America and do proxy wars with America. And Russia is the only game in town. If that's your primary focus, it makes sense that you'd be like, yeah, no, Russia is still, it's not great that they're punishing the Ukrainian population over it, but like they are the only country insane enough to like punish America or try to get into a long, extended conflict with America to a certain degree, except America doesn't get harmed in this process. Let's be real. Regardless though, this is part of the reason why it's like ridiculous shit, and he shouldn't be doing this. If he was the real anti-imperialist hero that people present him as, he'd be giving a nuclear warhead to Iran and Cuba and to Venezuela. And then also he'd be doing USSR shit. He'd be Brezhnev, right? Like he's not doing any of that. He's doing this instead. So give me a break. America's already raping Ukraine by selling all of it to Blackwaters and resources. Ukraine is so sad. No, absolutely. Yeah. People are like, oh, Putin is so based. He's a based anti-imperialist. Like, and I understand how you are like trying to come to terms with that argument. Cause like, if your position is like America is basically behaving like the Fourth Reich, which, let's be real, it kind of is. Okay. It definitely is. Then you're like anyone and everyone that is like damaging America's impact around the globe in any way, shape, or form, or hemorrhaging American resources, exhausting American resources on my side is good for me. That's the reason why a lot of people feel the way that they do. Having said that, it's not an accident that like Duginists and all these other like pro-Russia people are also pro-Russia, pro-Czar, they're czarists, they're pro-Russian Empire. They're not like they're anti-USSR, they're anti-communist. It's very stupid. Anyway, their ideology in this circumstance doesn't really matter, though. I was talking about something that is completely irrelevant to the conversation, which is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Like I said, that this is the drone swarm that they did in Kiev, which is, that's drone swarms. But that's like what is surprising about this attack, I think, is that it, according to, Russia hits Ukraine with rarely used Oreshnik missile in fresh strikes. What is unique about this strike is that it kind of caught, from what I understand, it kind of caught people off guard. Like it caught the Europeans off guard as well. Why is Putin not giving Oreshnik missiles to Iran? Where's my based anti-imperialist? Give these missile systems to Iran. Give these missile systems to Venezuela. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Also, this was one of those moments that I think like missile autists love missiles so much that although most missile autists are like obviously all the MILSIM, all the NATO Andes, they all despise Russia. Even the missile autists that I see that hate Russia were in awe of the prowess of this thing, like whatever this is. Or I mean, I was surprised personally, but I'm an idiot. I don't know anything. But the missile autists love missiles so much that they were like, damn, this one was crazy. Even the OSINT LARPers were like, this
Each warhead is equipped with miniature thrusters at its base. These thrusters enable the warheads to maneuver dynamically even as they fall under the influence of gravity. It can change directions, making it almost impossible for the Patriot missile to hit its target.
Yeah, they don't care. They kill civilians all the time. So it's just like, I don't even know. It kind of feels like people being like, oh, well, this action is giving Vladimir Putin more opportunity to take Ukraine. It's like, bitch, have you not been paying attention to the news? I don't think he cares whether America is being hypocritical or not. He's doing it regardless. You know what I mean? It's been years, guys. I don't think Vladimir Putin is making that calculation like, well, surely I'll be able to defend my actions in Ukraine because I can just point to American hypocrisy. Like, I don't think he cares. He's not really stopped attacking Ukraine.
The missile design incorporates 3 distinct stages. The first stage consists of mobile thrusters, which help move the missile, and it is filled with solid fuel. Just above it is the second stage, followed by the third and final stage, which holds 6 warheads, each with their own engine.
They got a little
design enables the missile to deliver a powerful payload over long distances with remarkable precision, weighing up to 50 tons at launch and carrying the warhead payload of 1.3 tons. The Orishnik missile has a range of 4,000 to 6,000 kilometers. This is capable of hitting all over Europe.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, when I see stuff like that, I understand why the Euroids are so afraid of Russia. When I see things like that, I do kind of understand why the Europeans are so terrified of Russia. Like, it's not even like remnants of USSR fears. Is this nuclear? Can you put nukes in this payload? No, right? There's no shot. You can? Okay. All right. Well, guess what, dude? I get why every single time European liberals come into my chat and they're just like freaking the out anytime Russia does something. That I would not be. I mean, Turkey's in the strike distance, clearly, as a NATO country, but Erdogan is Mr. Both Sides, always come out on top. So maybe he won't use this on my family in Istanbul or whatever, right? He certainly could if he wanted to. If Erdogan got a little crazy and was like, oh, we're shutting off the Bosphorus, you know what I mean? We're the table, we're shutting off the Bosphorus, no more travel for you through the Black Sea. All of a sudden, zap.
What's particularly fascinating is that this missile is equipped with a sophisticated MIRV, multiple independently target-able re-entry vehicle system, capable of deploying approximately 6 warheads. These 6 re-entry vehicles are reportedly based on American designs.
Do you think the Europeans are unarmed peasants? They're not scared that Russia has an unbeatable weapon. The destruction of Europe is inevitable with conflict. These kinds of weapons just show the scale that they can inflict. Both sides have destructive weapons. Wait, what? Canadian twin. In modern day and age, you don't want these kinds of things being deployed at all. That's the whole point. And that's why you don't want to get into a tit for tat. That's why we do this whole that's why we do the whole no war, just peace. Okay. That's why we do that. It's the point. The point is no war, just peace, no war for this reason. Okay. This is the reason, because why would you entertain this kind of stuff? The weapons that you have are there so that you never have to use them. That's like supposed to be the principle. This is the principle, at least in state in development of states. The principle of mutually assured destruction is what keeps, additional war at bay, I guess. Right? No war, just peace. And yes, we are, as far as I understand, we are very behind on our hypersonic tech, partially because if you look at it in like video game terminology, it feels like we just did cruisers, and hypersonics are like basically anti-cruiser technology, where it's like you want to keep cruisers at bay. So they were just like, we have aircraft carriers, who gives a shit? We have cruisers, aircraft carriers, we don't really give a shit. Like, this is our game is aircrafts. That's our technology focus. That's what our technology focus has been. And meanwhile, the hot battle in these sorts of conflicts have changed to drone warfare, exhausting, attrition, and hypersonics as well. Hassan, you don't know what you're talking about. Please shut the fuck up. Look, I don't know anything. I will readily admit I don't know anything. This is what I'm getting from people who do know things. Okay? I'm not going to put you down. I'm going to shake you. You can tell me if I'm wrong. That's why I started off by saying I'm not entirely correct on this. Like, this is what I have heard. I think it's very not affiliated or potentially a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's. A lot of these photos that have censors over the people that are most commonly women that are involved with some of the high profile people are censored for the sake of protecting the unaffiliated people or the likely victims and preserving their identities. There are, oh my God, there are so many. Oh God, there's going to be so many photos with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. This is the other side of this story. The other side of the story is as many photos exist as Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, there are a ton of photos with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton. Remember, the reason why a lot of the right initially leaned into the Jeffrey Epstein stuff was because they were like, oh yeah, this is a Clinton conspiracy, which is true. There is truth that Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein were absolutely heavily connected to one another. However, oh shit, Mick Jagger. However, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were also connected to one another as well. Was there a time when Bill Clinton and Trump were friends? Yes. Yes. Of course, there are photos of them together in public. This is a child. Well, you don't, I mean, oh God, this is so strange. Don't you think this is from inside the temple? Is this a photo from inside the temple? Seems good. Ain't no way these are the files that they released. It's just 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Is it just not loading or is it just redacted? Is it just not loading? I don't understand. What am I Ain't no way they were like, here are the Epstein files, 55 pages of redaction, full-blown redaction. Thank you. What an incredible release here. More photos. They're Polaroids. Give them a minute. There are, this is the photo sets, right? That they recovered. Hundreds of pages are 100% redacted. Obviously, some of the redactions are made because they are, they have victims, the faces of victims, and that's the reason why they don't show that stuff. But then there's also going to be redactions because there are probably high profile people that they don't want to involve in this, and maybe even Donald Trump. Like there's information, not just photos, but like information that they're redacting, and I think. Not all of these. Wait, what? Photo from Epstein's home in New York City has Bill, MBS, and Trump. Oh yeah, we've seen that. I mean, I've seen these photos before, but this is a clearer picture. Creepy photos from what the Epstein's bedroom in New York City. Jesus Christ, this guy had so many strange artifacts in his house. Photos of him and Trump. Photos with Bubba. Photos with MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. The Pope. There's a short plane video. Who's the guy on the right? Oh my God, that's Steve Pinker. Wait, is this AI or is this real? That's Steven Pinker. He's a famous Harvard professor. I mean, there is a photo of them together for the record. Yeah, Pinker is a known associate of Jeffrey Epstein for the record. It's not even like a new thing. But I don't think I don't think we've ever seen a video of them together. CSAM not scanned. Wait, what? Okay, this means that there are different levels of redaction. So the black bars that we see are just like to hide people's identities and stuff. But then there's one extra level of redaction, which is when it's directly child sexual abuse material, where they don't even upload it, they don't even scan it, and they just have the hard evidence, and they don't even copy it, which makes sense. Photos provided by interview of redacted. This is what, like evidence filing, right? This is evidence filing. Photos provided by redacted might be. Are victims. I think that this is a co-conspirator that got some kind of immunity, and that's the reason why their identity might be redacted here. But this is so crazy that the evidence notes very clearly show a profile, Jeffrey Epstein straight up demanding underage girls and even applying scrutiny to the person that was helping him traffic underage girls, saying, I need to see some identification because last time you fucked up and you gave me overage girls. And not only was it underage girls, but he wanted underage white girls. Thomas Massey says if 20 to 25 men are not named as sex offenders today in the release, this is a cover up. We're working with victims to ensure the offenders don't omit evidence under the pretense of redacts due to this. Holy shit, dude. No, look at the top left of that dog. It says initials live with mom at 13, moved out at 14, and the redaction is the same size of the redacted initials of the person gathering the girls. This totally looks like another victim forced to bring him more girls. Yeah, that could be the case. But that doesn't mean bleep living with mom at 13, moved out at 14. You do understand that that could be one of the victims that they're bleeping out. Yeah, see, in this page, this redaction is a victim, okay? This might not be, or this could be, I don't know. There are also so many victims that this kind of redaction is going to make it. I suspect that what they're doing in the situation is basically because there are so many victims and so much evidence for pedophilia and numerous other illicit dealings, that they went through all the documents and redacted certain people's names, clients, high profile people that were directly involved in the illegal acts, or at least were named by some of the victims and witnesses as being involved in this. And they're using the larger, they're using the valid redactions to also hide people who are affiliates as well. This is insane, man. Do you think the victims even want these redactions? I mean, I think the victims want their identities preserved, yes, but they don't want the affiliates to be able to shelter their names. And that's what Thomas Massey is presenting as well. There's a crazy painting of Bubba. No, this is a famous one. We've seen this before. Yeah, it's Bill Clinton in a blue dress. Yeah, this was known from before. It's just another angle of the same painting that we've seen before. It gets worse. What? Living the Good Life, Part 5, massage for everybody. And it's a baby massage training. Baby massage moves. One thing about babies, they're really, really small. You can tell how small when you try to massage them and one of your hands covers their entire back. Besides, there was a manual for massaging babies. I mean, that's also least surprising. IDF sweatshirt. This one has a lot of Clinton. Yeah, I think it was in the files. It was a massaging for dummies book or something that they found in the files. Whole ass scrapbook with Epstein and redacted victims. Somebody made some kind of zine comic with the photos of Jeffrey Epstein and all kind of redacted girls. Yo, these motherfuckers were scrapbooking, brother. Oh my God. That's the other boomer angle, is that they loved scrapbooking. This is a thing that's part of the reason why they were like constantly in constantly taking photos or whatnot. But this is an entire scrapbook that they made. Once upon a time, there was a clueless little girl. How do I look? Then, what is he doing? He wouldn't. Elastic. Can I even show this? This is this is a pedophile mood board. Those eyes are blue. And the little teeth. I met you. How do I look? I played the cards I was dealt. First Christmas. Oh my goodness. I will be the first. Is my cover blown? What could this be? Yeah, identifiable location, something like that. MJ with Clinton on Lolita. Yeah. Yeah, Michael Jackson. With Bill Clinton on the Lolita Express. Full page redaction might be a cover up. They have a different CSAM, not scam page for the CSAM, right? Yes. If it's a full page redaction, see, look, this is what it looks like in the files that are uploaded. If it's actually CSAM, there's a different way of handling child sexual abuse material where they understandably don't scan child sexual abuse material. If they redact a face, that's most likely a non-affiliated, oftentimes a victim that is not affiliated or not implicated in any crime. If it's a full page redaction, though, like if it's fully black, then that's a little bit suspicious. If it's a full-blown full page redaction, I feel like there is a different reason as to why they're engaging in that. And I don't know what it is, but it definitely is very suspicious, very weird. I will, however, say, even with all the redactions so far, there is a ton of data here. There is a shit ton of new evidence here, new connections here, things that we previously did not know about that many of these people did know about. Like a lot of people in positions of power did know about this shit. And remember, including Donald Trump, for example, Donald Trump's DOJ, all of the people that told us that there was nothing there, nothing that you didn't know about previously. And that is strange. What is this? Go to 1201. Go to 1201. Wait, what is this? This is not 12 hours long. What are you talking about? 1201:30. No one went into his cell after 10:30 p.m. This is not his cell, chatter. For the record. Many of the photo folders are named Clinton Place. Some others are redacted place, so they are likely redacting the names of people. Yeah. There is someone conspicuously absent from all these photos so far. Yeah. Where the f is Donald Trump? At the 1201, you said there's like someone that walks in. Except the Jeffrey Epstein cell is actually on the opposite side of this. So this camera angle does not even show Jeffrey Epstein's cell, just so you guys know. So when people say, all right, 1201, what happened? It happens at 1201:30. On the top left corner, you missed it. Oh, you're talking about near the stairs at 1201. Oh, this. Wait, what the f? This isn't even his room. Yeah. Yeah, this is not his cell, chatters. There's no camera footage showing directly outside of his cell. That was a big problem because the cameras suspiciously were busted. But even in this situation, even in this footage, there's like cut parts as well, which people thought was also strange. This is edited footage. All right. Anyway, one of the only things that someone could find, I think, is like so far. What is this? It with Donald Trump's? Is that Donald Trump's signature? Oh yeah, that is Donald Trump's signature on a check, and that's it. Very few new information that's come out of this that I clipped it. Rick Astley, dude, you're funny, dude. Take a week off, okay? Take a week off. Bye bye. What? Oh, come on, dude. That's a really good bit, though, chatter. Keep up the good work. Who are these? I don't know. I don't know who some of these people are. I mean, dude, he was homies with every wealthy person. Oh, yeah. And then Donald Trump is in the Epstein files for some of these photos that Jeffrey Epstein kept of him. coming. There's one North Dakota in here. North Dakota, or no, not North Dakota. North Dade, Florida. Never mind. North Dade, Florida mentioned. Why do we never see photos of people at the island? There are plenty of photos of people at the island. All I'm going to say is that boomers are they really complain about Gen Z documenting everything online. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers just recording themselves committing crime thinking no one's going to know. I mean, true. So I guess it's the same, and there is no generational divide there. Everyone is constantly recording themselves doing crimes all the time, whether it's on Snapchat or whether it's in a scrapbook that you made for your favorite pedophile, your favorite close personal pedophile besties. Doesn't change that dynamic all that much, does it? Where it's just still a thing that boomers are doing. These guys would be streaming this shit on Kick. That is like the modern meta, you know?
I wanted to talk about some of the things to look for and what we may be anticipating. The victims' lawyers have been in contact with me.
Oh, there's a crazy
and
story about
they
this.
know there are at least 20 names of men who are accused of sex crimes in the possession of the FBI. So if we get a large production on December 19th, and it does not contain a single name of any male who's accused of a sex crime or sex trafficking or rape or any of these things, then we know they haven't produced all the documents. It's that simple.
That was a huge line, dude.
Yeah.
Thomas Massey straight up said if they're using the victims' names to provide shelter for 20 to 25 different men, or if 20 to 25 different men after today are not known publicly as being involved in like illicit sexual acts, that means that they used the redaction. They overextended the redactions and basically extended it to some of the criminals as well. And that is the suspicion that they engaged in. The suspicion that they did was there's some of the redactions are obviously victims. Many of them are obviously victims, but they obviously clearly hid other people that were engaged in illicit acts as well, making it seem like they're also redacting victims' names.
We find out about those 3 buckets, and I think that if people go in expecting that and not some smoking gun list, I think the world will be far more satisfied with whatever the Justice Department provides.
Yeah, although, Ellie Honig, you've been hanging with us throughout the hour, which I very much appreciate. I mean, the reality is everybody's looking for a list. You've seen so much of this kind of material in your career as a prosecutor. Do you think there's a list?
No, I mean, all the reporting is there's not in one discrete place, like a list, number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. To the bigger point about other people who may be involved here, let's remember the exceptions. This law does allow the Justice Department to hold back any information that might relate to an ongoing investigation or that might undermine our national security or foreign diplomacy. There's a lot of discretion, a lot of wiggle room there for Pam Bondi to hold things back in her discretion. That's point 1. Point 2, to Representative Massey's point earlier, that if we don't see sort of high-profile names, then we'll know they have not turned over everything. Guess what? We know they have not turned over everything because Todd Blanche has said so. He said, I know we were supposed to under the law. This is just some of them, and there's a lot more still to come. Look, I suppose this will give rise to theories that maybe they're trying to drag this out. If the documents are going to slowly leak out over the next 2 weeks, we all know what's happening the next 2. It's Christmas, it's New Year's, people are going to be halfway paying attention. But it's a huge error. It's a flub by DOJ to not have these already. Now, maybe worse than that even. They did not comply with the plain language of a law passed by Congress, signed by the president.
And in the absence of a penalty for failing to comply with that law, Ellie, I mean, what does that part of this mean?
Yeah, there's not a heck of a lot that can be done. You've had earlier members of Congress suggesting they may sue, maybe, but that'll take time, and perhaps in that time this will get worked out. As you noted earlier in one of your interviews, Casey, there's not a mechanism built into this law that says if DOJ fails to comply, the punishment will be A, B, or C. It just sort of leaves it out there unaddressed. So ultimately, it's going to have to come down to political pressure and political will from Congress.
Yeah, this is like this is a big data dump on Clinton. And nothing even like technically super illicit about Clinton so far. But that's it. Like the most high profile, like new shit that we found out is just Bill Clinton. And that to me is somewhat suspicious. And I don't even mean that like there oh, he was a prolific pedophile, but also was very, kept very famous company. But those two things were separate from one another is so insane to me. I don't know how you could have ever arrived at such a conclusion. Okay. It's just like this dude was doing so much pedophilia that like it was very clearly taking up a big chunk of his life. It's virtually impossible for there to be no crossover in any way, shape, or form. My other main takeaway is that Epstein Maxwell were taking photos like an eager freshman who just started college. They were photographing everything and everyone they met. Yeah, I think there was a reason for that. Epstein kept an insane amount of information, even as a big cache of 3.5 floppies in his penthouse. There was also obviously a lot of tapes, specifically tapes with names of people that were redacted, and some of the tapes that were mysteriously lost in the wind. So this is not even the tip of the iceberg, really. I mean, there are so many different points of confusion here. This one specifically is about, I think, someone blowing the whistle on the plea bargain. I can't really read it, though. It's difficult to read. Floppies are floppy disks, like before CDs, before CD-ROMs, there were floppy disks. Yeah, floppy disks are very, very tiny, like a child. That's a child's foot, yes, for sure. What the I mean, I think that's a baby that's being held by I assume an adult with a shirtless Jeffrey Epstein, who apparently had a tribal bicep tattoo. Rokana says Pam Bondi will be prosecuted if she doesn't release the full Epstein files by today's deadline. Let me be very clear. We need a full release.
9 p.m. on Friday, the Epstein files will finally be released because of my Epstein Transparency Act. We will see thousands of documents that we should have seen decades ago. 3 federal judges have ordered the release.
One of the craziest aspects of this, by the way, is the fact that like these people were sheltered and they were able to just like operate in polite society and potentially in positions of prominence long after law enforcement authorities, investigators knew the depths of their illicit activity. So that's what's so crazy about it too. It's like justice delayed is justice denied. This is an endless delaying of justice in this situation. And the Department of Justice is telling Congress that the release is incomplete. The DOJ acknowledges to Congress that Epstein files release is incomplete, expects additional disclosures by end of year. Yeah, they are. I think there were far too many documents. I'm not even kidding. I think there were far too many documents where they had to basically take an L on drip feeding because they refuse. They refuse to release it without like redacting everything. And I suspect that's the reason why they're saying like, sorry, we can't release it yet. Even though there was so much time, even though there was a 30-day period, and I guess the 30-day period was not enough. What is this? During one of DOE's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago where he introduced her to his owner, Donald J. Trump. Introducing the 14-year-old Doe to Donald J. Trump, Epstein elbowed Trump, playfully asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. This is from one of the court documents, I assume. They just released a bunch of Epstein files, and I scrolled through flight log documents for 5 minutes and found Donald Trump 5 different times. Yeah, Donald Trump was on the flight logs. We know that. Oh, this letter is admitting basically why Epstein was protected, potentially. Dear Mr. Jeffrey Epstein, I hate that you got into this mess with the girls over the years. These girls knew what they were doing. You didn't put what is this, to their hand, but you have to water it. You didn't put a gun to their hand, but you have to water it to all rich people are targets in this world. People are going to come at you to get $1. Women are really stinking, I assume, really sticking it to the men on every level. It seems a lot is justified in some cases. In your case, you really need to watch yourself. You are a target and you never should got yourself caught up in this bullshit in the first place. You knew these girls would come at you in the long run and mess up your reputation. You should have knew that and go after your pockets. I mean, this is a random person
as we are going through
It's
these
a real,
files,
we are asking the investigators to investigate themselves and find wrongdoing moment.
Making in the coming hours. We are, of course, going to be interested in anything that is new, anything that might be revelatory about high-profile names, big people in public life. Again, though, it is incredibly challenging to try to report on some of these images and documents because there is so much context that is missing. But again, here we have what appear to be never-before-seen photos of Jeffrey Epstein in both of Bill Clinton, in Jeffrey Epstein's presence and Ghislaine Maxwell's presence. Again, we don't know the context around these photos when they were even taken.
All right, MJ, thanks so much. Please flag us down when you have more. Let's bring back Julie K. Brown of the Miami Herald.
U.S. launches missiles
what's your take on these Clinton photos that have been released?
Oh, yeah. The smiley art is also unique because the steeplechase face was the mascot of the historic Steeplechase Park, the first of 3 amusement parks in Coney Island, Brooklyn. This was in Jeffrey Epstein's home, okay? This was in Jeffrey Epstein's home in one of the photos. This weird face that you see every now and then. An exaggerated smile, which has 44 visible teeth. The image conveys simple fun, but it was also observed by cultural critics to have an undercurrent of Victorian-era repressed sexuality. There's a veneer of hidden sexuality. The reason why this is crazy is because in 1966, real estate developer Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, destroyed the park in an unsuccessful attempt to create condos on the site. During the demolition, Trump handed out bricks to the public, encouraging visitors to throw them at the glass steeplechase face. And I think this face might be recovered from the park. So maybe Donald Trump gave the steeplechase face to Jeffrey Epstein as a gift from the time when his dad actually demolished the park. But I don't know. Epstein threatening to burn someone's house down if they revealed the stolen photos of young girls and sold them and had other photos taken. Complainant staged that she is a professional artist and took pictures of her sisters 12 and 14 years for her own personal artwork. Epstein stole the photos and negatives and is believed to have sold the pictures to potential buyers. Epstein at one time requested Bleep to take pictures of young girls at swimming pools. Epstein is now threatening Bleep that if she tells anyone about the photos, he will burn her house down. Yeah, this is Jeffrey Epstein, character of cases, child pornography. This is from 1996, by the way. Yeah, this is from the first. This is information that was also compiled, I think, in the first investigation. And for the record, they knew all this and he still got away with it. They knew all this and they let him out on work release. This has never happened. There's a photo of Ivanka in the Epstein files. Wait, what? Really? That's fake law? I mean, that doesn't really prove anything, even if he had a photo of Ivanka regardless. But what I was saying is the government is not going to put child sexual abuse material or upload it because they have a process where if they identify something as child sexual abuse material, they don't even upload, they don't even scan it. They just have a slip that says CSAM image. Like it's not even redacted.
Or
Hassan disproves you wrong.
The
it's
financial
redacted.
World, they should be prosecuted.
So
and
no,
we will
this
see
means that
what,
they're not.
what obviously.
No, this means they're
the
adults, chatter.
Searchable database with hundreds.
Jeffrey Epstein had adult victims and child victims. This implies that the victims photographed here are adults whose identities were protected. If it was a child in a similar situation like that, in a photo like that, it would literally just say, it would have a slip that said CSAM. House Manager's report from David Copperfield's show noting that patrons found the show sophomoric, amateurish, and the same as last year's. A woman also complained that she couldn't find her husband after Copperfield made him disappear. Also, here is Adam Schitt. Part of the consequences, I think, frankly, of Chief Justice Roberts giving the president absolute immunity when it comes to his instructions to the DOJ. He can pretty much order them to do what he wants and know he will never be held criminally liable. Under Trump mentioned in the second and sixth line under remarks. Where is it? Oh, here it is. There's tickets here. There's a passenger ticket, Delta Air. Damn, it was $50. Oh, this is for baggage check. Ghislaine called out Larry. Redacted would like to speak to you. Page 24. Oh, for Mr. Wexner, Les Wexner, from Mr. Epstein, 2 pages, including cover. Fax sent. Result jammed. They don't have it in stock. 10 to 12 week wait. Manager will be in tomorrow. So you can call her in the morning and see if they will give us the one from the floor. 2 ottomans, 2 chairs, sofa. P.S. I gave them shipping address with your name on it. No, it's just, I mean, this is probably furniture chat. Judging by the way that these guys communicated with one another when they were actually doing pedophilia and sex trafficking, I don't suspect that this is actually code for pedophilia and sex trafficking. Because if it was, he would just straight up say it. He would just literally write, I'm sending, young girls under the age of 18 to your home. If there's one thing we found out from all of the email correspondence and also now the uncovered Jeffrey Epstein, the uncovered Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, look, I have a female for him. I have 2 females for him, or I have a female for him. These guys did not try to do OPSEC at all. Turns out all the 4chan QAnon was bullshit. Who would have thought that they were not even trying to remotely cover their tracks? They were very open about the pedophilia that they were engaging in. They would just straight up say, like, young girl sending your way, or even in certain instances say stuff like, this girl is not young. You lied to me. Dude, is this Trump? Is it Bill Gates? What the It's just a baby. What? Dude, what? I can't even show this. There's just a photo of a baby. Oh, a baby sitting naked in a sink. But they censored the baby's face. But I think the baby's face is the face of an adult. Because I can't tell, but all right, whatever. I'm going to look away from this. That looks insane. But clearly the censors didn't consider that to be CSAM or something. So they just, but they did actually censor the face. So that's strange. Anyway,
but also the Michael
Sky News is still
the
diving
Mick
into
Jaggers,
it.
all of these figures.
Also, before I forget, this is a good time to remind people, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your subscriptions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of Twitch Prime is the only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Okay, Candace. Okay, give me a break. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, for you. Thank you. Mary Socialismus. Yeah, I saw this. I just cannot believe that the Democrats really had Bill Clinton fly out to Michigan to explain to voters why they should vote for Kamala. Yeah, while also simultaneously lecturing them about how it's actually called Judea and Samaria, for the record, which is so insane. Oh, yeah, it's Judea and Samaria, by the way. And for the record, that is part of the reason why they didn't even attack Trump on his Epstein association. There was literally a story that came out from Michael Wolff, who was talking about was talking about how, like, Jeffrey Epstein was constantly chirping about how much him and Trump were still in contact with one another. And everybody kept asking, like, why are the Democrats not using this? Why are the Democrats not using this as a line of attack against Donald Trump? The Democrats are going to get pummeled if they don't actually use this as a line of attack against Donald Trump. Well, we know why. It's because they thought they would, if they thought that they, invited any sort of scrutiny around Jeffrey Epstein to the fucking conversation, they were worried that the Trump team would just go, no, you guys, you're besties with Bill Clinton. You're way more connected to Jeffrey Epstein than we are. What the fuck are you talking about? Except Bill Clinton wasn't running for office. Donald Trump was. So why the fuck did they just not drop Bill Clinton and go, yeah,
Well, we've seen a lot of documents. What I think's not been accurately understood by most Americans is the Trump Department of Justice. They have released several thousand pages of documents. Now, what they've released in the last 30 minutes is another several 100,000 pages, some of which we may have already had, but we're going through them as we speak. It'll take several days to go through all of these documents, but this is what the American people wanted. This is what Congress overwhelmingly voted for, and I applaud.
No, I don't think this was what Congress overwhelmingly voted for. Congress voted, and the American people wanted the unredacted files. You know, all the files, not some of the files, not the files after they went through and just potentially deleted some of the criminals and Donald Trump.
The Trump administration for complying with this request and getting these documents so that everyone can lay eyes on them and judge for themselves who the bad guys are in this whole disastrous.
I don't think this is going to work. I mean, I think maybe it's good enough. I think maybe it's good enough for some of the dumbest people. Kaya, no. Place. Kaya. Place. Ow. My neck. Good girl. There's a bunch of stuff over here to the left side that she's like about to fucking boulder over. He accidentally tasered himself. Yeah, I have the taser on my neck. Every time I say place, I actually taser myself. All right. So the Epstein files are not complete, comically redacted, not in the searchable format. The Trump-Vance administration have months to recover from the embarrassing influencer Biden photo op, and this is what they came up with. This is what they think of you. Exactly. You and Kirk for real twinning today? Yeah, we are. My Kirk is up, dude. Fox News Digital found that Trump's DOJ redacted politically exposed individuals and government officials in defiance of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. The redactions, however, were not applied to former President Bill Clinton. Epstein files explode open as DOJ details discovery of powerful figures of more than 1,200 victims. More than a dozen politically exposed people and government officials' names appear in the hundreds of thousands of Jeffrey Epstein files made public Friday, sources said. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche said the DOJ discovered more than 1,200 victims and their families during the exhaustive review. He explained the process behind determining which files could be released in a letter to Congress exclusively obtained by Fox News Digital. Sources told Fox News Digital that the new photos of Epstein with former President Bill Clinton are part of the release. The Justice Department redacted the names and identifiers of the victims. Fox News Digital has learned that the same redaction standards were applied to politically exposed individuals and government officials. Oh. Fox News Digital exclusively obtained the letter written by Blanche to members of the House of Representatives regarding Friday's anticipated release of the files under the Epstein Files Transparency Act. We write to notify you that today the Department of Justice is producing hundreds of thousands of pages of responsive materials in compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Under the leadership of President Donald J. Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi, this unprecedented disclosure highlights our commitment to following the law, being transparent, and protecting victims, except for politically exposed people. Blanche continued, noting that the production of documents comes within 30 days required. Never in American history, blah, blah, blah. He's just glazing Trump and Pam Bondi. The law allows the DOJ to omit or redact any references to victims and files that could jeopardize pending investigations or litigation, such as the probe Bondi recently opened in New York to Epstein's ties to Democrats. Information could also be left out in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, the law says. Well, that's why you don't see a whole lot of Israel in here, huh? Meanwhile, in the letter obtained by Fox News Digital, Blanche revealed that the Justice Department, through its sprawling internal process, learned more than 1,200 victims. This resulted in 1,200 names being identified as victims or their relatives, Blanche wrote. We have redacted reference to such names. In addition to redacting the names of these victims, we have also redacted and are not producing any materials that could result in their identification. Blanche explained that all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials that relate to Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters, are being released. Also being released are records relating to Ghislaine Maxwell, flight logs, or travel records. The DOJ is releasing any records or documents with individuals, including government officials named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil statements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. The documents would also reference any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates, except no, it's not, as long as those people are connected to the administration or profiles connected to the administration or redact everybody else that's an affiliate or a known affiliate of the administration, Trump himself. Wait, what the? Wait, hold on. Is this one of the redacted photos of a politically exposed individual? I mean, we don't know if it's Trump or not. Hosber accounts pushing this angle. Epstein and Qatar. Yesterday, House Dems released a new batch of photos from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. In the least surprising development ever, 2 images show Qatari royal family Sheikh Jabur Al Thani alongside the villain. What's Qatar doing there? Okay. Listen, if I'm a pro-Israel account, I'm probably not talking about Jeffrey Epstein's foreign entanglements, especially in the Gulf region, you know? You really want to do that? It's kind of crazy that you're getting maybe a little too cocky here, don't you think? Hey guys, quick, look at Qatar, says the guy defending Israel on the timeline on the Jeffrey Epstein story. I mean, what are we doing here? I think everyone and their mother has either a suspicion or full knowledge of the level of ties that Jeffrey Epstein had to Israel at this point. Oh, this is new, I guess? Oh, yeah, this just came out. So Ro Khanna is pissed. Let's see what he had to say.
Department's document dump this afternoon does not comply with Thomas Massie and my Epstein Transparency Act. They released one document from a New York grand jury of 119 pages, totally blacked out. This despite a federal judge ordering them to release that document. And our law requires them to explain redactions. There's not a single explanation for why that entire document was redacted. We have not seen the draft indictment that implicates other rich and powerful men.
Yes, they are lumping. No, they're not lumping blackmailed individuals into victims. They are very openly, according to the letter that Fox News Digital got from Todd Blanche, the deputy attorney general, also former Trump attorney. They're very clearly saying, no, we're not releasing profiles. We're also redacting people who have close ties to the administration or nationally significant profiles in the exact same way that they redacted the names of the victims. So obviously, they 100% are chopping up all the Republicans and people who are close to Trump and financial elite perverts that are affiliates of Donald Trump. I could go so far as to assume that maybe even some people who weren't previously very close to Donald Trump making a couple phone calls to be like, Mr. Trump, I am your servant. Get me out of this. This could be a, art of the deal moment for Donald Trump even, where he could just be like, oh yeah, well, in the past, you've talked a lot of shit. In the future, you won't be talking a lot of shit. I'll get you out of there, for example. And the sacrificial lamb in this circumstance is basically Bill Clinton. There is 0% chance that if there are new photos that are coming out in these dumps and new mentions coming out in these dumps of Bill Clinton, but no new photos of Trump, that seems a bit suspicious.
Who were on Epstein's rape island, who either watched the abuse of young girls or participated in the abuse of young girls and the sex trafficking. The reality is Pam Bondi has obfuscated for months. She first said there were no more documents to be seen. Now she's admitting and releasing hundreds of thousands of documents, but it is an incomplete release with too many redactions. Thomas Massie and I are exploring all options. It can be the impeachment of people at justice, inherent contempt, or referring for prosecution those who are obstructing justice. We will work with the survivors to demand the full release of these files, to demand justice for the Epstein class and accountability.
Is this the guy who was just on Fox News? I don't know who this guy is. Epstein Maxwell Clinton Foundation. Leaked emails from Epstein's inbox show close ties with him and Maxwell with senior Clinton Foundation officials, including buying expensive watches for foundation officials. It was later feared that Hillary's 2008 run would bring heat to the issue. Ready to the bottom. I think he wants me to get a secondhand one. Tell me what to do. More concerned about lunch. Why do you ask? If it's for you, I'll tell you it's because he wants to buy me one. Then no can do. Any Audemars. Bought the watch for Doug for $35. Wiring the money today. Good. Make sure he gets it for Christmas. As soon as the money clears, they will let me pick it up. And I hopefully something along those lines, like it would be insane. Efendim Baba, Kaya, you're not going on a walk yet.
Missing that deadline is it's unfortunately in line with what the expectation was.
Well, let me just come back on that, because are you saying then they've been rushing to
No, it
redact
wouldn't. It's a
this
call.
in the
No, dude, come on. This already pissing people off. The more they play this slow roll bullshit, the worse it gets, I think. You're forgetting something. I think this is Trump's least popular thing. I think it's like, what, 57% of Republicans disapprove of Trump's handling of the Epstein files. 57% of Republicans. There is nothing that comes close to this level of discontent. There is nothing that's like sub 80 approval for Donald Trump amongst Republicans. You understand that, right? These are his cult supporters. Thomas Massey says, unfortunately, today's document released by Pam Bondi grossly fails to comply with both the spirit and the letter of the law that real Donald Trump signed 30 days ago. Representative Khanna is correct. This is a major point of weakness for the Trump administration, and that is precisely the reason why some of the Democrats have been open about like pressing this angle. Yeah, it looks like at least some of the photos of Donald Trump slipped through the cracks in the DOJ's attempt to hide them in this partial, heavily redacted release. Yeah. New perspective. Donald Trump is a victim. Yeah, he was a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. As a white hat pedophile, he was actually just a victim. Simply. Another Bill Clinton painting has hit the tower. Oh, I haven't seen this one before. This is new. Not as strange as the previous one. It's not new. It's from his profile. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein, international money man and mystery. Terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. Yeah, this is from the New Yorker profile. I had not seen this one before. I mean, yeah, this is the famous one. And apparently there's a signed letter next to it. I wonder what the from the new Epstein file dump, what appears to be a framed caricature of Epstein and Bill Clinton hanging from the bathroom in his townhouse. That's from the profile that they did on Jeffrey Epstein. Lots of creepy art. We've seen some of this stuff already. I had not seen this one before. The infamous painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress has some kind of signed letter hanging next to it. Can't quite make it out. Yeah, that's... there's no way to read that, brother. Oh, my God. Why didn't they take a special... Why did they not take a photo of just the thing? AOC calls on Attorney General Pam Bondi to resign. Now the cover-up's out in the open. This is far from over. Everyone involved will have to answer for this. Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, whole admin. Protecting a bunch of rapists and pedophiles because they have money, power, and connections. Bondi should resign tonight. Oh, my God. This is interesting. Photo from a bedroom at Epstein's Little St. James Island. New York Post, his safe of evil. Epstein kept lock stash of underage pics in Upper East Side house. Pics from the Epstein LSJ temple, which appears to be under construction. Very strange. Maybe Trump's DOJ missed. This is everyone is coming to that same conclusion that the DOJ was heavily redacting all of the Trump involvement in the files. At one point, remember, Pam Bondi said all the CSAM was just commercial CSAM, like he got it off the internet and there was nothing to see there. How can she explain that now? No, I know. There's no random feedback sound. It's just sound from the outside chatters. There's like sound from industrial equipment that you are hearing from the street. It's a airplane 727 letterhead. I assume Boeing 727 letterhead, but I don't know what is actually written on it. It's most likely Bill Clinton that wrote that letter. So we'll see. There's Chris Tucker as well. Obviously, that's not surprising. Chris Tucker was known to be on Lolita Express. We know this already. He's one of the few guys that has been able to get away with like just being one of the most famous people that has for years that we've known was on Lolita Express, by the way. According to The Guardian, around 90% of the released Epstein files are redacted. Jesus Christ.
Joining us now, Congressman Robert Garcia. So, Congressman, you posted on X saying that you and your team are doing a major review of the documents, adding, quote, "It's clear that this is not a full release." What stands out to you of what's been released or what has not?
Well, first, I think we should be very clear. This is absolutely
breaking the law. I mean, they have not.
It should be read as 90% of the Epstein files is Donald Trump. It showed me that a lot of these like right-wing psychos, a lot of these like billionaires are incredibly invested and incredibly tapped in and totally giving dark money to a bunch of these YouTube pages. Huge news from the new Epstein files. Records show that Maria Farmer, who worked for Epstein, filed a child pornography report to the FBI in 1996. The FBI has never before acknowledged that complaint. The case went nowhere and mass abuse followed. Yeah, this was another huge deal too. New release files show how Maria Farmer, who worked for Mr. Epstein in the 1990s, urged the FBI to investigate him, and the case went nowhere for years. Oh, Bill Clinton came out with a statement. Clinton's spokesman on the Trump administration handled the legally mandated deadline passed by Congress and signed a month ago by Trump for the full Epstein files release. Statement from me. The White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what they'll try and hide forever, so they can release as many grainy 20-plus-year-old photos as they want. But this isn't about Bill Clinton. Never has, never will be. Even Susie Wiles said Donald Trump was wrong about Bill Clinton. There are two types of people here. The first group knew nothing and cut Epstein off before his crimes came to light. The second group continued relationships with him after. We're in the first. No amount of stalling by people in the second group will change that. Everyone, especially MAGA, expect answers, not scapegoats. Okay, first of all, Bill Clinton directly is in the second group. Bill Clinton, Bubba, absolutely is in the second group. The notion that Bill Clinton found out about the young girls and the sexual misconduct and then cut all ties is a lie. You want to know why I know that's a lie? Because Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Bill Clinton's daughter, Chelsea Clinton, got married. And while Bill Clinton was walking her down the aisle, her dad, Ghislaine was in the center of that photo. And the Clintons actually the Clinton Foundation kept connections with Ghislaine Maxwell, even if they weren't directly hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, at least in public. They absolutely kept up close relations with the other Epstein affiliates. And yes, the reason why I believe this is a real statement is from the Deputy Chief of Staff for President Bill Clinton, Angel Urena, and Isaac Dover reposted it. So that's the reason why, yes, I think this is a real official statement. Yeah, here it is. Ding. And that was not that long ago. This is far, far after, like many, many years after, Jeffrey Epstein was already a known pedophile. And not only that, is it 2010? Thank you. And not only that, but leading into 2016, when Hillary Clinton was running, they were worried about their affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell being known to the public. Dropsite today reported on this. Epstein and the Clintons, as Hillary launched presidential campaign, Epstein feared exposure. Since Jeffrey Epstein's second arrest in 2019, the Clintons have spent considerable effort distancing themselves from the enigmatic financier, and they're currently fending off House Oversight Committee Chair James Comer, who threatened contempt proceedings after the political power couple refused to testify this week regarding their relationship with Epstein. Epstein first came into public view after accompanying former President Bill Clinton on 2002 tour of Africa aboard Epstein's infamous Boeing 727 plane, later dubbed Lolita Express. Abundant photos from that Africa trip with Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker have just been released by the Justice Department. Through a spokesperson, Bill Clinton has acknowledged traveling on Epstein's jet during a humanitarian tour of Africa in 2002, but has said he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes, never visited Epstein's properties, a lie, which we know is a lie, and ended contact in 2005. In a Justice Department interview in 2025, Ghislaine Maxwell downplayed Epstein's connection to the former president, telling Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, President Clinton was my friend, not Epstein's friend. Yet, as Hillary Clinton's 2008 presidential campaign ramped up, it was Epstein looking to duck the Clintons. Epstein was facing increasingly dire legal consequences in South Florida, stemming from his years-long sexual exploitation of young women and girls. The glare of a presidential campaign risked unraveling what Epstein and his friends and ally Ghislaine Maxwell had so effectively constructed over the years, as they were increasingly associated with the spectacle of Clinton World. In a May 26 email, 4 months before signing his sweetheart deal to avoid federal sex trafficking charges, Epstein predicted to Maxwell that Clinton's opponents would attack her friends in any way they can and warned her that Clinton's presidential run could bring unwanted attention to Maxwell. He wrote to Maxwell, you can see the papers are starting on Hillary's friends, Vin Gupta, he wrote, adding, I think you're better off not having your name associated. A month ago, New York Times columnist David Brooks all besties. And I've already talked about this before. Part of it is because, this was Jeffrey Epstein's job, right? Was to be the network between all these people and also, photograph everything. And the other reason why a lot of these people seemingly did not give a shit about being photographed smiling for an event like this was because they felt untouchable. They felt completely untouchable. They're like, who the going to do anything? Just in, House Oversight Democrats have published fresh photos taken inside of Jeffrey Epstein's estate showing a Ukrainian passport, a censored image of Bill Gates with a woman, text referencing the delivery of girls, and a foot tattooed with a line from Lolita. Also, Bilbo Baggins. How many times was this motherfucker hanging out with Jeffrey, bro? When we first got an inclination that old Bilbo Baggins over here, old Bilbo bitch tits, not Bill Burr, was hanging out. It was his wife, his ex-wife, that kind of, really called his ass out a little bit, okay? And was like, this is not great. Now, I thought she was using this as a way to just do a massive PR hit to Bilbo while they were going through this divorce, right? But what I find really strange is it turns out this mother was hanging out nonstop. He was all over Jeffrey. Every time you find out, it's the same with Noam Chomsky. You find out Noam Chomsky at first, a couple years ago, you find out that maybe Noam Chomsky actually met with Jeffrey Epstein's butler when he was in France. And you're like, that's strange. How the did that happen? Why did that happen? And then it's never once, and it's never with someone that's just like kind of connected with Jeffrey Epstein. You're literally like every tranche that comes out, every new massive reveal that comes out, there's another photo with Noam Chomsky and Jeffrey Epstein. Then there's a photo with Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon. Then there's another photo, but this time Noam Chomsky's on the Chomo Express. How is that possible? What's next? Are we gonna see Noam sucking on Jeffrey's toes in the next photo? Him sitting on the dentist chair in just his tidy whities? Like, what the is happening? Noam Chomsky hanging out with Ehud Barak in 2015. Chomsky choosing to stain his legacy by befriending an Israeli war criminal via Epstein is sad, but also contemptible in light of his undercutting of the BDS movement. Good memories, Chomsky to Epstein and Barak. Bro, stop answering every email. I mean, it's too late. He's like 950 years old. I don't even think he's able to answer emails now, but like, what the hell, man? Some emails you don't answer. Stop. You guys are such ass. Jesus Christ. You can accuse me of many things, but you can't accuse me of being a libertarian in any way, shape, or form. I am not an anarchist. So that's the one thing. Multiple angles, bub. Y'all are such ass, dude. Y'all are such douchebags, bro. Why do I need haters, man? I got 33,000 of the worst haters in here right now. Oh, come on. You know how sometimes people will be, how many angles did you make? Sometimes people ask me the question like, what percentage of your audience do you think are actually hate watching right now? I have the answer. It's called 100%. 100%. Y'all need to stop. You guys make jokes like this, and then my haters take them, and then they blast them everywhere. And in this day and age, because people are so stupid, they believe it, dude. They straight up believe it. Not our fault you were on the plane, little bro. Wow, I'm a new viewer. This is very damning. How many photos did you take? But yeah, the point is, when you find out anyone, and I mean anyone, is in any way, shape, or form publicly connected to Jeffrey Epstein or was around Jeffrey Epstein at a public event or something, just know that there is going to be probably 15 more photos minimum. I just saw on Barry Weiss's The Free Press that you were on the plane with Chomsky and Jeffrey. Do you have a defense? First of all, if I was on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky, Barry Weiss would be coming to my defense. Okay, make no mistake. The Free Press would be promoting me as like a hero and how one of the more tolerant voices that is somewhat critical of Israel, but not that critical ultimately. And we should actually open space for a diversity of opinion. The Epstein story, count me out. Not so fast, David. House Dems have released more photos provided the oversight committee from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. What is this? Here's a weirdest picture with Jeffrey Epstein and some women. Oh my God, brother. What the hell? More Bill Gates, more Bill Gates, more Bilbo. I swear to God, dude, these guys, it was so exciting for them, I think. Cause it's like, you do it once, you're like, oh man, I'm hooked. I have to hang out with the pedophile sex trafficker, dude. He is such great company. This kind of blows my mind, dude. How
headlines. The photos were provided without context. CNN's MJ Lee is here. MJ, can you tell us what these images show?
Yeah, Dana, first of all, I'm really glad that you said that these photographs have been released without any kind of context. We shouldn't be reading into them. What we can do is simply describe what we are seeing here. And certainly we can talk about the political context that is behind all of this as well. The photos as...
Parapower mapping, absolute clock. Hey, I just noticed something. Oh my God. I mean, it could be a total coincidence, but contextually very, very strange. Hassan, you're being very uncharitable. These clips are out of context. What if in all of these photos, the moment afterwards, they put their thumbs down and said boo? Yeah. While they were writing this Lolita reference on the body of a woman, they were actually shaking their head in disagreement. And it doesn't actually show that, and that's why it's out of context. They were actually trying to, much like Lolita, make a statement about how pedophilia is bad and wrong.
And then we have two photos, one of philosopher Noam Chomsky on a plane with Epstein, and then Bill Gates posing for a photograph with a woman, but the woman's face has been redacted by the House Democrats. They've been doing this to, they say, to make sure that they are protecting the identities of potential Epstein victims. And I should just be careful to note that Gates has previously said that he regrets.
I like how they're not using any of the 4chan slang that QAnon acolytes believe the Epstein's trafficking ring used. Yeah, because they were making that shit up, because their conspiracies are just conspiracy theories and they're far-fetched and they're stupid. Apparently, the real international sex trafficking of minors ring that was taking place in the highest levels of American society was straight up like, hey, do you want to do on children? Here are the 18-year-olds classifications or whatever the they were doing. Like it's literally, they were just doing it in broad daylight. Okay. There is no like, you know, cheese pizza or hot dogs, no code words, only photos, literally photographing every part of this process. Okay. Total impunity. Who's going to get us? Who's going to say anything? That is, I think, one of the greatest ways of destroying the QAnon style conspiracy theories was the idea that these like societal elites would actually feel the necessity to do OPSEC, that they would actually try to simultaneously send these sorts of emails on the company email, which they apparently were, for the record, or at least they were using their personal email accounts, but like they would feel the necessity to like shelter others from what the they're doing, you know? Turns out they were just like, we love photographing our illicit acts. I'm a big fan of this. Please, let's take more photos. The reason why like people who are super pro-Israel, like Dana Fash, for example, have no issue covering this story or are not like invested in sheltering the public from this story at all because it's a high profile story is because one, it would invite way more suspicion if CNN somehow magically didn't cover the story. Everybody understands why Fox News refuses to cover it, right? But also, the other reason is because in the normie sphere, if you haven't noticed, in the normie sphere, there is very little coverage of Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with Ehud Barak or with Israel in particular. So they give you everything, but not everything. Some of the connective tissue that would invite suspicion about Jeffrey Epstein's dealings with the state of Israel are oftentimes left out from mainstream coverage. If you noticed, there has, for example, been very little coverage from mainstream resources, if at all, about the numerous dealings that Jeffrey Epstein had with the state of Israel. None whatsoever. Very suspicious. The Epstein story reveals the corruption of a broad swath of the U.S. elite while featuring a certain little nasty little Middle Eastern regime in a starring role. Pro-Israel insiders disliked the story and wanted to go away for the same reason. Yeah, extraordinary journalism that also ought to put to rest some of the nonsense around the Epstein story, but probably won't. The untold story of how Jeffrey Epstein got rich. And this story basically reveals that Jeffrey Epstein is like a small-time con man who just seemingly leveled up all of his cons by being a real charmer until he got to like Les Wagner. Okay, that's how they present it on the New York Times. It was like their big budget Jeffrey Epstein investigation. You know, it's unique, let's just say. And Julie K. Brown responded, said, hundreds of girls and young women were sexually assaulted by Epstein and other men to be men he associated with. I don't think that is nonsense. Huge story from New York Times investigation into Trump and Epstein. Don's best friend, how Epstein and Trump bonded over the pursuit of women. So they're on the one hand, tying Jeffrey Epstein back to Donald Trump, anyone he wanted, according to a different Epstein worker who learned of the incident. A separate Epstein employee from that era recalled that Mr. Trump would occasionally send over modeling cards for Mr. Epstein to peruse, like a menu. She remembered one call in the mid-1990s on which the two men discussed how much pubic hair a particular woman had and whether there was enough for Mr. Epstein to floss his teeth with. On another, Mr. Trump told Mr. Epstein about having sex with another woman on a pool table, the former assistant said. But this is the most damning part of this. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife. This is Trump's wife, the one that he like buried under the golf course, okay? The one that I believe also accused him of sexual assault. Trump's wife to the mother of a 14-year-old model said, "Do not let her near my husband." During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's wife, whom they had met earlier. Oh wait, no, this is Marla Maples. This is not the one that was. This is not Ivana, who is Ivanka's mother, was the one who accused him of sexual assault. This is wife number 2. I apologize for getting the wives wrong. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Mr. Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hands, Miss Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. "Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband," she told Miss Coleman. "Protect her." This is the mother of the often forgotten ugly duckling Trump, Tiffany's mom. Donald Trump actually avoids mentioning Tiffany completely, as a matter of fact, despite the fact that Tiffany Trump actually had a blossoming career in music and was way ahead of the game with her ambitious music project that she put together alongside the rapper Logic, available on Amazon Prime Music.
A Democrat administration and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums. They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed more than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country,
and declare
and
the
it can
invasion
never
of
be
Greenland.
allowed to happen again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden. We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world.
Transgender
But
for
they're not
everybody.
laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote and all 7 swing states and everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people. For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists, and above all, foreign nations, which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded
Feels
your
like his heart's
cities
not
and
in it.
towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your hard-earned savings.
I do
They
want to say I'm more Christ-chucked than he is. Notice how I have more Christmas shit behind
they
me.
just released a level of violent
I'm more
felons that
Christ-respecting.
we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused
Also,
mayhem.
he's low energy because
They
it's
caused a
9
horrible
p.m. on the East
situation
Coast, brother.
all
He's
over the
an old
globe. But
man,
now
a demented old
you have
man.
a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country, the ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined. Starting on day one, I took immediate action to stop the invasion of our southern border. For the past 7 months, 0 illegal aliens have been allowed into our country, a feat which everyone said was absolutely impossible. Do you remember when Joe Biden said that he needed Congress to pass legislation to help close the border? He was always blaming Congress and everyone else. As it turned out, we didn't need legislation. We just needed a new president. We inherited the worst border anywhere in the world.
I don't
and we
think
quickly turned
any
it
amount
into
of
the
like
$1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300.
I love miners.
And for the first time
miners
in years,
are my favorite.
Wages are rising.
Speaking
much
of miners,
faster
Jeffrey
than
Epstein,
inflation.
good guy, misunderstood.
The wages, just look at it.
Wait, what?
Wages are
Rape?
going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which means jobs, wage increases,
That's
growth,
much smaller than what he was saying like last month. It was like 500 trillion.
Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs, which for many decades have been used successfully by other countries against us, but not anymore. Companies know that if they build in America, there are no tariffs, and that's why they're coming home to the USA in record numbers.
Where
They're
are
building
they?
Factories and plants at levels we haven't
Are they
seen.
invisible?
AI,
Why haven't we seen them?
automobiles. We're doing what nobody thought was even
The
possible.
Hyundai factory
not even
was
remotely
assaulted by
possible.
ICE.
There has never, frankly, been anything like
And that
it.
came
1 year
before
ago,
you
our country was
decided to do
dead.
the tariffs
we were
anyway.
absolutely dead. Our country was ready to fail. Totally failed. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Yeah, unemployment
And that's
has
said
risen, by the
every
way,
single
to
leader that I've
2021
spoken to
levels.
over the last 5 months. Next year, you will also see the results of the largest tax cuts in American history. That were
we
really
will,
accomplished
but
through
not
our
in the way that he
great,
thinks.
Big, beautiful bill, perhaps the most sweeping legislation ever passed in Congress. We wrapped 12 different bills up into one beautiful bill. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. Under these cuts, many families will be saving between $11,000 and $20,000 a year, and next spring is projected to be the largest tax refund season of all time. Because of tariffs, along with the just passed One Big Beautiful Bill, tonight I am also proud to announce that more than 1,450,000, think of this, 1,450,000 military service members will receive a special, we call Warrior Dividend before Christmas, a Warrior Dividend. In honor of our nation's founding in 1776, we are sending every soldier $1,776. Think of that. And the checks are already on the way.
We're definitely going to war with Venezuela,
Understood that one until about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, we're
We made a
definitely
lot
going to
more
war with
money than
Venezuela.
anybody thought
That's the
because of
lobster.
tariffs, and
That's the
bill
lobster
helped
dinner,
us
baby.
along. Nobody deserves it more than our military, and I say congratulations to everybody. And by the way, we now have record enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history.
It's because
a lot
it's
of
no
difference a
longer
year
woke
makes.
and
In
gay.
addition, I'm doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interests to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward. And I used the threat of tariffs to get foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. They stopped ripping us off.
Why
And
is
it
he yelling
began
so much?
As of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have only gone up, but now they'll be going down by numbers never conceived possible. It's called Most Favored Nation. And no president has ever had the courage or ability to get this done until now. The first of these unprecedented price reductions will be available starting in January through a new website, TrumpRx.gov. Will be coming down even further early the new year, and you will see this. In the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history. A major factor in driving up housing costs was the colossal border invasion. We have never been invaded. This is the worst thing that, frankly, in my opinion, the worst thing that the Biden administration did to our country is the invasion at the border. The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed. Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants.
We gave free housing to every Guatemalan. It was crazy.
And flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer. They also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans. In the year before my election, all net creation of jobs was going to foreign migrants. Since I took office, 100% of all net job creation has gone to American-born citizens. 100%.
8 new jobs have been created. 800,000 lost, but all the 8
American citizen, or it serves those who break the laws, cheat the system, and seek power and profit at the expense of our nation. Look at Minnesota, where Somalians have taken over the economics of the state and have stolen billions and billions of dollars from Minnesota and indeed from the United States of
Unlike
America. and we're
me,
gonna
when
put an
I
end to
steal,
it.
I do it
For
the
so
white
long
way.
as
Or Brett
before my
Favre, he is a
election,
good guy.
The vast
He
majority
can
of
throw
good
the
and decent
football.
Americans were forced to watch as corrupt politicians plundered the halls of power, exploited our taxpayers, and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But
By the
not
way,
anymore. And you
fraud
see
run
that
by a
every
white
day.
woman,
Not
for the
anymore.
record.
We're putting America first, and we are making America
Somalia
great again.
mentioned.
Very simple. We are making
You're
America
so
great
stupid.
again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is secure. Inflation has stopped. Wages are up. Prices are down. Our nation is strong. America is respected, and our country is back stronger than ever before.
Yeah,
We're poised
he's
for an
not invading
economic
Venezuela,
boom,
he's
the likes of
invading
which the world has
Somalia.
never seen. Soon we will host the World Cup and the Olympics, both of which I got. But most importantly, we will celebrate the
like a kid.
250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Anniversary.
There could be no
He's
more
like a child.
fitting
He's like, I
tribute
got it.
to this epic milestone than to complete the comeback of America that began just 1 year ago. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens, faithful
Yeah,
to
it's
its
going to be a
workers,
World Cup attended
confident to
only
its
by
identity,
Americans.
certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe. We are respected again like we have never been respected before. To each and every one of you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. God bless you all.
Okay, he didn't announce that he's going to war with Venezuela. Lamau, no one respects this dog. I think at this point it's more so people are just like afraid because it's like a belligerent man with a tremendous amount of power and with all of the intent to wield it. What was the point of this? Oh, he's hurting. His numbers are bad. And he knows that there's like big issues. He knows that there are big issues with the way he's being perceived right now, especially as it pertains to affordability and things of that nature. But the reason why I was watching this was because I thought he might unveil the war with Venezuela. Well, he might have sneakily done that. Because in the Oval Address, he said more than 1 million troops will receive a special warrior dividend before Christmas. And that is $1,776, $1,776. So that might be like the military. Because in the military, when you get a lobster dinner in the Navy, that means you're about to get deployed, right? And it made me feel like it was a steak and, surf and turf, steak and lobster announcement. Also, what the is any military guy going to do with $1,700? Like, okay, you can pay some of your rent for the month.
Speech. And at one point, he credited
Great.
his own
like a State of the Union on, you can set a podcast to be like 1.2 speed. It felt a little bit like that. I don't think it was really his best, most charismatic work. And I fear that it did not strike a note that the Americans who are saying, I don't think he's focused on the right issues. I wish that he was focused on cost of living because that's why I voted for him. They need to hear him acknowledge that they're not seeing it in their wallets yet, so that he can give them hope that maybe they will for next year.
Yeah. Scott Jennings, I mean, you're very in touch with the president's base and what those voters want to hear. Do you think they heard that tonight?
Well, I think they wanted him to get back in the ring and start defining the contours of the election.
Scott Jennings' job is to just say Trump is doing
great.
great.
Spent a lot of last year on foreign affairs to great success, but now we're moving into an election year, and the first line, I inherited a mess and I am fixing it, reminding people that we were in a deep hole, and that's why he got elected in the first place. He is going to have to ask for some
brilliantly and expertly, after a year into his job, is still blaming his predecessor. It's cool when Trump does it, of course.
The centerpiece of his domestic policy agenda. The tax cuts are good, and he does have villains here. The health insurance companies are a good villain. The Democrats being at an 18% approval rating, that's a good villain. And so when you're going into an election, I think it's got two jobs. One, sell what you're doing, but two, you got to post up against the alternative. The American people just rejected the alternative a year ago, and now he needs them to reject the alternative
Yeah, we just
again.
need another year of Trump blaming Biden for all the problems that he's cooking up, like the tariffs or the electricity bills going up. That's Biden still. It's Biden's carcass. Biden's going to die, and he's still going to be like, electricity is up because of Biden.
I am not scared of that guy. I'm not. This is the first time I've seen a Donald Trump I'm not afraid of. He is exaggerating how bad things were. That's okay. He's exaggerating how good things are. That is great for us. That is fantastic. His big threat to Democrats is he was more in touch with ordinary people and everybody else. Yeah, the Democratic elite sitting up here talking big fancy words and coming up with some new thing to be worried about every day. And he was right there with the everyday people. This is not how everyday people are experiencing this economy or the country. People are scared. They are worried. They see a bunch of things that are happening that seem completely out of control. They're seeing shootings happening all over the place. This reverse migration is happening because rather than going after the cartels, these ICE agents are going after nannies and stuff. So the Latin community is backing off. So this is the first time you've seen a Donald Trump. He sounded a little scared. He sounded a little nervous. I don't know. Maybe he was just going too fast. I don't want to read anything into that. But I think if you're a Democrat who's sitting here tonight biting your nails, is this guy going to kill us, crush us? I think this is a beatable guy next year, and I think he proved it tonight.
And very quickly, a lot of Republicans wanted an answer on health care because it's dividing the party right now. He didn't give it to them. He said, we're going to give you money.
Nothing this man
they
has
can't
to
pass
say
that.
is more important than Survivor
and a lot
Finale.
of Republicans wanted to figure what they're in a bind because they have legitimate philosophical, ideological differences about Obamacare.
I mean, we saw this playing out today on Capitol Hill.
Right.
Their moderate Republicans were saying, we're going to go with the Democrats on this because they were frustrated with the House Speaker on
to
it.
Scott's point about him being the leader, he is the leader of the party. On this one, he's kind of stepped back because he said in his first term, I'll repeal and replace, I'll have a plan. He said in this term he would, he didn't use those words again, but they would do it. And he's never put forward a plan to do it, in part because the Republican Party, the Trump Republican Party today, the Republican Party in the Obama days
That wasn't as bad as I expected, by the way, from Van
Party
Jones. I thought he
so
was
many
going to be
different
way
ideas,
worse.
they cannot come up with a consensus.
Well, and given the numbers that he touted on the economy and what he said about bringing down prices fast, I want to bring in CNN's chief data analyst,
The
Harry
MIT
Enton, because
professor.
Harry, I think there are questions about what the president said tonight, what he touted, and how that squares with the numbers that you see.
Yeah, what do I see? This is a little bit of a fact check. We started off talking about affordability and prices and the idea that prices are coming down. But we can just look at the inflation rate year over year, Caitlin, and what can we see? Back in January, the inflation rate, according to CPI, was 3.0%. You saw by April it was dipping down. It was 2.3%. That was right around the time that the tariffs really started to get implemented. Look at where we are now in the latest reading, September. We'll get another reading out, I believe, tomorrow. But the latest reading we get out, 3%. That matches where we were in January, Caitlin. Prices have not, in fact, fallen according to the broadest measure of the inflation rate. He also spoke about jobs, right? Well, John King was talking about the unemployment rate. Look in January, it was 4.0%. By May, 4.2%. Now the latest reading that was out earlier this week, 4.6%. The highest unemployment rate since 2021. Now, these are the measures of the economy, right? but how do Americans actually feel about it? And all I can say is they feel awfully about it, because take a look here. Percentage who say that we're on the right track when it comes to inflation, just
A year before Hassan becomes a right-wing influencer with how much he talks about the liberals.
Even on groceries and
Brother, you must not been in here for the last 12 years of my political commentary career. That is such a funny ass take, dude. Mwah. I love that. I have heard that my entire life. You must be new here, big dog. If you think I'm going to be turning right-wing anytime soon, let me tell you something.
are below $2 according to
The reason why I don't like liberals is because of their closeness to the Republicans. That's the reason why I don't like liberals. Yeah, the irony is stick around for a year, chatter, and you will also understand why I have so much anger for the way liberals conduct themselves. Was there anything new or noteworthy, or all the same stuff? Yeah, all the same stuff. It was complete ass. I think ultimately it was extra ass. And the reason why it was extra ass is because Donald Trump was really rushed through it. In an effort to get through the entire speech, I don't know if they gave him crack or the good kind of Sudafed or something, but he was going nutty mode and he was yelling quite a bit. But let's take a look at the real truth tellers for a second.
For the entire debate over the next year and laid out what Biden did to make the country a disaster, what Trump has already done, and where we are going in general and why that's the right direction. I think it's a very, very important speech.
I thought it was very iconoclastic in terms of it shattered the Democratic talking point, affordability. Number one, he laid out that the affordability crisis was caused by them. I don't think anybody can watch that speech and not walk away with that conclusion. Senator Barrasso used the term political shock and awe. And then you just go back a year ago. He's just shy of 11 full months in office. And wow, what a comparison of what we had and the force of nature that the country saw tonight. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that there's no question this is one of the most consequential presidents in American history. And he has begun, if he can win next year, and I think he will, I think we'll keep the House and the Senate and probably gain seats in both.
You are the Lulu, Newt.
I think he really begins to rival the top 3 or 4 presidents in American history because
oh my God, the glaze! I've never seen such disrespect.
The Rooseveltian majority, which has been there for 90 years.
Get his ugly ass penis out of your mouth, Newt. You
Back
scumbag.
towards being a work-oriented, meritocracy-oriented country that encourages
I apologize, chatters. I know that this is supposed to be a broadcast where I don't show you
we are going to pull away
this level of sucking
because of the sheer dynamic of the American economy when it has a cheerleader president who is himself an entrepreneur. It makes all the difference in the world.
Mr. Speaker, let's look forward. 2026, midterm election year.
Blowing bubbles on that.
3 times in the last 100 years did the party in power maintain control. 4 times in 150 years.
Hey, yo, my mom is in the room. Yeah, she's learning new tricks from Newt. They've changed it. They've changed it. Calling it a Newt Gingrich. That's what they're calling a blowjob nowadays. Oh,
but you were the
I got a Newt Gingrich the other day. It was awesome.
After 40 years in the wilderness. Tell me how this president can defy historical trends in this way. Is it all going to be based on the economy and peace around the globe? Because peace and prosperity tend to...
I'm kirking my right now. I'm kirking my right now. Think about that Newt I got the other day.
People are going to say to themselves, is it working? Whatever it is. If they say it's working, they're going to vote for Trump and the Republicans. If they say it's not working, they're going to vote for the Democrats.
This is why I can't show you to my family.
When
Okay,
you
calm
talk
down.
about crime, clearly it's better with Trump. When you talk about the border, it's unbelievably better with President Trump. When you talk about the war on drugs, it's dramatically better with Trump. When you start talking about sheer volume of American production, it's better with Trump. So
dude, it's so crazy because like all of the supposedly positive things that are gonna happen were just outright lies. Okay, he said like he got $18 billion in IOUs, bullshit. $18 trillion in IOUs, bullshit. Also, a much lower number than the number he was presenting before in IOUs. He said that inflation's under control, also bullshit. He said that we have the new thing, the new meta from Stephen Miller and like America First posters, like all the Groypers is, oh, sure, the job market is actually or so, the government tried to say, no, we're going to starve the American population. We're going to starve 42 billion people on U.S. soil. American citizens, by the way. Remember, these are almost all American citizens. Like the only marginal assistance that like somehow some undocumented person could get from SNAP is if they have American citizens in their houses. Oh, did I say 42 billion? I'm sorry. 42 million Americans that rely on food assistance programs, specifically SNAP. And to fund that for at least a month is $6 billion. Now, these funds exist. The administration tried to stop using the contingency funds. And then, of course, they were sued. And a judge ruled that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP funding was unlawful. Think about how insane this is, by the way. Let me pull you back for a brief moment. Why is this happening? Why is the government shut down? The government is shut down because the funds, the government for the government to fund itself, you need to pass a bill. And in order to pass a bill, you can't have a simple majority. You need 7 additional Democrats to be able to pass this bill in Congress, pass this spending bill in Congress. This is a point of leverage that the Democrats have, one of the few points of leverage that the minority party has. Democrats have used this as an opportunity to try and force the Republicans to concede on funding Medicaid subsidies, ACA subsidies, so that people's health care for tens of millions of Americans, their health care prices are about to triple, okay? Their premiums are about to triple. And the Democrats say, we can't do that. We have to make sure that healthcare is still somewhat more affordable than it used to be. Obviously, it's already very unaffordable. It's already very expensive. But the fact that healthcare prices are about to triple and the Democrats are trying to stop it and using the government shutdown as a way to bargain with the Republicans to save majority Republicans, by the way, because when you look at the actual percentages of the population that rely on ACA subsidies, it's 58% Republican. And not only that, but there's also a secondary impact, which is that a lot of places that have rural hospitals rely on these Medicaid subsidies because that's the only way that poor rural areas can even go and get the necessary health care and fund these hospitals in general when they're already in a dire state. So the Democrats are trying to save Republican voters from their own party in this circumstance, which is why I've obviously backed the Democratic Party in this shutdown. They've done the right thing. Now, Democrats are trying to get the Republicans to do the right thing, and the Republicans are saying no. They are trying to leverage the starvation of 42 million Americans in an effort not to fund healthcare subsidies for another 10 million to 20 million Americans. That is what's so crazy about this argument. Now this judge has declared Trump's attempts to suspend SNAP funding, the $6 billion in contingency funds, to not use the $6 billion in contingency funds to be unlawful.
So, Catherine, a judge says that Trump's attempt to suspend SNAP is unlawful. What more? He didn't mention anything about it there on the tarmac, but what more do we know?
This was a hearing that was heard yesterday on an emergency basis to try and get a judge to restore those funds that will be lost, Kira, as you say, at midnight. So this federal judge in Boston did rule that the administration's attempt to suspend the SNAP funding, as you mentioned, is unlawful, but that judge declined to issue an immediate order ordering that the program be funded by the federal government.
I saw someone say, at least Mary Antoinette said, let them eat cake, lol. Yeah. Donald Trump, on the other hand, is saying, let them eat ballroom. It's even dumber than that. He just keeps droning on and on about his stupid ass ballroom, brother, is even stupider. Donald Trump's like, yeah, you can't afford a cake. It's fine. You don't need it. You don't need cake. But what you can eat is this beautiful ballroom. Can you believe it? This beautiful ballroom that I have designed. By the way, dude, look at this. I mean, 1-to-1. Oh my God. The Trump kid is alive and well. 42 million people on food stamps are 10 hours away from losing their benefits. When I first learned a toilet like that existed inside the White House, I was horrified. President Trump is making people's house more elegant and beautiful for generations to come. Dude, they are dabbing on us, okay? And not even just us, because we are already angry at Trump. We did not vote for Trump. But this is literally straight up disrespect to the millions of Trump voters that are not going to get their SNAP benefits. They are going to starve. And Donald Trump and his press secretary talking about